A reincarnator, he had been a beggar, a coward, a tycoon, a butcher. Birth, aging, sickness, death, unattainable desires, meeting those he resents, separation from loved ones, the burning of the 5 aggregates. He had tasted all 8 sufferings of the human world, and not just once. And in this life, he was a waste. In the next life, he would finally be a god. 2046, Ning Province, Yundian City. City center ruins. Once this place was called Central Square. Now it barely qualifies as a low-level stronghold fenced in with scrap steel and concrete rubble. At this moment, at the entrance of the stronghold, a broken wooden table stood. A man with a shaved head was poking at a cracked tablet. Next, the line in front of the table shuffled forward. Xiao was pushed to the front. He pressed his lips together. They were cracked and dry. The shaved-headed man Zhang Biao glanced up at him, his eyes as indifferent as looking at roadside trash. Then he looked down at the information scanned on the tablet and suddenly let out a sneer. Xiao. His voice dragged long. 9th grade Niuan realm low-level initial chi sensation thin as smoke. As his words fell, a few low laughs arose around them. What era is this? And there's still trash at 9th grade low level. This sort of waste wants to join the strong. How ridiculous. These low laughs reached Xiao's ears and his fingers involuntarily curled. The spiritual energy revival has been going on for 10 damn years. Suddenly Zhang Biao threw the tablet onto the table. The fur of white wild boars is hard enough to stop bullets, and you're still stuck at 9th grade low level. Sorry, this stronghold doesn't feed idlers, and even less does it feed trash. Get lost. Upon hearing this, Xiao's body trembled. But his feet didn't move. He took a breath, his voice hoarse and low. Biao. Brother Biao, I was too eager in cultivation and it went wrong. He'll recover quickly. My father is sick. I need ice soul grass. Only the pharmacy in the stronghold has it. Could you make an exception? I can do anything. Shut up. Zhang Biao slammed the table violently, making the old tablet jump. He leaned forward, spittle almost spraying onto Xiao's face. Rules are rules. 9th grade high level, able to carry bullets and run away. That's the bottom line. You, a piece of trash with initial chi sensation, aren't even fit to tie my shoes. Why would I take you in? To keep you as a mascot. What do you think you are? Upon hearing this, Xiao's throat tightened. He wanted to say something more, but Zhang Biao had already turned away, shouting, next. Hurry up. The line moved again. With a stumble, Xiao was shoved aside. He stood there looking at the broken table, at those numb faces, suddenly feeling like he couldn't breathe. Just then a laugh came from beside him. Oh, if it isn't Xiao, young master, he. The voice carried an indescribably sickly sweetness. Hearing this, Xiao's entire body stiffened. He turned his head and saw Wang Lu holding Sun Tianrong's arm, walking over from the side. Wang Lu wore a tight-fitting leather armor, her makeup meticulously applied. She looked at Xiao like she had found an amusing toy. Sun Tianrong said nothing, just stood there. The combat uniform he wore emitted a dull luster, and the air around him seemed heavier than elsewhere. This was the aura of those at the 7th stage and above. True chi released outward, overwhelming others. He merely cast a cold glance at Xiao, as if looking at an ant. Miss Wang, Captain Sun, what brings you two here? Zhang Biao's face immediately bloomed with a smile upon seeing them. Just passing by, came to see a show. Wang Lu said, her gaze falling back to Xiao, sizing him up from head to toe. What, our young master? He couldn't weasel his way in. Wang Lu. Sun Tianrong. Xiao looked at these two, his teeth grinding audibly, each word squeezed through gritted teeth, the hatred in his eyes impossible to hide. Suddenly, he saw Wang Lu flip her wrist, and something appeared in her palm. A plant. 3 leaves entirely azure, the veins seeming to flow with starlight. The moment this plant appeared, the surrounding foul smell of blood seemed to fade, and a cool, refreshing vitality spread out. Ice soul grass. Yes, it was ice soul grass. For a moment, Xiao's eyes were fixed on the plant. Want it? Wang Lu shook her hand, and the leaves trembled. Beg me. Get on your knees and say something nice. Maybe if I'm happy, you'll take pity and reward. What's his father's life worth? Huh. Wang Lu didn't finish before Sun Tianrong interrupted. Sun Tianrong curled a smile on his lips, one hand around Wang Lu's slender waist, the other hand casually raised. Boom. Boom. In an instant, Xiao had no time to react. An overwhelming, irresistible force slammed into his left ribs. He flew backward, crashing into the muddy ground. He opened his mouth trying to inhale, but coughed out a mouthful of blood and foam. What era is this? Do you still think he Zhangqing is the second-seat executive of the municipal hall? You, young master, he's still dreaming of being a silver spoon official's brat. You worthless piece of trash. Let me tell you so you die knowing not only was your father he Zhangqing thrown into prison back, then it was my Sun family that orchestrated the whole thing. And that dead brother of yours, he Jin. Sun Tianrong stepped forward slowly, his voice laced with triumph. I sent him off myself. Bones broken one by one. The sensation TSK. At that moment, Xiao's eyes shot wide open. He tried to get up, but his body wouldn't obey. His left side had gone completely numb, only waves of deep radiating pain burrowing into every limb and bone. Sun Tianrong stood up, brushed the non-existent dust off his pants legs. Trash. He merely tossed out 2 words. Then Wang Lu walked over in her high heels. The heels were thin and pointed. She stopped by He Xiao's left hand, looked down, and then suddenly lifted her foot and ground it down. The heels sank into the flesh of his hand, pressing slowly. He Xiao let out a muffled groan, veins bulging on his forehead. He could feel the bone deforming and breaking under the heel. A waist like father, a waist like son. Wang Lu ground a few times before lifting her foot. The sound of high heels faded away. The crowd of onlookers began to disperse. Some shook their heads, some spat, no one spared another glance. It was as if the scene before them was just a commonplace farce. In this world where human life was as cheap as grass, no one cared about a dying, 9th-grade low-level piece of trash. He Xiao lay in the mud, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the sky. It was leaden gray, pressing low. Was he about to die? Heh, heh. Blood and foam kept bubbling from his mouth, blocking his windpipe. He Xiao felt his body was completely ruined, his life force rapidly ebbing away in his perception. Sun Tianrong was at least at the 7th stage or above, with true essence permeating all meridians, able to send sword chi from his fingertips to cut through armored vehicles. That vicious strike was enough to shatter He Xiao's already fragile internal organs and cut off his last thread of life. Father. Big brother. His vision began to blur, but fragmented images surged up. 2036, summer. Ningjiang University auditorium, fans humming overhead. He sat in the crowd in his cap and gown, clutching his diploma. Father had come to the graduation ceremony to deliver a message to the graduates. He stood on the stage in a well-pressed suit, speaking into the microphone. His voice came through slightly distorted. Outstanding graduates, I hope you. The rest was inaudible. The scene cut. Police lights flashed red and blue in the night. Father was being escorted, bent over as he was shoved into a police car. His silhouette flickered in the camera frame. A TV news anchor recited crisply, the second-seat executive of Jiuding Municipal Hall is suspected of major violations. Later, his brother's photo appeared in the obituary column. Black and white photo in military uniform, smile a bit stiff. Died of illness. 2 words, light and flimsy. And then there was the rain. The rain. That rain that changed the entire world fell for half a month. Afterwards, strange words began to appear on the radio: spiritual energy revival, mutant beasts, quarantine zones, strongholds. Screams, firelight, the roars of beasts. Buildings collapsed before his eyes. People were torn apart like straw. 10 years. A full 10 years. He Xiao closed his eyes. The mud was cold, but the blood was hot. Time turned back. June 21st, 2036, 9:30 a.m. Yundian City, Ningjiang University Auditorium. The fans were still spinning, stirring the tassels of graduation caps. The audience was full, a sea of dark heads. He Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. He took a rough breath, his palms full of sweat. On the back of his left hand, a dark red bruise stood out, as clear as if it had just been branded. He stared at that mark for several seconds, then slowly raised his head. On stage, the principal was speaking into the microphone. Next, please welcome our distinguished alumnus, the second-seat executive of Yundian Municipal Hall, Mr. He Jingqing, to deliver a speech for the graduates. Please welcome Executive He. At that moment, the auditorium erupted in warm applause. As if sensing something, He Xiao turned his head sharply, looking at the auditorium side door that was being pushed open. The light on the stage was somewhat dazzling. He Xiao squinted, looking at his father standing behind the microphone. He Zhengqing's suit was impeccably ironed, his shoulders stretching the fabric sharply. His voice came through the speakers with a slight, buzzing echo, yet every word was clear, landing steadily in the ears. I hope that each of you can find your own path. He Xiao listened, his fingers curling unconsciously, nails pressing into his palm. It really was his father's voice, not the hoarse, broken voice from 10 years later through the visitation glass. It was like this now, thick, warm, with the habitual faint upward lilt at the end of his sentences. Slowly he lowered his head and spread his left hand. The dark purple bruise on the back of his hand under the auditorium ceiling lights had a purplish edge, as if crushed by something heavy. It really wasn't a dream. Rebirth. Something like that was actually true. His throat went dry, and he instinctively tried to swallow, but his mouth tasted bitter. What next? The collapsed gymnasium. It would hit the news in a week. The rain that would fully awaken spiritual energy would fall in half a month. And his father's last look through the prison glass, lifeless, devoid of light. For a moment, fragments of images flooded his mind. He Xiao felt his mind in a mess. Hiss. He took a deep breath, the air filling his lungs, bringing him a little clarity. No, absolutely not this time. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out. The screen was bright with a message on the lock screen. The sender turned out to be Sun Tianrong. He Xiao unlocked the screen and tapped into it. He Xiao, your dad's pretty eager, huh? Not his domain, yet he still jumps in to speak. Distinguished alumnus Tisk, even that title sounds pathetic. The words jumped into his eyes filled with a familiar, nauseating superiority. In the past, he would have stared at the screen in silent anger, then sulkily shoved the phone back into his pocket, pretending not to see. But now, his thumb hovered over the screen for a second, then began to type. Slowly but steadily. Sun Tianrong, too many bad deeds will bring retribution. I'm waiting to see yours. Sent. Almost instantly the phone buzzed violently in his hand. On the screen Sun Tianrong's replies popped up one after another. What the fuck did you say? Fuck He Xiao, you looking for death? Ungrateful piece of shit, you just wait. He Xiao looked at the vicious words, the corner of his mouth twitching. He could even imagine Sun Tianrong jumping in fury, his face red. Without replying, he turned off the screen and put the phone back in his pocket. Just as he finished, someone gently touched his right arm. He Xiao turned. It was his classmate Su Fengyi. The class-renowned talented girl and beauty, quiet in nature, from the profoundly cultured Longqing. Said to come from an extraordinary family, yet she carried no airs, her temperament like an orchid in a deep valley. Su Fengyi sat beside him, turning slightly to look at him. She was also in a graduation gown today, the tassel hanging by her shoulder, making her neck look very white. There was concern in her eyes, her voice low. Are you okay? You looked a bit pale just now. I'm fine. He Xiao shook his head, trying to sound natural. Maybe a bit stuffy. Su Fengyi watched him for 2 seconds, then didn't press further. She turned her gaze back to the stage and said softly, your father spoke very well. You can feel he truly cares about this city. He Xiao followed her gaze to his father on stage. The light from above cast a faint golden edge on his father's shoulders. He was delivering closing remarks with few gestures, yet each movement exuded a calm strength. Yeah, He Xiao replied, and after a pause added, he's a good man. It's just that the world is often not kind to good people. When the event ended, the crowd surged out like water through an noise merged. People laughing, crying, making dinner plans, taking photos with teachers. He Xiao ignored. He walked out through the side door against the tide. The June sun hung bright in the sky, baking the asphalt road hot. He strode quickly along the familiar tree-lined path. Back home, as he pushed open the door, a wave of familiar dusty air hit him. The living room was quiet, sunlight filtering through the windows, revealing tiny floating dust motes. He walked straight into his room, closed the door behind him, and drew the curtains. The room darkened with only the standby indicator light on the computer glowing faintly blue in the corner. He sat down in the chair and pressed the power button. The case hummed low, the screen lit up, blue light reflecting on his face. His fingers rested on the keyboard, but he didn't type immediately. He stared at the blank document for a long time. Then he began to type. Slowly at first, as if probing, as if trying to sort out the chaotic, sharp fragments of memory in his mind. The clicks were intermittent. Gradually the speed increased. The keyboard sound became dense, clattering, filling. The structural drawings of the Gymnasium Sun family's shell companies hidden behind networks, batch numbers of substandard steel bars, cement grades. And the names, the locations. Zhang Ming, the mechanic in the west of the city, always covered in grease. Later he could dismantle an armored vehicle with his bare hands. Lin Weiner, the soft-spoken female intern at the emergency room of the First People's Hospital. Later she could snatch people from the jaws of death with a single silver needle. Zhao Qian, the thin man who hid deep in the southern shantytown, avoiding everyone. Later, even his shadow could kill. Antique Street, the black iron lump under the counter at Zhou's ancient studio, the chicken bloodstone used as a paperweight at Old Pit Jade, the rotten pieces of wood thrown in the corner at Bogaxian. He wrote them one by one, sorted and stored in different encrypted folders. The document page was filled with dense text, then a new one was created and filled again. When he finally stopped and straightened his stiff back, the sky outside the window was completely dark. The lights of distant buildings were sparsely lit, a dim yellow patch. His neck was sore and swollen, his eyes dry and painful. He Xiao stood up, walked to the center of the room, and instinctively stopped. Feet apart, shoulder width, knees slightly bent. Hands loosely encircled in front of the abdomen, palms facing each other, as if holding an invisible ball of air. Good. He Zhengqing hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. After a moment, he stood up and walked back to the window, looking west again. The ruins on countless nights nearing. His muscles had long memorized every subtle angle. Of course, here in this era where spiritual energy had not yet truly descended, doing this gesture was meaningless. He just habitually wanted to calm his racing heart and chaotic thoughts through this familiar posture. He closed his eyes and regulated his breath. Inhale, exhale. His mind followed the subtle, mysterious path he had walked countless times in memory, sinking slowly, attempting to sense the qi that should exist between heaven and earth, but absolutely could not appear at this moment. No expectation, just instinct. Yet, just as his mind sank into the dantian, following that trajectory to complete an extremely tiny cycle. At the very center of his crown, the Bai-Wei acupoint, without any warning came a trace of coolness. That coolness was extremely subtle, finer than a spider's silk. But it did exist. like a drop of ice water, silently falling into a scorching desert instantly swallowed without a trace by the dry cracked earth. Yet in that fleeting moment the touch of coolness with an indescribable faint vitality. Suddenly Xiao opened his eyes. His pupils contracted sharply in the dim room. That was... He held his breath, closed his eyes again, mobilizing all his senses to frantically capture every trace of strangeness in the surrounding space. Nothing. There was nothing. Empty, just like before. But that trace of cold sensation was absolutely unmistakable. That was the most primordial sensation of spiritual energy being absorbed and refined into the body. He could never mistake it. Spiritual energy had begun to permeate. His heart pounded like crazy in his chest, thudding against his eardrums. At that moment on the desk the phone screen suddenly lit up by itself. A pale white light glaring in the dim room. A local news push notification lay quietly on the lock screen. Breaking: Professor Tang Jinhua's team at the School of Physics, Ningxiang University, announced that they had detected unknown global weak radiation fluctuations with abnormal characteristics this afternoon and are now conducting cross-validation with international institutions. A team spokesperson said the possibility of a new astrophysical phenomenon or instrument malfunction cannot be ruled out. Tang Jinhua. Xiao stared at this name. This name was currently insignificant in academia, and his radical theories often became the butt of jokes among colleagues over dinner. But soon he would become the first to describe spiritual energy in mathematical language, becoming part of the foundation of the new era. There were few comments under the news. Someone joked, "Is it the three-body people coming?" Someone put a, and most people didn't even bother to click. Xiao walked back to the desk and sat down, the screen light illuminating his expressionless face. Information. Vacuum. The whole world was still asleep, oblivious to the impending upheaval. While the world was drunk, I alone am sober. He dismissed the notification and created a new blank document on the computer. The cursor blinked at the top left of the screen once, twice. He thought for a moment and typed a few words: "From now until the rain falls." Then a new line. Money and things. Antique street, black meteorite, chicken bloodstone, calming jade, thumb ring. Grab whatever you can while no one understands. Medicine noted: ginseng, dragon's blood ginseng. Also need to get some seeds. Find a place remote, hidden, unobtrusive. Find people: Zhang Meng, Lin Weiner. I must go see everyone on the list. He typed quickly, jotting down whatever came to mind, short sentences without polish. After finishing the last entry, he released the keyboard, leaned back into the chair, and let out a long breath. The screen's light reflected in his eyes, bright to an unsettling degree. Xiao closed the document, the cold white glow of the screen casting a harsh light on his face. He leaned back in the office chair, let out a faint creak. The room was so quiet that he could hear the rhythm of his own breathing. Closing his eyes, he felt that faint, almost imperceptible presence in the air, like a fine needle pricking at his nerve endings. It was still there. Spiritual energy was still seeping in slowly but undeniably. Time waited for no one. He opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the list on the screen. No matter how clear the blueprint, without ammunition, it was all empty talk. What he needed most now was the most mundane yet essential thing: money. He stood up and began to search. In the drawer was an old wallet. He pulled out all the cash, crumpled bills totaling around 2,000. He opened each banking app, adding up the scattered wealth management funds and current account balances, scraping together just over 40,000. WeChat balance, Alipay balance. All the liquid assets he could muster. 53,800. For a fresh graduate, it was a decent sum. Enough to rent a nice apartment, travel for half a year, or buy many things he desired. Xiao stared at the final number on his phone and gave a wry smile. This paltry amount 10 years from now wouldn't even buy a fingernail-sized piece of low-grade spirit crystal. And spirit crystals were the very essence of survival in that world. Too little, he muttered to himself. Ask his father. Ask his elder brother. What would he say? That he knew the world would change in half a month and needed money to stock up. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Saying that now would only make him seem unhinged. With so little money, he had to spend it wisely. He sat back down at the computer, his mind racing through fragmented memories. Were there any quick ways to make money in these final days before the spiritual energy revival? Tomorrow at dawn, there was a match abroad. A second-tier league, an underdog with odds that could multiply dozens of times. Xiao remembered it clearly because in his past life, a desperate gambler had turned his life around with that match, boasting about it everywhere. High returns, but troublesome. He'd have to find an underground bookie deal in cash, and the withdrawal would draw attention. An official son suddenly winning hundreds of thousands was too easy to get noticed. With orders still intact, doing that would be foolish. He didn't hesitate to cross that option off. That left only one path: the antique street. On Union City's antique street, there were a few junk items that would skyrocket in value 1,000 or 10,000 times within the next month. Low-cost, clear targets, and the items themselves had utility. This was the best choice for now. That piece of black meteorite known as energy-absorbing dark iron, that jade thumb ring with a calming effect, and especially that piece of bloodstone rough containing earth vein blood essence. The images of those items were as clear in his mind as if he'd seen them yesterday. It was settled. Focus on the antique street. For the match had only dabbled a little, at most nothing flashy. With the direction for money set, the next step was people. He Xiao's gaze fell on a name on the screen: Zhang Meng. In his past life, the man known as Iron Hand. A man of few words with iron fists, stubborn but immensely loyal. Where was Zhang Meng now? He typed Zhang Meng quick repair garage into the search bar. A few old posts on local forums popped up. That Master Zhang at quick repair in the West End is really skilled, but I heard he's not working anymore. I heard his mother is seriously ill and urgently needs money. He even borrowed some from me last time. Alas, a good man too honest got bullied at the factory. Scattered pieces of information painted a picture: unemployed, a sick mother at his wit's end. He Xiao stared at the screen, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. For Zhang Meng, in his current predicament, offering a helping hand in his time of need would mean more than anything. He took a sheet of A4 paper, picked up a pen, and jotted down a few lines. Get money. Target over 2 million. Location: antique street. Items: dark iron, jade, thumb ring, bloodstone. Find Zhang Meng. Make initial contact. Once I have money, immediately buy medicinal herbs. Finished writing, he tossed the pen onto the table. The paper drifted, stirred by his fingers. Outside the window, the city's lights stretched in a continuous web, the distant hum of traffic barely audible. Everything still seemed normal. He Xiao walked to the window and gazed out for a while. Tomorrow, he whispered to himself, I'm going to pick up the money. In the evening, the sound of a key turning in the lock. He Xiao walked out of his room. He Jingqing was changing his shoes at the entrance, his face etched with obvious fatigue. Seeing his son, he managed a strained smile. Back already? I didn't embarrass you, did I? A very ordinary sentence. He Xiao's heart clenched. He remembered a visit to his father in prison in his past life, his father reaching out through the glass, his hands covered in frostbitten cracks. He Xiao pinched the web of his thumb hard, feeling the pain. He took a breath, keeping his voice as normal as possible. No shame at all. You spoke? Well, my classmates all said it was insightful. He Zhengqing nodded without another word, took off his coat, and habitually walked toward the study. He Xiao followed. The study smelled of old books and ink. He Zhengqing picked up a document from the desk. Dad. He Xiao stopped at the door, his voice a bit tight. There's something I want to talk to you about. He Zhengqing turned slightly surprised. His son rarely used this tone with him. Short on money? Or have you decided on a job? No. He Xiao walked into the study, gently closing the door behind him. He Zhengqing's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. It's about the matters you've been handling lately. He Xiao chose his words carefully. I overheard some alumni talking at school today. It might be related to the new gymnasium. The expression on He Zhengqing's face cooled slightly, but he didn't take it seriously. He sat back in his chair, file in hand. The gymnasium. It's already passed inspection. Young people's chatter, don't take it to heart. It wasn't just casual talk. He Xiao stepped half a pace forward, leaning in slightly. It sounded like they knew some inside details. They mentioned the load-bearing structures of the west and north stands. The materials used might be off. He deliberately spoke vaguely, not mentioning the Sun family, only saying alumni, and replacing shoddy construction with off. He Zhengqing still didn't pay much attention, casually flipping through the file. Xiao projects have procedures and oversight. It's not something decided by a few words. You. Dad. He Xiao interrupted, his voice low but urgent. I know this sounds crazy, but they were very specific. Pillar foundations 3 and 5 in the west section, steel beam joints 7 and 9 in the north section. Those spots. He precisely named the key hazard points clearly identified in the accident investigation report from it. He Zhengqing's hand froze mid-page. He slowly looked up at his son, his gaze sharpening, as if it could pierce. Those positions were too specific. Too specific to be fabricated on the spot. Who said this? He Zhengqing's voice dropped heavy. I don't know them, I just happened to overhear. He Xiao avoided the names. Dad, even if it's just to be safe, have someone check those spots. If it's nothing, fine, I'll be at ease. But if... He paused, his voice dropping even lower. If something is wrong once a large event is held, those critical points will collapse, triggering a chain reaction. The entire stand will come down. And then the hundreds of people inside. Bang! He Zhengqing slammed his palm on the rosewood desk, making the teacup lid jump and clatter loud. His face was ashen, his chest heaving. Not because of his son, but because of the image his son had painted. The stand collapsing, the crowd buried screams, blood, and the ensuing tidal wave of public opinion, political storm, and the utter ruin of the He family. The study was deathly silent save for the ticking of the wall clock. He Zhengqing's breathing gradually steadied, but his eyes grew colder. He recalled Sun Zibang's several concerned inquiries about the gymnasium project, the indescribable awkwardness during certain approval stages. The intuition of a man who had navigated officialdom for years told him something was wrong. After a long pause, he let out a long silent breath and leaned back into his chair. All right, He said only one word, but it carried immense weight. I understand. He'll handle it. He asked no more questions and made no promises. But Xiao knew his father had taken it to heart. Leaving the study, Xiao's back was drenched in cold sweat. Every word spoken to a man like his father had to be measured. He returned to his room, closed the door, took out his phone, and dialed a number. It rang for a long time before connecting. A voice brimming with laughter and vigor came through with faint whistles and shouts in the background. Hello. Xiao. What makes you call your big brother? It was Jin, his elder brother, still in the military, safe and sound. Hearing that voice, Xiao's nose stung, his throat tightening, as if blocked. He clenched his teeth hard to keep his voice from trembling. Bro. He forced a light tone. Nothing, just missed you, wanted to call. You little rascal, since when did you get so sappy? Jin laughed on the other end. Are you in trouble? No, really no. Xiao quickly said. He took a breath as if casually mentioning it. Bro, be careful in the military. Stay safe during training. And things at home might get a bit unsettled soon. Unsettled? Jin's tone turned serious. Is something up with Dad, eh? Not yet. Xiao couldn't say too much. But I have a bad feeling. Anyway, keep your guard up, especially. Beware of arrows from behind, coming from Yundian. Protect yourself. There was a few seconds of silence on the line. When Jin spoke again, his voice was steady, carrying the gravity of a soldier. I understand. Xiao, you've grown up. Keep an eye on things at home. Call me anytime if something comes up. Yeah, bro, take care. He hung up, leaning against the wall, slowly sliding down to sit on the floor. A seed had been planted with his father. A warning had been sent to his brother. But his heart felt no lighter. Could his meager strength really budge that will destined to crush everything? Not enough. He whispered, his fingers unconsciously scraping at the floorboards. I need to be faster, more ruthless. The next day, at the first crack of dawn, the air still carried the chill of the previous night. Xiao stuffed 5 stacks of cash into the innermost layer of his backpack, zipped it shut, and weighed it in his hand. He left the house, hailed a taxi, and gave a destination. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror. Young man heading to the flea market. You're early, half the stalls aren't even set up yet. Catching the early bird. Xiao leaned back in his seat, saying little. The cab stopped at the entrance of an old street on the south side of the city. The bluestone paved road was damp, reflecting the pale light of the sky. The air was a blend of overnight moisture, the greasy smoke from breakfast stalls, and an indescribable musty odor of old things accumulated over time. On both sides of the street, most of the heavy wooden doors were still shut. Only a few scattered ground stalls had been laid out with rusty copper coins, chipped porcelain bowls, and calligraphy of dubious authenticity spread on old flannel cloths. The vendors, bundled in coats, huddled on stools, waiting for gullible customers to wander by. Xiao walked in, his pace unhurried. His gaze swept across the scene, as if searching for gold in a pile of trash. He wasn't looking with his eyes, but with intuition. A decade in his past life, scrabbling through ruins and black markets, had etched a certain scent into his body, a memory more vivid than any conscious thought. Soon he stopped before a stall in the corner. The vendor was a gaunt old man, his head bobbing as he dozed off. The stall was the messiest, its wares layered with the thickest dust. Xiao's gaze settled on the edge of the display, a fist-sized pitch-black metal lump, its surface pitted and hollowed like a piece of burnt honeycomb briquette. Next to it, a chalk inscription read Meteorite Iron 1500. He crouched down, not touching the lump, but casually picked up a chipped, ballooned white bowl beside it. Boss, this iron chunk is pretty hefty. Would make a good paperweight. How much? The old man cracked an eyelid, swept a glance over him, then let it droop again. His voice was muffled. 380. Xiao put down the bowl. Young man, this hay race a piece that fell from the sky. The old man perked up a little. 180, truly can't go lower. 100. Xiao stood up, dusting off his pants. If not, no deal. Alright, take it. It's early morning. The old man waved his hand dismissively, as if Xiao were a nuisance. Xiao pulled a red bill from his pocket and handed it over. Only then did he bend down and pick up the black iron. It was heavier than it looked, much denser than a piece of iron of the same size. Where his fingertips touched, there was a faint pull, not grasping at physical matter, but drawing in the surrounding, almost imperceptible chi. Yes, this was it. Energy-absorbing mystic iron of the lowest grade, but sufficient for now. In the future, this piece could deflect a lethal attack at a critical moment or be carved with a few basic runes. All life-saving tools. He nonchalantly tucked the iron into a hidden pocket of his backpack and zipped it shut. He continued walking. The second target was at a stall specializing in jade. The vendor was a middle-aged woman vigorously polishing a jade guanine statue with a piece of flannel. Xiao spotted the thumb ring at a glance. Dull-coated in a layer of grimy patina, tossed among a pile of dyed antique imitation jade pendants looking like an inconspicuous stone. A paper sign beside it read clearance item 50. He walked over, casually shuffled through the pile of pendants, and picked up the thumb ring. This 130. The woman looked up, sized him up, and pursed her lips. 40, the lowest. Just 30. Xiao took out his wallet. If not, I'm leaving. Oh, you. Alright, 30 it is. The woman snatched the money and tossed the ring to him. Xiao caught. The moment his fingertips touched it, a faint, gentle coolness crept up his arm. It wasn't cold, but like a summer night's breeze, smoothing away the restlessness in his heart. The spirit-calming thumb ring. In the early stages of cultivation, the greatest fear is a restless, impetuous mind. This item was a soothing balm. With 2 items secured, his backpack felt a bit heavier. Half of Xiao's mind was at ease, but he didn't stop. The most crucial prize of the day had yet to appear. He wandered the street for nearly half an hour, scanning almost every stall. A few vendors, noticing him circling, eyed him with curiosity. This young man, just looking, not buying. What was he up to? Just as Xiao began to doubt his memory, an argument erupted from the far end of the street. The voices were low but urgent. He paused, then turned toward the commotion. At a secluded stall, a middle-aged man was crouching, his hair disheveled, eyes sunken, clutching a dark red stone in a death grip. The vendor, a bald man with arms crossed, wore a look of impatience. 3,000. Boss, I only need 3,000. This is a genuine heirloom, just look at the color. The hell it is. The bald man spat. A blind buy gamble. Dull color, coarse grain, and cracks. 300, and I'd be doing you a favor by taking it off your hands. I need the money to save a life. The man's voice trembled violently. 1,000. Just 1,000. 350, take it or leave it. Don't block my business. The man fell silent, hunched over, his fingers turning white from the strain, his shoulders beginning to shake slightly. Xiao walked over, his steps neither light nor heavy. He stopped in front of the man. Sensing the shadow, the man jerked his head up. His face was haggard, almost gone, his eyes bloodshot. Brother, Xiao spoke, his voice low. How much do you want for this stone? The man sprang up as if scalded, his words tumbling out incoherently. Young brother, you want it. Thighs is a good piece. Really? They'll sell it cheap. 2,000. No, 1,005. 1,000 will do. Xiao didn't reply, just extended his hand. The man hesitated, looked at him, then at the stone in his hand, and after a few seconds of indecision, handed it over. The stone was heavier than it appeared. Its surface was rough, its color dull, with several ugly cracks along the edges. But in Xiao's perception, inside this object, it was as if a warm, slowly pulsing mass of blood was hidden. The earth vein blood essence rough stone. This was it. In his past life, this stone was later cut open on the spot, revealing a vivid, dripping crimson and exuding an overwhelming spiritual energy. It sold for 500,000, causing a stir throughout the entire street. Xiao rubbed the rough surface of the stone, then looked up at the man. I don't have much cash on me. He brought his backpack around, unzipped it, and counted out a stack of bills, fresh from the bank that morning, the bank seal still intact. He pulled out some and handed them over. 3,000. The stone is mine. Really? For me? The man's eyes went wide. He looked at the money, then at Xiao, his lips quivering, but he didn't reach out. Xiao pushed the money forward again, pressing it directly into the man's hand, then gripped the stone tightly. Deal. The man stared at the red bills in his hand, his fingers clenching, then relaxing, then clenching again. He suddenly looked up, his eyes rimmed red. He opened his mouth as if to say something grateful, but in the end, he only nodded, firmly turned, and almost ran away, his figure stumbling, and soon disappearing around the street corner. Xiao stood there watching the direction the man had vanished. After a few seconds, he lowered his gaze to the rough stone in his hand. Rough, dull, utterly unremarkable. But he knew what lay within. 3 items, total cost 133,000. 3,130. Xiao gave a slight wry smile, carefully placed the rough stone in the innermost pocket of his backpack, and zipped all the compartments shut. By then the sunlight had finally spilled over the eaves, dappling the wet flagstones and dazzling the eye. Vendors were gradually setting up their stalls, and the clamor of hawking and haggling began to swell. Xiao with his backpack wove through the growing crowd toward the street entrance. The first step was firmly planted. Next it was time to find someone. West of the city. Standing on the blackened concrete floor soaked in oil at the entrance of the auto repair shop, Xiao wrinkled his nose. The air was sticky with the smell of engine oil mixed with gasoline, making even a single breath feel nauseating. At this moment the workshop was filled with the clanging sounds of tools, and the air compressor would occasionally emit a sharp scream. Several technicians covered in grease were crawling in and out from under the cars. Xiao's gaze swept around and paused in the innermost corner. That person had their back to the door, bent over, wrestling with the chassis of an old sedan. The blue overalls he wore had faded, but the grease had seeped into the fibers, turning it a patchy dark brown. Even so, the outline of his body was discernible, broad shoulders, and when he swung his arms the muscles tightened the fabric. Zhang Mingham. He looked a bit younger than in my memory, but also more downcast. Xiao didn't rush over, just stood there watching. Soon a foreman in a leather jacket swaggered over, kicked the tire next to Zhang Ming and cursed, "What are you dawdling? This car has to be picked up this afternoon. If you can work, do it. If you can't, get lost." Zhang Ming didn't turn around or respond. He just tightened his grip on the wrench, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. The foreman cursed again and swaggered away. Finally, Zhang Ming twisted off the rusted screw, throwing it into a metal tray with a clang. He straightened up, wiped his face with his arms, sweat mixed with grease, leaving a mark on his forehead. It was at that moment that he instinctively glanced towards the door. His gaze met Xiao's. Zhang Ming's eyes froze for a moment. There was a hint of confusion, but he quickly looked away as if he hadn't seen anything, bending down to grab another tool. Zhang Ming. At that moment, Xiao walked over and stopped 2 steps away, calling out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming paused, slowly straightened up, and turned his head. He was more than half a head taller than Xiao, needing to slightly lower his head to look at him, his eyes carrying the fatigue of long-term hard labor and a hint of vigilance. Who are you? His voice was rough and a bit hoarse. Xiao. I have some business to discuss with you. Go register in front for car repairs, Zhang Ming replied, turning his back, clearly indicating he didn't want to engage. Not for car repairs. Xiao didn't move, speaking directly. I have a warehouse that needs someone to manage it. It comes with meals and accommodation and a monthly salary of 8,000. I can advance you 3 months' pay. After saying this, the air fell silent for a few seconds. Zhang Ming's grip on the wrench tightened slowly. He turned around, this time staring intensely at Xiao, the hint of vigilance in his eyes replaced by scrutiny, even with a touch of aggression. What exactly do you want? He was skeptical of the words from this young man. How could something as good as this fall? I need a reliable person. Your skills are decent, you're strong, and more importantly, Xiao paused. I've heard you are trustworthy and value loyalty. Trustworthy. Valuing loyalty. Zhang Ming pressed his lips into a line, seemingly feeling a bit bitter. Xiao's gaze swept over the medicine bottle again. Your mother is in the hospital waiting for money. This money is an advance on your wages, not a handout. You work and I pay, it's that simple. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming's body stiffened slightly. The matter of his mother was his Achilles heel. Why me? His voice grew even rougher. Because I believe you are worth that price. Xiao looked into his eyes. And besides working with me, you can earn much more than this. Zhang Ming fell silent. His chest heaved, and his breathing was clear amidst the noisy background. Sweat dripped from his temples into his collar. He looked down at his hands covered in black grease, staring for a long time. Finally, he released the wrench. The iron tool fell onto the concrete floor with a dull thud. I need to go to the hospital to pay first. He lifted his head, his expression changed. The previous numbness was replaced by a sense of desperation. Where is the warehouse? When do I start work? It's settled. Xiao felt a sense of certainty in his heart, quickly pulling out a thick brown envelope from his backpack and handing it over. The address is inside. Get your home settled, come by tomorrow at 8 in the morning. He added, bring your bedding. You might have to stay there off. Zhang Ming took the envelope. It was heavy. He clenched the envelope, wrinkling the corners, not opening it, just swallowing hard. Okay, just one word. Xiao didn't say more, turned and left. He had no worries about Zhang Ming going back on his word after taking the money. From what he had heard about Zhang Ming, he trusted him. This was a fierce warrior. Soon he exited the auto repair shop, the afternoon sun glaring down, a bit blinding. Xiao squinted his eyes. As for Zhang Ming, that was temporarily settled. Watching the passing vehicles, he raised his hand to hail a car, giving a name of a location on the outskirts of the city. Now he needed to go back to the warehouse. That warehouse was where he had gone after leaving the antique street in the morning. He had visited no less than 5 places before finally settling on a location on the edge of the old industrial area in the western suburbs. The location was remote, surrounded by half-abandoned factories and few people. The warehouse itself was made of red bricks, old with much of the plaster peeling off, but the walls were thick and sturdy. The key point was that it had a basement with the entrance hidden beneath a pile of old wooden boards at the back, impossible to find without careful searching. And looking west from the warehouse, a stretch of rolling hills was vividly visible in the distance. The landlord of the warehouse was a man in his 60s who was quite surprised when he heard Xiao wanted to rent it. That place has been empty for years. What do you want it for? Just to store some goods, Xiao said casually. The old man didn't ask much more. The rent was low, and Xiao signed a year-long contract paying the full amount up front. The old man took the money and left happily, even writing the receipt carelessly. At this moment, Xiao stood at the warehouse entrance, taking out the key to unlock the rusty padlock. When the iron door opened, it emitted a sharp creaking sound. Inside was empty, with a layer of dust on the concrete floor. Light slanted in through the high windows, revealing the floating dust particles in the air. He walked inside, his footsteps echoing. He reached the innermost part, moved aside a few broken wooden boards, revealing an iron door leading down. Pulling it open, a wave of cool, earthy air rushed up. The basement was small but adequate. It was dry, and although the ventilation was small, it was not blocked. Xiao stood in the middle of the basement, surveying his surroundings. This is the starting point. He placed his backpack on the ground, unzipped it, and reached in to feel 3 items. the iron lump, the calming jade ring, and the heaviest stone. Hard tangible. Then he recalled the look in Zhang Meng's eyes, that last glance he gave him. There was doubt, struggle, but beneath it a fierce determination. Such a person, once they are determined, will not easily turn back. This meant that at least for the time being he had gathered his base of operations and his first team. Next, at this moment, he murmured to himself, his gaze directed toward a certain part of the city, the location of the Yundian City Ancient Martial Association. The iron door closed behind him, locking shut. He stepped out of the warehouse, standing under the afternoon sun. He took out his phone, checked the iron door closed behind him, locking shut. He stepped out of the warehouse, standing under the afternoon sun. He took out his phone, checked the address, and called for a car. To the Ancient Martial Association, he told the driver. The car started and merged into the traffic. Xiao leaned back in his seat, watching the passing street scenery outside. That piece of blood essence vein crystal needed to be exchanged for more money, for things he needed right now. For example, ancient books. And the Ancient Martial Association. There should be some things there that he needed. Ancient martial arts had never truly vanished from the land of Huaxia. Even in an age where electric cars filled the streets and everyone clutched a smartphone, there remained a group of people who clung to the traditions of their ancestors, practicing horse stances under the scorching 40-degree summer heat and training bare-chested in the freezing winter. Those who had truly mastered the art could shatter bricks with a single punch and effortlessly take down 7 or 8 burly men. This circle rarely flaunted their skills before ordinary folk, but it formed a closed community with depths unfathomable. In a city like Yundian, there existed such an association, gathering these martial practitioners to keep in touch and maintain a certain transcendent status. Xiao understood this all too well. He knew that once the world truly descended into chaos, these individuals who had long treated power as their daily bread would be the first to stand firm. The address of the Ancient Martial Arts Association was easy to find. It lay in the Old City District. Following his phone's navigation, Xiao arrived at the spot and paused in surprise. Before him stood not some grand compound, but a 5-story-aged office building with gray dusty walls and green-painted windows whose paint was peeling badly. Only a black plaque with gold characters hung by the entrance, Yundian Ancient Martial Arts Association. Compared to the bustling milk tea shops and food stalls nearby, this place was eerily desolate. He carried his bag, the stone inside weighing heavily. As he stepped onto the stairs and raised his hand before he could even touch the heavy old wooden door, it creaked open a crack on its own. A face peered out. It was a young man in his early 20s, roughly his age, wearing a blue training uniform with eyebrows raised high and looking down his nose at others. "Hey, what do you want?" The young man, startled by Xiao's sudden appearance, deliberately lowered his voice to a gruff tone, which struck Xiao as rather awkward. Xiao halted and said calmly, "I'm here to see your person in charge. I have business to discuss." "Business? Huh?" The young man sneered, his mouth twisting. "Kid, you've got the wrong place. This is a training ground, not some place for college students to pitch startup ideas. Get lost." As he spoke, he reached out to shove Xiao's shoulder. The move was casual, showing he didn't take Xiao seriously at all. Seeing this, Xiao furrowed his brows slightly. In his former self, fresh out of college, that shove would have sent him tumbling. But now, just as the hand was about to touch his shoulder, Xiao's feet seemed to glide with oil, sliding back a mere half-inch with subtle precision. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand, as if to adjust his collar, but his wrist deftly brushed against the opponent's advancing forearm. Without force, it was merely a touch, a gentle redirect. The young man felt a soft, yielding force on his arm. His forward momentum inexplicably veered off course, his center of gravity shifted, his feet tangled, and he stumbled forward 2 steps before regaining his balance. "What the hell?" He spun around, face flushed with a mix of shock and fury. Xiao still stood there, not even a wrinkle in his clothes. He gazed at the other, his eyes calm, so calm that they even seemed bored. After sensing that trace of spiritual energy last night, he had barely slept, continuously circulating the basic qi-gathering art. Though still far from his past lives' 9-rank qi embodiment realm, this body had undergone an initial cleansing. His senses had sharpened considerably, and the coordination and control of his muscles and fascia had already surpassed ordinary men. Dealing with a mere gate disciple who had only trained in external martial arts for a few years and had a bit more vitality than the average person was like an adult playing with a child. "Can you announce me now? You're asking for death." The young man, unable to save face, let out a low roar. He stomped his right foot forward, twisted his waist, and threw a punch straight at Xiao. This time he used real force. The punch came with a burst of speed, carrying a faint whoosh of air aimed at Xiao's chest. Seeing this, Xiao's eyes turned cold. Had he given him too much leeway? Xiao neither retreated nor dodged. Just as the fist was about to touch his clothes, his left hand shot out from below like a snake, fingers spread and precisely seized the opponent's wrist. Then, with a slight twist of his body, he pulled the captured wrist toward himself, while lightly leaning his right shoulder forward. A move so simple it was almost crude, yet it concealed the essence of deflection and counterattack honed through a decade of life-and-death struggles in his past life. Thud! A dull sound rang out. The young man felt as if he had been sideswiped by a vehicle. An irresistible force surged from his wrist and chest. His feet left the ground, and he flew backward through the air, crashing heavily into the thick wooden door behind him. The door let out a loud bang, and dust rained down. The young man slumped inside the doorway, clutching his chest, his face pale as paper, gasping for breath, staring at Xiao with a look of utter terror, as if he had seen a ghost. The commotion outside finally alerted those inside. Rapid footsteps echoed from deeper within the hallway. What's going on? Who's causing trouble at the door? A steady middle-aged male voice rang out, carrying an air of imposing authority. Hearing this, Xiao smoothed his collar, which wasn't even disheveled, and fixed his gaze past the man sprawled on the ground toward the figure striding quickly out of the hallway shadows. This man was in his 40s, clad in a gray training suit with slightly bulging temples, eyes sharp as blades, and an aura far more solid and weighty than the one on the floor. The middle-aged man glanced at the person on the ground, then turned to Xiao, his brows knitted tightly, his gaze finally locking onto Xiao. "Young man, you've got quite the skills," he said in a low, scrutinizing tone. "What business brings you to Jiuding Ancient Martial Arts Association? And why did you injure my man?" Xiao met his gaze and calmly repeated his earlier words. "I'm here to see someone who can make decisions. I have business to discuss." He paused, then added, his tone as casual as commenting on the weather. "As for him, he hasn't learned much skill, but his temper is considerable. It seems your association's threshold isn't as high as I imagined." At Xiao's words, "The threshold isn't that high," the gray-robed middle-aged man's face darkened. The young man on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, struggled to rise. Quite the bold claim." The middle-aged man snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over Xiao like a brush, trying to discern something. Yet the more he looked, the more astonished he became. With his 30 years of martial arts experience, this young man before him had a flat aura, not even touching the threshold of body tempering. Clearly an untrained, ordinary person. But that move just now, using borrowed force to strike with impeccable control, could not be a fluke. This contradiction made him retract his initial disdain. "I am Xiaohan, a manager in the association." His voice deepened, acknowledging Xiao's words. "You speak of business, but empty talk is useless. To enter this door, you must first show true skill. Here we only recognize this." He stepped aside, pointing deeper into the building. That was the direction of the training hall. Hearing this, Xiao's face remained impassive. Fine. He knew that for these ancient martial artists this was a test and a rule. Without hesitation, he strode in directly, not even glancing at the man on the ground. Xiaohan gave a signal, and a disciple immediately came to carry the man away. But this disciple's gaze toward Xiao's back had also changed. A young university student, impossibly young, coming alone to challenge the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Well, that took courage. Inside the building, Xiao entered the training hall and swept his gaze around. The space was large, with thick, soft mats on the floor. Around were stone locks, wooden dummies, and several seemingly advanced testing devices, somewhat out of place in this old building. There were 7 or 8 men and women practicing, all young, but their auras were far more stable than the one at the door, clearly elite disciples. As Xiao and Xiaohan entered, the practicing disciples halted their movements, their gazes following them. Xiaohan said nothing directly, leading Xiao to a silver-gray vertical force tester. This device was different from those in gyms, with a large target area and complex structure. "Use full force, hit the bullseye," Xiaohan said curtly. "Let me see how much capital your business has." Someone challenging the hall. Who is this daring to come alone to the association? Does he have a death wish? Let's see him make a fool of himself. In an instant, several disciples in the training hall gathered around, arms crossed, watching the spectacle. Of course, they couldn't see anything special about Xiao, only that the manager treated this stranger differently. Testing strength. Xiao's lips curled slightly. Simple. No deep breath, no stance. He stepped forward and stood still. Then his right shoulder dropped, and his arm whipped out like a lash. In the instant before his fist hit the target, there was a minute, almost imperceptible twist. Thud. A dull sound. The red numbers on the screen above the force tester began to jump wildly. 80. 120. 180. 280. The watching disciples' expressions changed. This strength already surpassed that of an ordinary adult approaching their own years of hard training. The numbers didn't stop. 300. 350. Xiaohan's gaze froze. This was already the force of a professional fighter's heavy punch. 400. 500. Damn. A disciple couldn't help but mutter. The number surged past 500, still climbing, threatening to hit the instrument's daily calibration limit. Beep, beep, beep. A shrill alarm blasted. The screen instantly turned to gibberish, finally flashing a blood-red error. This. In an instant, the training hall fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the still screaming. Then they looked at He Xiao, who had withdrawn his fist without even a change in breath. Next, He Xiao spoke calmly, as if nothing had happened. That move was not a brute force strike. The final twist had coiled the power of his entire body into a sharp cone, and the moment it penetrated it blew the sensor. He didn't care about the gazes of others turning directly to look at a reaction testing machine nearby. It was a device that randomly shot rubber rods from multiple directions. Li Jinshan took a deep breath, walked over, and started the machine himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he pressed the start button, rubber rods shot out from different angles, fast weaving a net. Seeing this, He Xiao's gaze sharpened, and his body moved. Sometimes sidestepping, sometimes leaning back, sometimes slipping away like a fish. Each movement brushed past the rubber rods by a hair's breadth. His motions were frighteningly clean, with no wasted effort. It wasn't dodging by reaction, it was as if he knew exactly where the rods would come from. 18 seconds, 19 seconds, 20 seconds. As time ran out, the testers stopped simultaneously, and the screen displayed a number evasion rate 100. At that moment, the training hall was so quiet you could hear breathing. The core disciples' gazes toward He Xiao had completely changed. Their previous arrogance was gone, replaced by sheer astonishment. This had completely exceeded their understanding of technique. After all, in their eyes, He Xiao was nothing but an utterly ordinary young man. Li Zinshan's throat went dry. He stared at He Xiao, his voice hoarse. "You. What exactly is your background? Your qi and blood are clearly weak. You haven't even entered body tempering. This body movement, this power. No self-taught practitioner could have trained this." Hearing this, He Xiao met his gaze, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He didn't answer Li Zinshan's question, only said calmly, "Manager Li, can we talk business now?" His voice was low, but everyone present heard it clearly. Li Zinshan's expression shifted slightly. Before he could answer, an aged, authoritative voice came from the training hall entrance. "Talk. This old man would also like to hear what business is worth such a display from young friend." As the voice fell, everyone in the training hall turned to look at the entrance. Standing there was an old man in a dark gray cloth robe with graying hair and hands clasped behind his back. The old man's face was deeply lined, but his eyes were clear, unlike those of the elderly, fixed steadily on President. Upon seeing the visitor, Li Jinshan hurried forward, his voice filled with respect. The visitor was none other than Chen Sihai, the president of the Union City Ancient Martial Arts Association. At this moment, the old man in a dark blue gown with his hands clasped behind his back strolled in slowly. Despite his completely white hair, his complexion was ruddy, and his eyes were especially clear, unlike those of an elderly person. He was not tall, but the moment he stood there, he was as steady as an old tree with deep roots. As soon as he entered, the slight commotion caused by He Xiao in the training ground instantly subsided. Chen Sihai's gaze first swept over the still beeping force meter, then glanced at the striking 100 on the reaction test device, and finally settled on He Xiao, scrutinizing him from head to toe. This gaze was not merely for observation, it felt like a tangible force probing, trying to ascertain He Xiao's background. Chen Sihai, the president of Union City Ancient Martial Arts Association. Fragments of memories about Chen Sihai from his past life flashed through He Xiao's mind. A man of profound scheming and extraordinary martial prowess, a formidable figure. He Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed. "President." Li Jinshan stepped forward, lowering his voice, and quickly recounted the incident at the door and the recent test. Chen Sihai listened quietly, his expression impassive. Only when he heard about He Xiao's peculiar force application and perfect evasion rate did his graying eyebrows twitch almost imperceptibly. After listening, he waved his hand. Understanding the gesture, Li Jinshan immediately led the curious disciples, who dared not linger, out of the room, closing the door behind him. In the blink of an eye, the vast training ground was left with only Chen Sihai and He Xiao, the old and the young. "Young friend, you are not one of our ilk." Staring at He Xiao for a few more seconds, Chen Sihai suddenly spoke, his voice calm, but carrying the certainty of one long accustomed to authority. "Your qi and blood are weak, your foundation shallow. That is no falsehood. But this martial skill of yours." He paused, a glint of inquiry in his eyes. "Your force strikes like a needle, your movements verge on the illusory. You have already touched the threshold of technique, nearing the Tao. But this martial skill of yours." He paused, a glint of inquiry in his eyes. "Your force strikes like a needle, your movements verge on the illusory. You have already touched the threshold of technique, nearing the Tao." Yet even after considering all the factions he had encountered in his life, he found no heritage that matched He Xiao's peculiar martial style. Unless it was one of those hidden sects. He directly categorized He Xiao as belonging to some mysterious reclusive sect. This was the most logical explanation within his current understanding. Hearing this, He Xiao's heart stirred. This old man had misjudged. Perfect. With that thought, he neither nodded nor shook his head, only slightly bowed. "President Shun has keen eyesight. There are some connections in my family that are inconvenient to elaborate on." This junior came not to debate martial arts, but truly to discuss a business deal with the association. Oh, a flicker passed through Chen Sihai's eyes. He was not surprised that Xiao avoided mentioning his master. He had heard of the many rules of hidden sects. What business is worth you demonstrating your skill first? Xiao said no more. He reached into his backpack, pulled out the dark red bloodstone raw, or held it in his palm, and offered it forward. This. Just this. Chen Sihai's gaze was indifferent, even somewhat speechless. Given his status, he had seen countless treasures, and this ordinary-looking bloodstone raw or hardly piqued his interest. When his fingertips touched the stone, it was cool, nothing special. Chen Sihai's expression remained unchanged. Subconsciously, he sent a thread of inner energy. When his fingertips touched the stone, it was cool, nothing special. Chen Sihai's expression remained unchanged. Subconsciously, he sent a thread of inner energy probing into it. The next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. That thread of inner energy vanished like a stone dropped into the sea, instantly absorbed. Then a surge of pure, gentle, yet overwhelmingly vast, and scorching blood energy like a dormant volcano awakened rebounded fiercely, rushing through the meridians of his fingertips and surging into his limbs and bones. This energy was not harmful. Instead, it carried a life-nurturing vitality. In an instant, Chen Sihai felt the stagnant qi and blood that had troubled him for years begin to simmer and stir. His entire body felt warm as if soaking in a hot spring, and even the areas of old hidden injuries tingled with a faint itch. He jerked his hand back as if burned, his eyes fixed on the stone in Xiao's hand, his breathing heavy. This is the Earth Vein Blood Essence. His voice was laced with a tremor of astonishment. He knew that the name Earth Vein Blood Essence appeared only in fragments within a few legendary ancient texts treasured by the association, which he had always believed to be fabrications of the past. Unexpectedly today, he not only saw it, but also touched it with his own hands. For martial artists who tempered their qi and blood and honed their bodies, the Earth Vein Blood Essence was a supreme treasure beyond dreams. If worn long-term, or if its energy could be extracted, cultivation speed would increase significantly, foundations would be strengthened, the body nourished, and it might even help him break through the bottleneck that had plagued him for years. At this moment, Xiao observed Chen Sihai's loss of composure and felt reassured. He had achieved the desired effect, and it was excellent. President has sharp eyes. It is a raw Earth Vein Blood Essence stone. The quality is not the finest, but the blood energy within is pure enough, as you must have sensed. He nodded, his voice very calm. Upon hearing this, Chen Sihai took several deep breaths to suppress his excitement, but his gaze on the stone was now hot enough to burn through steel. When he looked at Xiao again, his expression had completely changed. It was no longer mere curiosity about a mysterious young man, but held a sense of equality, even a trace of wariness. He knew that someone who could casually produce such an item must have a background of unfathomable depth. Young friend. Chen Sihai steadied his voice, but his tone became much more solemn. Name your price. This item the Ancient Martial Arts Association will take it. He paused, his eyes burning as he fixed them on Xiao, then offered a more substantial bait. Or, would you be willing to join our Ancient Martial Arts Association? If you agree, the position of a core true disciple is yours. The association's resources will be at your disposal, and all martial arts classics open for you to study. I will personally guide you to remedy the deficiencies in your qi and blood foundation. What do you say? Indeed, the president of the Jiuding Ancient Martial Arts Association. Chen Sihai's terms were substantial. Xiao marveled inwardly. Core direct discipleship, unrestricted access to resources, and personal tutelage from the president himself. This was almost the highest treatment the Jiuding Ancient Martial Arts Association could offer a young man. Anyone truly dedicated to martial arts would likely be speechless with excitement by now. At that moment, the training ground fell silent for a beat, the faint sound of traffic drifting in from outside the window. Faced with Chen Sihai's earnest gaze, Xiao's face remained utterly impassive. Thank you for your kindness, President Chen. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. I'm too used to being unrestrained to follow rules. I appreciate the sentiment, but I must decline. His refusal was blunt, leaving no room for negotiation. Refused. Had he just been turned down so decisively by this young man before him? The anticipation on Chen Sihai's face instantly froze. A flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes, followed by barely suppressed disappointment and a hint of displeasure at having his offer rebuffed. Since becoming the association's president, it had been a long time since anyone had refused him so directly. For a moment, the air grew tense. Oblivious to the atmosphere, Xiao steered the conversation back to the main topic. This stone can be given to the association. My conditions are very simple. As he spoke, he raised two fingers, first 2 million in cash. Upon hearing the figure, Chen Sihai's eyes shifted slightly. 2 million. Compared to the true value of this Earth Vein Blood Essence, it was practically giving it away. He had been fully prepared for the young man to demand an exorbitant price. It seemed this young man didn't care much about money. Unfazed by Chen Sihai's reaction, Xiao stated his second condition. Second, allow me to browse the non-core martial arts texts in the association's library for 1 day. Hearing this, Chen Sihai frowned slightly. The Yundian Ancient Martial Arts Association's library primarily housed basic techniques, boxing manuals, and miscellaneous notes. The true core inheritances were not kept there. What could he possibly learn in a single day? Could it be that the inheritance behind this young man was so lacking even in these fundamentals that he needed to come here to supplement them? This speculation reinforced his belief in Xiao's mysterious background, and the earlier displeasure dissipated somewhat. If this was all, then this deal was a tremendous gain for the association. With this in mind, he pondered for a few seconds before slowly nodding his face, regaining the composure of a president. All right, 2 million in cash, I can give it to you now. As for the library, you can go right now. He'll have someone escort you. Deal. Xiao smiled faintly and directly handed over the stone. Chen Sihai accepted it solemnly. As the stone touched his palm, the warm, surging blood energy dispelled the last vestiges of his displeasure. He then called for Li Jinshan and gave him a few low-voiced instructions. Li Jinshan cast a surprised glance at Xiao before nodding and departing. Soon a new bank card was delivered to Xiao's hand. The password is 6 zeros. Li Jinshan said, his tone much more respectful than before. Mister, be this way please. They'll take you to the library. Xiao pocketed the card and nodded. Inside the training hall, Chen Sihai watched Xiao's retreating figure caressing the stone in his hand, his gaze profound. President, this young man. Soon Li Jinshan returned after escorting him, hesitating to speak. Unfathomable, Chen Sihai uttered slowly, his expression complex. Possessing extraordinary skills and a rare treasure, yet indifferent to money and unwilling to join. I suspect his ambitions are great. Let's befriend him first. Don't offend him lightly. Understood. The library was on the top floor, occupying half the level. Rows of dark brown wooden shelves were crammed with thread-bound books, printed volumes, and handwritten copies. The air held a scent of aged paper and ink. Li Jinshan led Xiao to the door, explained the rules. No damaging copying or removing items, and then departed directly. Once Li Jinshan was far away, Xiao pushed open the door and walked in, his gaze quickly scanning the classification labels on the shelves. He bypassed the sections on boxing and kicking techniques, heading straight for the areas dedicated to theoretical and miscellaneous knowledge, such as meridian interpretation, discourse on qi and blood, compendium of herbs, and examination of metals and stones. He stopped before a shelf, casually pulled out a book titled Detailed Explanation of the Human Meridian System, and began flipping through it rapidly. The diagrams and text matched the knowledge he had explored in his past life and the records in the basic qi refining art. As he read, certain concepts that had previously been vague suddenly became clear. Afterwards, he found a record of strange curiosities, which documented many bizarre minerals and plants. Some descriptions vaguely corresponded with the characteristics of spiritual materials he remembered emerging after the spiritual energy revival. He turned the pages quickly, almost scanning lines at a glance, but his focus was intense. His mind worked like a high-speed processor, extracting valuable information, assimilating it, and integrating it into his understanding of the future. He hadn't come here to learn specific techniques. Those would be of little use in the life and death struggles of the future. What he needed was to solidify his theoretical foundation and fill the gaps in his understanding of this world's underlying rules after his rebirth, especially the unique insights ancient martial artists had into the human body and energy before the spiritual energy revival. This would help him better plan his own cultivation path. Time slipped away quietly amidst the rustling of pages. Occasionally, association disciples would enter to look up information. Seeing this stranger devouring those dry miscellaneous books they found tedious, they cast curious glances, but having received instructions, no one disturbed him. Outside the window, the sky had turned completely dark. It was late into the night. When Li Jinshan came to remind him that time was up, Xiao was just closing the last notebook on the basic patterns of ancient talismans. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the ink-tinged air. Countless fragments of information lit up like stars in his mind, connecting into a clearer network. Thank you for your trouble, Manager Li. Xiao opened his eyes, which were clear and deep, nodded to Li Jinshan, and turned to leave the library. Watching his back, Li Jinshan furrowed his brow slightly. He couldn't understand at all what this young man was doing. How could those miscellaneous books help improve one's strength? Xiao descended the association steps and stepped back onto the street. The city was much quieter in the night. The new card in his pocket felt solid. 2 million had been secured. More importantly, he had established a connection with the hidden supernatural layer of this world's future and gained the protective guise of a mysterious inheritance. Today's gains were indeed substantial. On the street, he raised his head and looked towards the western suburbs. The warehouse was there, and Zhang Ming should arrive early tomorrow morning. Xiao, while pondering his next move, was unaware of the lamp in his father's study. It had burned through the entire. Last night, after he left, He Zhengqing sat behind that spacious desk for a long time, smoking one cigarette after another. The ashtray quickly filled the cigarette, but sticking out askew like a tiny graveyard. The study's windows were shut tight, the smoke thick and suffocating. He Zhengqing himself was entirely shrouded in the haze. He Xiao's words had an immense impact on his judgment. At that moment, fragments of memory involuntarily flashed through his mind. For instance, Sun Zibang's unusual enthusiasm for the gymnasium project, and the subtle resistance encountered during several planning adjustments and the selection of building material suppliers. He remembered it all. He had harbored suspicions before. However, he had dismissed them as the usual games of power, the probing of boundaries and grasping for benefits by political rivals. As for the possibility that someone would dare tamper with the safety baseline involving tens of thousands of lives, he hadn't dared to imagine it. Pillar foundations 3 and 5. Steel beams 7 and 9. Indeed, too specific. At this moment, these figures spun in his mind like icy spikes, stabbing him with unease. At 4 in the morning, He Zhengqing stubbed out his last cigarette, picked up the red internal phone on his desk, and dialed a short number. The line connected quickly, a voice tinged with the alertness of being suddenly awakened chief. It was old Lu Jianjun, a veteran subordinate who had followed He Zhengqing for over a decade, now working in the quality inspection section of the Municipal Construction Committee. A man of few words, capable and above all absolutely trustworthy. He Zhengqing had few people he could fully rely on. Old Lu was one of them. Old Lu He Zhengqing's voice was hoarse from the sleepless night and smoke, but every word was pronounced clearly. There's a matter of utmost secrecy. I need you to handle it personally. No one else must know, and leave no paper trail. A second of silence on the other end, followed by a resolute reply. I'm listening. The new gymnasium. Pillar foundations 3 and 5 under the west stands, and the joints of steel beams 7 and 9 on the north side. He Zhengqing recited the locations, his tone icy cold. I need the true condition of the concrete and steel at those points. Take someone absolutely reliable, move as fast as possible, take secret samples, and send them to Old Dong at the Provincial Metallurgical Research Institute. Use non-standard channels for testing. I need the most accurate data. What? Old Lu gasped sharply on the other end. He understood all too well what those locations meant and the weight of the phrase non-standard channels. This was no ordinary quality inspection. This was gathering ammunition for a potential storm, one powerful enough to overturn the table. Understood, Old Lu said without a word of hesitation. I'll get on it immediately. I should have preliminary results by this afternoon. Stay safe. Stealth is the priority. He Zhengqing gave his final instruction and hung up. Only after putting down the receiver did he realize his palms were slick with cold sweat. The following dozen or so hours were an ordeal for He Zhengqing. He attended the morning meeting as usual, approved documents, listened to briefings, his face betraying nothing unusual. Even when meeting Sun Zibang's seemingly gentle yet piercing gaze in the meeting room, he could still force a perfunctory smile. But he alone knew his heart was constantly in his throat. Every time the phone rang, his nerves tightened. Just after 3 in the afternoon, the red phone on his desk rang. He Zhengqing practically lunged for the receiver. Chief. Old Liu's voice came through low and strained, carrying a barely suppressed tremor and fury. The results are out. Hearing the emotion in Old Liu's voice, He Zhengqing's heart plummeted. Speak. The concrete, its actual grade, is below C30, far from the design C50. The steel bars, their diameter is thinner by an average of nearly 2 millimeters. Yield strength and tensile strength, barely half the national standard. This is nothing but scrap. Old Liu's voice was filled with extreme rage, causing his tone to shift. Especially those core load-bearing bars at joint 7. They have old cracks inside. Crack. The pencil He Zhengqing was holding snapped. At that moment, his vision went dark for a second, his body swayed, and he had to brace himself against the desk to stay upright. Despite being prepared, the truth hitting him in such a naked and brutal way was a shock far beyond his imagination. This isn't cutting corners. This is premeditated murder. It's digging a grave for one's political career with countless lives. In an instant, a chilling, murderous intent surged from the deepest part of his heart, enveloping his entire being. At that moment, the last trace of color drained from He Zhengqing's face, leaving only a rigid, cold pallor. The evidence. Is it all secured? He asked slowly, his voice terrifyingly low, like the rumbling thunder before a storm. All sealed. The raw data and samples are in an absolutely safe place. Good. He replied with a single word. Then he slowly put down the phone. Gradually, he walked to the window. His gaze fell upon the bustling crowd in the square below, oblivious to it all, and then to the gleaming silhouette of the new gymnasium under the distant sun. At this moment, his eyes were incredibly complex. Lingering fear, raging fury, and a desperate, unwavering resolve. Sun Zhibang. What a fine municipal executive secretary. What ruthless methods. What a venomous heart. Suddenly, he pulled another encrypted phone from the drawer and dialed several numbers in quick succession, issuing a series of orders first immediately arranged to meet under the guise of internal structural optimization discussions with the few veteran engineers who had insisted on the correct design standards but were later marginalized. Obtained their professional testimonies and technical analyses. Second, use covert channels to begin investigating the building materials company controlled by Sun Zibang's brother-in-law, focusing on financial flows and unusual transactions over the past 6 months. Third, all actions must be conducted under absolute secrecy. Do not alert the enemy before obtaining irrefutable evidence to bring him down. The 3 orders were issued in succession. As the second executive officer of the Yundian city government, and with the first executive officer yet to assume office, he was the true top leader of the municipal government. Was Sun Zibang the only one with influence? Was the Sun family the only one with backing? Were they the only ones with methods? At this moment, having issued the orders, He Zhengqing sank into his chair, his chest heaving rapidly, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. After a brief silence, he slowly picked up his phone and found He Xiao's number. His finger hovered over the call button for a long time, but in the end he didn't press it. He slowly turned his head, looking towards the direction of home, his gaze seeming to pierce through layers of walls. Son, he sighed inwardly, you have saved far too many lives this time. Late that night, He Xiao returned home. At this moment the house was completely dark. His gaze swept across his father He Zhengqing's study. There was no light beneath the door. His father must have fallen asleep. He Xiao did not turn on the light. Instead, he made his way back to his room, using the faint glow from the city outside. He closed the door and turned on the desk lamp. A circle of yellow light spread across the table, dispelling a small patch of darkness. He was not sleepy. Sitting in the chair, he straightened his back, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was muffled like a rhythm being struck on something. Less than 14 days left. Only 14 days remaining. The spiritual rain, which would last for half a month and turn everything upside down, was about to arrive. He had never felt time so tight before. The revival of spiritual energy. Slowly He Xiao pronounced these 4 words clearly. This was also the term used by officials and most people to refer to the subsequent anomalies. The revival of spiritual energy sounded like a blessing, like the key to human evolution. Haha. He Xiao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. What a pleasing name. Spiritual energy. Revival. Each phrase seemed to hint at vitality. But He Xiao knew that it was not. It was a calamity. A catastrophe that would violently shatter the foundation of civilization that humanity had built over thousands of years. For He Xiao, it was an extremely cruel selection. In the future, those who could survive would not necessarily be the smartest, but they would definitely be the fiercest and most adaptable. Slowly he closed his eyes. At this moment, countless images surged in his mind, impossible to suppress. Mutated beasts, twisted evil spirits, deformed monsters. Man-eating flowers in the secret realms, madmen in the ruins. Blood screams, betrayal, and Wang Lu's high heel on his hand. Who? Suddenly He Xiao's eyes flew open. At this moment his forehead was already drenched in cold sweat, and his breathing had become somewhat rapid. He raised his hand, his gaze falling on the scar on his hand left by the high heel. 14 days. He had to accomplish everything he could during this last window of completely unequal information. Wasting even a second could cost him his life in the future. He shook his head vigorously, pushing those dark memories deep down. His gaze returned to the brand new bank. 2 million. In this era, that's quite a sum. But this money had to be spent wisely on things that were unwanted now, but would be highly sought after in the future. He picked up a pen, the tip hovering over the blank page, paused for a few seconds, and then forcefully wrote down 2 words: medicinal materials. Seeds. He knew that once the spiritual rain came, the violent energy would pour down, transforming not only animals, but also plants. Many ordinary medicinal materials, once soaked in the spiritual rain and nurtured in a high spiritual energy environment, would undergo earth-shattering changes in efficacy, even developing entirely new properties. These transformed medicinal materials would serve as the foundation for healing elixirs, detoxifiers, and foundational essence pills in the future. At that time, the modern medical system would collapse entirely. Antibiotics would become a relic of history, and a single herb capable of stopping blood would be more precious than gold. Moreover, some medicinal materials could directly enhance human strength. If he could cultivate them stably, it would mean grasping one of the lifelines for future forces. At this moment, He Xiao's thoughts raced through his mind, scavenging for useful fragments of memory from his past life. Which medicinal materials mutated the fastest, were usable and easy to purchase? Sanqi Shuejia Huangqi Dongue Genoderma Lucidum Spore Powder. These basic goods had mild properties, wide applications, a large market supply, and stable prices. The key was that their seeds or strains were easy to acquire. Without hesitation, he quickly made a list, the pen tip scraping noisily across the paper. I can't just find one supplier, it has to be diversified. Once I buy the seeds, where will I plant them? At this thought, the tip of the pen in his hand suddenly stopped. A flash of unusual light flickered in his eyes. Then he forcefully pressed the pen down, nearly piercing the paper, and quickly wrote down 3 words: Jiuding Mountain. That hill on the western outskirts of Yundian City, which others saw only as a wasteland of weeds and stones. In the future, it would be one of the first sacred mountains to fully revive in Huagua. Once Jiuding Mountain fully revived, the concentration of spiritual energy within would be astonishing, with exotic flowers and plants thriving along with natural spiritual springs and energy nodes, making it an ideal place for cultivation, growing medicinal materials, and establishing a base. The warehouse he rented today was right by the mountain. That old factory area was adjacent to Jiuding Mountain. Jiuding Mountain must be in my hands. I need to occupy the most advantageous position right from the start of the upheaval. A longing expression appeared on He Xiao's face. But then he furrowed his brow. In this world, the rule of law is sound and land is strictly regulated. That piece of land consists of part collective forest land, and part might be next to ecological red lines. For a private individual to occupy a large area long-term under current laws and policies is nearly impossible. Money wouldn't help, there simply isn't enough time. Time. What I lack the most is time. He Xiao's fingers tapped the table faster. To acquire land, conventional business methods would not resolve it within a few days. Suddenly his gaze unconsciously swept towards his father's study. At this moment a thought struck him like lightning in the darkness. He Xiao's eyes slowly widened. There was another way, and that was power. His father's position. The second-ranking official in the city hall overseeing planning and construction. These powers were directly tied to land and project approvals. Unconsciously his heart skipped a beat. Instantly a complex emotion surged within him. Am I going to borrow my father's power? This thought made his breath hitch. In his past life, his father was dragged down by schemes in the power arena, and the He family was ruined. In this life, he instinctively wanted to keep his father away from these whirlpools. At the very least, he shouldn't be the one to push him back. But I can't afford to hold back. Suddenly, He Xiao's gaze became sharp as if it pierced through the wall, seeing the rain that would engulf the world 14 days later, witnessing the jungle of the weak preying on the strong as order collapsed. At this moment, the fierce determination in his heart surged, crushing the last remnants of hesitation. This was not for personal gain. It was to fight for a way to survive for his family and those who might gather in the impending apocalypse. He must seize Jiuding Mountain as a pivot. This concerns survival and whether he has the confidence to confront stronger opponents in the future. If he missed this opportunity due to hesitation or so-called avoiding suspicion, that would be true foolishness and weakness. The bloody lessons of his past life had made it clear that in the face of absolute power and survival crisis, those archaic constraints were utterly useless. At this moment, He Xiao's mind raced quickly, combining his understanding of his father's areas of responsibility with his grasp of the future, slowly forming a vague idea. Perhaps I can set up a banner, respond to rural revitalization, develop specialty agriculture, protect and utilize local medicinal plant resources. Establish a project for an ecological agriculture and modern herb planting demonstration base. As long as the project can be legally approved, securing long-term leasing or usage rights for that piece of land would create operational space. As for whether the project would grow ordinary medicinal materials or spiritual medicine, engage in agriculture, or build a base, that would be a matter for later. The key is to act quickly, to finalize the designation before Jiuding Mountain completely transforms into a sacred mountain. The pen tip paused on the paper for a moment, and then he wrote down this last thought as well. The writing was deep and forceful. The plan gradually became clear in his mind. First, immediately use this 2 million to purchase the medicinal materials and seeds according to the list. Leave a portion for reserve funds and subsequent expenses. Second, tomorrow, go carefully explore Jiuding Mountain, find the most suitable location for planting medicinal gardens, and thoroughly understand the surrounding situation. Before dawn, He Xiao opened his eyes. Another sleepless night had passed sitting cross-legged. He practiced the basic qi refinement technique, drawing in the pitifully thin spiritual energy from the air. He got up and stretched his neck. A faint warmth coiled around his lower abdomen, persistent and unyielding. Now he had a rough idea of how to acquire Jiuding Mountain. Of course, what he lacked the most right now was more detailed information. After a moment's thought, He Xiao picked up his phone and retrieved a number. Chen Wenhua, his father's secretary. This person had been with his father for many years, clever and tight-lipped. Soon the call connected. He Xiao spoke naturally, directly asking about the nature of the land at Jiuding Mountain, who was in charge, and whether there were any plans in place. This information was difficult for an ordinary person to obtain, but for someone in the circle it might not be a big deal. Secretary Chen readily agreed on the other end. At 9:30 in the morning, He Xiao's phone vibrated on the table. Secretary Chen sent a long string of information. The Jiuding Mountain area has a total area of approximately 12.7 square kilometers. The land nature is quite complex. The plan usage is designated as Ecological Barrier and Soil Conservation Area. He Xiao's eyes flickered. After a brief thought, he called back, this time asking more directly, Brother Qian, if I wanted to propose a project for an ecological agriculture and modern herbal medicine demonstration base under my name or a new company's name, is there room for policy consideration? How fast can it be done? Secretary Chen fell silent for a few seconds on the other end. He was clearly weighing his words. After a moment, Secretary Chen's voice came through. There is indeed policy space, especially since the province has recently been promoting the integration of traditional Chinese medicine inheritance and innovation with rural revitalization. If we can tie in with this theme, it would be very relevant. But Xiao, the speed does not depend on the policy, but on the strength and determination of the push. If we follow the normal procedures, even if everything goes smoothly from project initiation, drafting plans, consulting various departments, to final approval, it will take at least 3 months. If you want it fast. He did not finish, but the meaning was crystal clear. That is, if there are enough influential leaders overseeing it, demanding special handling and acceleration, the process can be compressed to a very short time, even completing key steps in a few weeks. This influence clearly referred to his father, He Zhengqing. Understood, thanks Brother Chen, I appreciate it. He Xiao's tone remained unchanged. Once the call ended, he immediately began drafting a document titled Preliminary Proposal for the Ecological Agriculture and Modern Herbal Medicine Demonstration Base Project at Jiuding Mountain, Yunding City. He didn't delve into technical details, but emphasized several key points. Responding to policy calls, protecting and utilizing local medicinal plant resources, using technological innovation to promote forest economy, driving employment and industrial upgrades in surrounding villages, highlighting ecological benefits, etc. He intended to firmly grasp Jiuding Mountain. After saving the document and printing it out, He Xiao quickly washed up and changed into sportswear. Today marked the day Zhang Meng officially started working, and it was also the day he began large-scale procurement and visiting Jiuding Mountain. At 11 in the morning, He Xiao arrived at the warehouse in the west of the city. Zhang Meng was already there. He carried a bulging old army bag and had neatly bundled bedding rolls at his feet, standing stiffly like a wooden post in front of the shutter door. At this moment, Zhang Meng had changed into clean dark blue work clothes, shaved his beard, and although there was still a hint of fatigue under his eyes, he appeared much more spirited than yesterday at the auto repair shop. You're here. He Xiao nodded. Mr. He. Zhang Meng replied in a low voice, picking up the bedding and entering. The warehouse was tidier than yesterday, indicating that Zhang Meng had come early to clean up. He Xiao walked to the center of the warehouse, turned around, and looked at Zhang Meng, who seemed a bit nervous, yet subtly excited. Have you practiced before? He Xiao's sudden question clearly caught Zhang Meng off guard. Zhang Meng was taken aback and honestly replied, I haven't practiced seriously. I used to mess around with some moves with the village elders when I was young, and later I was a soldier, so I had a bit more strength than others. He Xiao nodded. What he valued was Zhang Meng's physique and strength, which was a gift. At the beginning of the spiritual energy revival, this was an excellent foundation. From today onwards, every morning and evening, I will teach you a few things. He Xiao's tone was calm, not as if he were imparting some extraordinary skill, but rather assigning a regular task. It's not profound techniques, just some breathing methods and exercises to strengthen the body. How much you can learn depends on yourself. After saying this, he didn't wait for Zhang Meng to respond and directly began demonstrating. The movements were slow and simple, consisting of seemingly ordinary stretches, twists, and squats paired with a unique, deep, and prolonged breathing rhythm. Zhang Meng did not dare to be negligent, quickly focusing his attention and mimicking the movements. At first, he found the actions awkward and his breathing was uncomfortable. But after doing it a few times, it felt as if a faint warmth deep within his body was stirred by these movements and breathing. The joints, which had been somewhat stiff due to years of hard labor, were met with a mild, pleasant tingling. He was shocked. Although he didn't understand the principle, he instinctively felt that what He Xiao was teaching was far from just farm skills. Remember this feeling. He Xiao stopped the movements, looking at him. When I'm not here, practice on your own. Keep at it. Without explaining what it was, Zhang Meng naturally didn't dare to ask further. He Xiao intended to use this subtle teaching and the tangible benefits to bind the heart of this future warrior. After explaining some matters, He Xiao walked into a small room partitioned off in the warehouse. This was planned to be transformed into a temporary lounge and workspace. He sat cross-legged and put the Ningxun jade ring on his left thumb. A faint coolness traveled up his arm, quickly calming his mind, which had been restless from staying up late. Closing his eyes, the mental method of the basic qi refinement technique flashed through his mind. The external spiritual energy was still pitifully thin, but with the help of the Ningxun jade ring, it became much easier to sink into a meditative state, capturing the strands of wandering energy. This time it was not just the Baihui acupoint on his head. He tried to follow the mental method and mobilized his intention to sense the Laogong acupoint in both hands and the Yongquan acupoint in both feet. These are the main acupoints for drawing qi into the body in the initial stage of the 9 grades in the Yuan realm. He aimed to break through into the 9 grades in the Yuan realm today. Time passed gradually. In the warehouse, there were only the faint sounds of Zhang Meng occasionally sorting the shelves. Suddenly, He Xiao's body shuddered imperceptibly. Apart from the continuous faint coolness from the Baihui acupoint, his left hand's Laogong acupoint, where the ring was surprisingly began to actively draw in a hint of slightly different gentle life energy. Almost simultaneously at the Yongquan acupoint of his right foot, a weaker, yet significantly denser and steadier earth-type spiritual energy was also successfully grasped and drawn in. Although each strand was as fine as a hair, the simultaneous drawing of energy from 3 acupoints indicated that his understanding of the technique and the compatibility with his body were rapidly improving at an astonishing rate. This was not only due to the experience brought by his rebirth, but also inseparable from his current mindset, determination, and the support of the resources at hand. He could feel that these thin strands of spiritual energy after entering his body did not immediately dissipate, but gradually gathered towards the lower abdomen's dantian, as they circulated with the mental method. There it seemed as if an invisible whirlpool dried for billions of years was being infused with the first drop of fresh water. When these 3 strands of energy with different properties finally touched and slowly intertwined in the dantian. Buzz! A faint rumbling sound only audible to He Xiao resonated from within his body. At the dantian, a barely perceptible, yet undeniably real warmth was birthed, like the first spark igniting in endless darkness. Weak, small, but it steadily existed, emanating a continuous gentle heat that began to naturally and slowly nourish and cleanse the nearby finest meridians. Suddenly, He Xiao opened his eyes, a faint glimmer of brilliance flashing deep within his pupils before vanishing. 9 grades in a Yuan realm low stage. The sensation of qi was newly born, qi entering the body and spiritual energy accumulating in the dantian. He had entered the threshold, faster than in his previous life by more than 10 times. In his past life, after the world's great changes, humanity gradually perfected the cultivation system from 9 grades to 1 grade. 9 grades meant sensing and drawing in spiritual energy, initially tempering the body, surpassing the limits of ordinary people. At the low stage of 9 grades, the sensation of qi was newly born, with stamina, endurance, and recovery exceeding that of top athletes, and senses significantly heightened. At the mid-stage of 9 grades, qi flowed through the meridians, capable of slightly explosive power and speed. During a short sprint, speed could reach 6,080 kilometers with basic resistance against cold weapons. At the high stage of 9 grades, qi permeated the entire body's major meridians, enhancing overall physique, allowing one to withstand ordinary bullets without fatal harm. He Xiao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The breath was long, creating a faint white mist in the cool warehouse air that lingered for several seconds. All the fatigue swept away, replaced by a clear, powerful lightness. His senses felt a bit sharper, able to hear the finer sounds of traffic from a distance and see the clearer wood grain on the warehouse beams. He clenched his fist. While his strength had not surged dramatically, the finer control over his muscles came naturally. This is the beginning. He Xiao looked down at his palm and slowly clenched it. The feeling of possessing power, even if just a trace, was so captivating and reassuring. He stood up and stretched his muscles. The faint warmth within his body followed him like a shadow. Zhang Meng. At this moment, he suddenly spoke up. Zhang Meng, who had been quietly organizing the shelves nearby, immediately turned around. Prepare the necessary tools, iron, wire, machete, and rope. After I come back, we will head to Jiuding Mountain. Understood. He Xiao walked to the only window in the warehouse, looking out at the city gradually becoming lively. The midday sun cast a golden edge on the buildings. Everything appeared orderly and vibrant. But his gaze was already directed towards the vast rolling hills in the west not far away. However, before setting off, he needed to return home first. Some things needed to be discussed with his father. It seems it's time to lay some cards on the table. At noon, He Xiao pushed open the door of his home. The house was very quiet. However, contrary to his expectation, his father hadn't gone to work today. A strong scent of strong tea lingered in the living room. He Zhenqing, dressed in casual homewear, sat at the dining table. The cup of tea before him had long gone cold, and the ashtray was crammed with cigarette butts. At this moment, his eyes were heavily bloodshot, his under-eye bags a livid blue, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercingly bright. Hearing the door, he lifted his head, his eyes fixed on He Xiao. That gaze was incredibly complex, filled with scrutiny, exhaustion, a deeply hidden trace of lingering fear, and a heavy, almost overflowing anxiety. Back. He Zhenqing suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse as sandpaper. Where did you go last night? His father's state was clearly off. It wasn't just the fatigue from staying up all night. It was more like the tension after a severe mental blow. Xiao's heart tightened. He roughly guessed that his father must have investigated the gymnasium incident thoroughly. I went to look at a warehouse planning to start something. Xiao walked over and sat opposite his father at the table, not avoiding his gaze. Dad, did you investigate the gymnasium? Hearing this, Zhengqing's fingers on the table suddenly curled, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He didn't answer directly, but stared intently at his son. How did you know? Those specific locations. What exactly did you hear? Who told you? His tone carried a sense of oppression. It was the instinct of a long-time authority figure facing a potential threat. Looking at his father's expression, Xiao knew that any flimsy explanation now wouldn't pass muster. He took a breath and slowly poured out the prepared words mixed with genuine emotion. Dad, what if I told you I had a very long, very real nightmare? Would you believe me? His voice was low, carrying a weariness and gravity beyond his years. In the dream, the gymnasium collapsed on a big event day. Many people died. Because of this, you were imprisoned. Big Brother was framed and killed in the army. Our family lost everything. In that dream, I struggled like a stray dog for 10 years, finally dying in a filthy, stinking mud pit, unable even to find a life-saving herb for you. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his left hand, fully exposing the faint red crushing scar to the light. This scar was left in that dream. It was crushed bit by a woman named Wang Lu with her high heel. Pupils contracted. Zhengqing had imagined he might hear various excuses, but what Xiao said now exceeded the bounds of his imagination. Moreover, his son's description was too specific too. Tragic. Especially the mention of Jing's death, which struck the deepest fear in his heart. As a father, he instinctively resisted such a possibility. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on Xiao. The unconcealable pain and hatred in Xiao's eyes, and that strange, oddly shaped scar of unknown origin, made it impossible for him to dismiss it as mere nonsense. Absurd. Zhengqing suddenly slammed the table, the teacup jumping and water splashing across the surface. What dream? You're under too much pressure. You've graduated, can't find your direction, and start letting your imagination run wild. It's not imagination. Xiao leaned forward, his eyes burning. Dad, the concrete for the West Zone pillars 3 and 5 is below grade C30. The steel bars for the North Zone beams 7 and 9 are at least 1.5 millimeters too thin, and the core load-bearing bars have old cracks. Did I dream all this up too? Boom. Hearing this, Zhengqing stood up abruptly, as if struck by lightning, the chair legs scraping against the floor with a harsh screech. His face instantly turned paper white, his chest heaving violently, his finger trembling as he pointed at Xiao. How do you know so clearly? Old Lu. Impossible. He didn't believe old Lu had leaked the information. Xiao shook his head. These details were dug out piece by piece in my long dream. Dad, I know this sounds unbelievable. I don't ask you to fully believe that dream. But I beg you to believe that Sun Jibong wants not only your political life, but also to use countless innocent lives to nail our He family to the pillar of shame forever, with no chance of redemption. Sun Jibong. Zhengqing chewed on the name. He also thought of how his son's words matched old Liu's inspection results perfectly. This was no longer a coincidence. Zhengqing slowly sat back down in his chair, as if much of his strength had been drained, but his spine straightened even more. What do you want to do? Hearing this, Xiao knew the most critical moment had arrived. He pulled out the printed document, the preliminary proposal for the application of the Yundian City Jiuding Mountain ecological agriculture and modernized traditional Chinese medicine cultivation demonstration-based project, and pushed it in front of his father. I want this land, or rather this project. Xiao's finger pointed at the map of Jiuding Mountain. The sooner the better, ideally within 2 weeks, get the key approvals through and obtain substantive permits. Zhengqing quickly scanned the project proposal, his brows furrowing. Jiuding Mountain. The ecological red line zone. 2 weeks. Nonsense. Do you know how many departments and procedures this would involve? I know. Xiao's voice was exceptionally calm. If you push this project, Sun Jibong will definitely block it. So we need a reason. One big enough, urgent enough to force all relevant departments, including Sun Jibong, to give it the green light and fast-track it. Hearing this, Zhengqing looked up, their gazes colliding in the air. You mean? The gymnasium. Almost instantly, Zhengqing understood his son's meaning, but his expression darkened further. You want to use this as leverage? Too risky. One wrong move and it'll backfire on us. Not leverage, but an opportunity, Xiao corrected. Dad, the bomb the Sun family planted. We not only have to defuse it, but also use the shockwave before it explodes to carve a path for ourselves. You can use the pretext of conducting an in-depth investigation into the safety hazards of the gymnasium, comprehensively inspecting similar new projects citywide, while simultaneously exploring safer, more ecological areas to build new monitorable demonstration projects to rebuild public confidence. Personally lead a comprehensive safety and development research group. His pace quickened, his thoughts clear. The first task of this group is of course to thoroughly investigate the gymnasium issue. The second is to push for the rapid implementation of this demonstration project. At that point, who would dare to throw a wrench in a positive model project born from the lessons of a major safety hazard? This? He Jingqing was stunned. You? Where did you learn all this? His voice was a little dry. He looked at his son as if seeing him for the first time. This logic was interlocking, not only turning a crisis into an opportunity, but also turning Son's attack into a driving force for his own plan. How sharp a political instinct did this require? How much courage? How meticulous a mind? Was this really his son, just graduated from university? Xiao avoided the question, only looking deeply at his father. Dad, I don't have time to explain everything. I can only tell you that in that dream of mine, I've tasted the feeling of losing everything. This time I don't want to taste it again. I don't want you to go through it either. This project is more important than life to me. It determines whether our family can survive in the future, whether we can live with dignity. Xiao bit off these last words heavily with a chilling determination. He Jingqing fell silent. He looked at the world weariness and resolve in his son's eyes, which didn't belong to his age, and recalled old Liu's terrifying inspection data on the phone and Sun Zibang's perpetually hypocritical smiling face. After a long while, he let out a long sigh, as if expelling all the pent-up frustration from his chest. Leave the project proposal with me. He picked up the document. Xiao had printed, his voice regaining the steadiness of the second-ranking executive of the municipal government. They'll have the Policy Research Office's wordsmiths turn it into a proper project proposal that can be presented at a meeting. As for the research group, they'll push it forward as soon as possible. He paused, his gaze sharp as he looked at Xiao. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do with this land? Just grow medicinal herbs. Xiao knew this was his father's final bottom line and doubt. He couldn't reveal the absurd truth of spiritual energy awakening, but he could give an answer close to the future that would partially reassure his father. Grow herb stockpile supplies, build a stronghold where we and perhaps some others can survive in times of crisis. Xiao chose his words carefully. Dad, this world might change soon. Some changes are happening, but most people haven't noticed them yet. The dream I had might be a warning. I want to be prepared. He Zhongqing looked deeply at his son and didn't ask what the changes were. As an official weathered by storms, his intuition told him his son wasn't lying entirely. Moreover, lately a suffocating sense of impending doom had been vaguely hanging over his own heart. Go do what you need to do. He Zhongqing waved his hand and leaned back wearily into his chair. Xiao stood up. Although his father couldn't fully understand, he chose to trust and support him on the critical matter. That was enough. At 3 in the afternoon, a somewhat old pickup truck rolled out of the warehouse, heading towards the western outskirts of Jiuding Mountain. Zhang Meng gripped the steering wheel and glanced at the dashboard. This truck must have cost quite a bit, right? 30,000, Xiao replied casually while sitting in the passenger seat with his eyes closed. 30,000. Zhang Meng felt a pang of regret. As long as it can carry goods, there's no need for something this nice. You'll need it in the future, Xiao explained briefly. At this moment, the initial warmth in his dantian was slowly circulating, solidifying. Outside the car window, the air was more vibrant with spiritual energy than in the city, especially as they got closer to the mountain. The feeling became more pronounced. The pickup bounced along the mountain road for 20 minutes before stopping at a fork in the road that was nearly buried in wild grass. There was no road ahead. The two got out, slinging their tools and supplies on their backs, and walked in. The mountain path was difficult to traverse, with thorns snagging at their pant legs. Xiao walked briskly. The warmth in his dantian flowed through his body, not only dispelling fatigue, but also enhancing his senses. He could hear the distant sound of running water, distinguish the scents of various plants in the wind, and even faintly perceive a subtle, profound pulse emanating from deep within the earth beneath his feet, reminiscent of the earth-vein blood essence stone. This was Jiuding Mountain, a land of extraordinary charm where spiritual energy would soon revive. At that moment, Zhang Meng was ahead, silently wielding his machete to clear a path, his movements clean and efficient. He glanced back at Xiao, a hint of confusion in his eyes. His young boss, traversing such a rugged mountain path, was breathing steadily and walking so lightly that he even outpaced Zhang Meng, who had been doing heavy labor for years. After another 10 minutes of walking, the path suddenly opened up. A valley surrounded by hills appeared with gentle terrain and a clear stream winding through it. Sunlight poured down, turning the valley's mist to gold. In the center of the valley, there was a natural platform backed by a steep cliff, appearing easy to defend, yet hard to attack. This is the place. Xiao stopped, satisfaction evident in his eyes. Not only because of the terrain, but also because the moment he arrived, it felt as if every pore in his body had slightly opened, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy at nearly twice the rate compared to when he was in the warehouse. The cool sensation from the Ningxun jade ring on his thumb was also more pronounced. Qiyun Valley. He murmured the name from his past life memories. Mister, where should we clear? Zhang Meng asked. He Xiao approached the platform, examined it closely, and then looked up at the cliff's contours and the stream's position. Centering on this platform, clear out the shrubs and weeds within a 50-meter radius. Be sure to leave any trees and grasses that look old or have unusual shapes. Next to the stream, clear out a spot suitable for drawing water and make it slightly level. Also check at the base of the cliff to see if there are any natural caves or hollows. Understood. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng set down his backpack, pulled out his tools, and immediately got to work. His efficiency was remarkable. The heavy machete in his hand swung like it was cutting through straw, and large patches of thorny bushes fell away. He Xiao was also busy. He squatted by the stream and cupped his hands to scoop up some water. It was clear and cool, seemingly containing a hint of vitality. He extended his perception, attempting to guide the faint thread of spiritual energy that was attuned to the water. His gaze crossed the valley before him, reaching towards the deeper mountains. However, the tranquility of Qiyun Valley did not last long. About half an hour later, He Xiao and Zhang Meng had just cleared a small area near the platform. Zhang Meng panted, stacking the cut bushes and weeds to the side. He Xiao half squatted by the stream, dipping his fingers in the water as he sketched the rough layout of the medicinal field and core area on the smooth mud. Just then, the Ningxin jade ring on his left thumb suddenly vibrated with an urgent, sharp sensation akin to needles pricking at him. It was not the previous warm coolness, but a sharp warning. Almost simultaneously, the initial warmth in He Xiao's dantian suddenly contracted, then began to circulate more rapidly. A faint yet extremely sensitive instinct towards danger was activated, rushing up his spine to the back of his head. Buzz! A low buzzing sound resonated in his ears. In the next moment, He Xiao instinctively sensed that about 30 meters behind him to the left, in a crevice covered by dense vines, there was a faint yet fundamentally different cold energy fluctuation slowly emanating. This fluctuation was so subtle that without the warning from the jade ring and the activation of his instinct by danger, he would have definitely overlooked it. Zhang Meng, what is it? He Xiao called out sharply as he suddenly stood up, casting a keen gaze towards the cliff. Mister, what's wrong? Zhang Meng, who was chopping a dead tree not far away, immediately stopped and hurried over with his machete. Following He Xiao's gaze, he saw only a dark green cliff face and hanging vines. There behind the vines, something's there. At that moment, He Xiao lowered his voice. He was slightly uncertain himself, but there was more vigilance. In the wake of the revival of spiritual energy, strange occurrences could happen in a place like Jiuding Mountain. Perhaps it was some early mutated plant born from the accompanying spiritual energy, or perhaps something more troublesome. Zhang Meng asked with a tight grip on his machete. He'll go take a look. Let's go together, but be careful. He Xiao pulled out a backup machete from the tool bag, and he and Zhang Meng approached the cliff cautiously, keeping a few meters apart. Step by step. The closer they got, the stronger the vibration from the jade ring became, and the cold energy fluctuation became clearer. In the air, there was even a faint hint of a sweet and fishy scent mingling with the fresh smell of grass and soil, particularly noticeable. As they pushed aside the thick, damp vines, a natural crevice barely wide enough for a person to bend down and pass through appeared. The crevice stretched inwards for just 2 or 3 meters before sharply turning downwards, forming a small hollow partially concealed by rocks. The entrance was dimly lit, where layers of dead leaves and moss could be faintly seen covering the cave floor. And on those dead leaves, 3 small plants were quietly growing. They were stunted, about half a foot tall, and had an unhealthy gray-green hue. Each plant bore a cluster of small rice-sized flowers that were a ghastly white, like bone. The cold energy fluctuation and sweet fishy scent emanated from these 3 plants. What is this? He Xiao's pupils constricted. In his past life, he had struggled for 10 years and encountered numerous strange plants, but this particular form and aura was not found in his usual catalog of useful or deadly species. It resembled something more akin to a perverse aberration birthed under specific foul conditions, influenced by chaotic spiritual energy or yin energy. Mister, these flowers look eerie. Zhang Meng frowned, as well, instinctively feeling uncomfortable, tightening his grip on the machete. Let's observe first. He Xiao did not rashly approach. He focused again, channeling that faint qi, combining it with the jade ring's sensing ability, and carefully scanned the 3 plants and their surroundings. Soon he noticed something amiss. The moss at the roots of the plants was a deeper color, almost dark green, and the nearby rocky surface was covered with a thin layer of sticky grayish-white, mycelium-like substance. Step back a little. He pulled Zhang Meng back a few steps, exiting the crevice. This thing may have issues. Its pollen or scent might have effects like paralysis, hallucination, or even eroding vitality. The mycelium near the entrance is evidence of that. In his past life, similar things could occasionally be found in damp corners around some gathering places known as bone-eroding flowers or soul-bewitching mushrooms, usually accompanied by small poisonous insects or malevolent entities posing threats to ordinary people and even low-tier martial artists. If he was not mistaken, this should be the so-called bone-eroding flower. Should we get rid of it? Zhang Ming asked. He Xiao pondered for a moment and shook his head. Not yet. For now, let's mark this area as hazardous and keep our distance. Once we are better prepared later, we can handle it then. Though the bone-eroding flower is sinister, it is still born from spiritual energy, which may have unique uses in the future, such as for refining certain obscure poisons or antidotes against illusionary techniques. He Xiao was aware of this. Moreover, its presence here indicated that the environment of this hollow was special, possibly connected to an underground yin vein or some other anomaly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming nodded and carved a prominent cross-shaped mark on a nearby tree with his machete. Indeed, Jiuding Mountain is a treasure trove, but it is certainly not a risk-free paradise. Before the complete revival of spiritual energy, some dark corners had already begun to harbor things unsuitable for humans. This little episode made He Xiao much more vigilant. Before long, the two returned to the platform to continue their clearing. He Xiao's fingers traced over the Ningxin jade ring, feeling a bit surprised. This ring not only calmed the mind, but also seemed to amplify his perception of specific energies. This is quite an unexpected discovery. It seems these spiritual items must be tested in practice to truly understand their nature. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the preliminary clearing of the platform and the surrounding 50-meter area was mostly complete. He Xiao squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil. The earth was dark and moist, exuding a lively vitality. Mister, what shall we do next? Let's go to the herbal market and buy the items on this list. He Xiao dusted off the soil from his hands, pulled out a long list from his pocket, and lightly flicked his finger on the paper. The list was extensive. It was time to spend some serious money. As He Xiao and Zhang Ming were packing their tools to descend the mountain, the atmosphere in the small conference room of the municipal government building in Yundian City was thick with smoke. He Zhengqing sat at one end of the long table, and in front of him lay not project documents, but urgent drafts regarding the safety inspections of newly constructed public buildings throughout the city. At this moment his face appeared calm, but deep in his eyes lingered a coldness akin to ice. On either side of the long table sat heads of several relevant departments, including the Municipal Construction Committee, the Safety Supervision Bureau, and the Quality Supervision Station. Sun Jibong, as the executive secretary of the city, normally did not directly oversee this area, yet he just happened to be there to listen to the report, seated to the left of He Zhengqing, wearing his usual gentle smile. However, as his gaze swept over He Zhengqing, a hint of concealed malice occasionally flickered in his eyes. He Zhengqing, don't you think the intensity of this comprehensive inspection is a bit excessive? It might cause unnecessary panic. The director of the construction committee hesitated to speak. Wasn't the gymnasium just approved as compliant? Compliant. Upon hearing this, He Zhengqing lifted his eyelids. His voice was not loud, yet it pressed down like a heavy weight. It is precisely because we must be accountable for the word compliant, and for the safety of all citizens, that we must conduct this deeper and more rigorous inspection. Not only will we check paperwork, but we must also inspect the actual sites, especially the critical structural components. What we want is not just something that looks good on paper, but real safety that can withstand any pressure. While speaking, he scanned the faces of those present. Recently, there have been severe accidents caused by construction quality issues in certain parts of the country, and the lessons learned have been tragic. The city's executive leadership is taking this matter very seriously and requires us to learn from these lessons and apply them broadly. This inspection is not just a verification of past work, it lays the groundwork for future efforts. Any sense of complacency is a gamble with people's lives. At this moment, his words, adorned with the weighty phrases of superior directives and people's safety, were both reasonable and intimidating. Several department heads exchanged glances, not daring to openly refute him. At this time, Sun Jibong chuckled lightly. Zhengqing's sense of responsibility is commendable and worthy of our emulation. Safety is no trivial matter. Checking things can help put everyone at ease. However, how to conduct these checks and which projects to inspect must be scientifically planned and steadily advanced, as we cannot disrupt normal social activities. Evidently, there was a hidden jab in his words, hinting that He Zhengqing might be overreacting and causing instability. Upon hearing this, He Zhengqing showed no signs of indulgence. Fixing his gaze squarely on Sun Jibong, he asked, Secretary Sun, I recall that when the gymnasium project was first initiated, you were still overseeing urban construction and emphasized several times the importance of using the best materials to build a century-old project. The suppliers you personally inspected at that time seemed to have won quite a few bids, didn't they? In an instant, the smile on Sun Jibong's face stiffened. Nonetheless, as a seasoned fox, he managed his emotions remarkably well. In a moment, his expression returned to normal. Yes, at that time we were indeed focused on selecting the best materials. So does Zhengqing think there are issues with the suppliers? The bidding was an open and transparent process. Transparency in the process does not guarantee that the results are without problems. He Zhengqing felt a cold smile in his heart, maintaining an extremely calm demeanor. Therefore, this inspection will also include retrospective random checks on major construction materials. I hope that the companies recommended by Secretary Sun can withstand scrutiny. His words carried layers of meaning. A hidden jab. Instantly, the atmosphere in the conference room became subtly charged. At this moment, the other department heads held their breath, completely afraid to interject. It was clear to everyone that a hidden current was colliding between these two titans. Sun Zibang's eyes twitched slightly, and he looked deeply at He Zhengqing before smiling again. Of course. True gold fears no fire. I support a thorough inspection. Indeed, as his son had said, the old fox Sun Zibang ultimately had no choice but to lend his support. He Zhengqing sighed slightly in his heart. After a while, the meeting concluded, and a preliminary plan and timeline for the inspection were set. He Zhengqing acted decisively and efficiently, directly assigning tasks and requiring each department to submit a detailed plan within 3 days and to begin on-site inspections of the first batch of key projects within a week. After the meeting, Sun Zibang was the first to leave the conference room, though his back seemed somewhat stiff. Once everyone had departed, He Zhengqing remained alone in the conference room and lit a cigarette. As the smoke curled around him, his gaze was chillingly cold. Although he had secured Sun Zibang's reluctant support, his earlier firmness had effectively startled the snake in the grass. However, at this point, there was no turning back. On the table lay the polished feasibility study report for the Ecological Agriculture and Modern Herbal Medicine Demonstration-based project in Jiuding Mountain, Union City, prepared by the Policy Research Office, quietly waiting. The report was well-crafted, closely adhering to policy with detailed data and a bright, steady outlook, leaving virtually no trace of personal intent. Moments later, He Zhengqing extinguished his cigarette and took out his phone. Secretary Chen, the report on the Jiuding Mountain project should be expedited this afternoon as an urgent item and sent to the Development and Reform Commission, the Natural Resources Bureau, the Forestry Bureau, and the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Bureau, with copies sent to the city executive and the main leaders of the municipal government and relevant departmental leaders. Attach my handwritten approval. This project aligns with superior directives and is beneficial for the synergy between rural revitalization and ecological protection. It can serve as a potential demonstration point for our city's industrial transformation and safe development. Please give this matter significant attention, open a green channel, and provide feedback within the set time frame. On the other end, Secretary Chen seemed taken aback. Chief, is this really so urgent? The green channel. Will it cause? He Zhengqing interrupted him directly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. In extraordinary times, we must use extraordinary measures. All procedures within the framework of legality and compliance must be prioritized to the highest level. If anyone asks, just say it's in line with the city's safety development research, aiming to establish positive models and boost confidence. Understood. Secretary Chen said no more. After hanging up, He Zhengqing felt a deep-seated fatigue, yet his spirit was in an extreme state of exhilaration. Outside the warehouse in the western part of the city, a pickup truck drove by. In the passenger seat, He Xiao was scrolling through his phone, checking the procurement list. Suddenly, the screen lit up with a message. Seeing the sender, he paused for a moment. Su Fengyi. He Xiao, are you busy? I have something to ask, if that's okay. Looking at the message, He Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. In his past life, he had lost contact with this quiet and outstanding class monitor after graduation. Why would she suddenly reach out to him? However, he did not think too much about it, and replied, not busy. Moments later, Su Fengyi replied, I heard my dad mention on the phone today that it seems Union City is preparing a large ecological agriculture project related to biomedicine, which also involves the Jiuding Mountain forest area. It's quite notable. I remember your father seems to be in charge of. So I thought of you. No other intention, just found it coincidental. He Xiao's pupils constricted. What coincidence? This was clearly purposeful. Su Fengyi's father. He Xiao's mind raced. In his past life, he did not know much about Su Fengyi's family, only vaguely aware that she was from Longcheng and came from a good family. But to have access to information about the large project being prepared in Union City, and to grasp it before it was publicly announced, her father's identity was undoubtedly not simple. He was likely a provincial-level official, or someone closely connected to relevant decision-making circles. The Jiuding Mountain project, which he had only persuaded his father to push for at noon, was already known to Su Fengyi. The speed of this information spread, or rather the level of attention the project had garnered, completely exceeded He Xiao's expectations. Was it a blessing or a curse? He quickly calmed himself and typed back, is that so? I haven't heard my dad mention anything specific yet. However, it is indeed promoting rural revitalization and ecological industries, so there should be quite a few similar projects. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't confirm anything related to myself, nor did I completely distance myself, leaving some room. Su Fengyi quickly replied, I just mentioned it casually. How have you been lately? You graduated, what are your plans? The conversation shifted to casual pleasantries. They chatted briefly and agreed to stay in touch more often before ending the dialogue. Putting down his phone, Xiao felt restless inside. Su Fengji's few messages appeared coincidental, but it was hard for him not to overthink. First, the attention drawn by the Jiuding Mountain project is faster and higher than anticipated. This could accelerate approvals, but it also means more eyes will be watching. Second, Su Fengji, this classmate with whom I had almost no interaction in my past life, appearing at such a delicate moment in this manner is pure coincidence or some kind of test. What would her father's stance be? Longsheng, the Su family. Xiao silently recited these names in his heart. In the unfolding future, having one more friend might just provide one more avenue for survival. But if they were enemies, he reined in his thoughts, his expression turning cold. At the southern city's herbal medicine wholesale market, the air was thick, a pungent blend of hundreds of medicinal herbs assailing the nostrils. Xiao led the way with Zhang Ming trailing half a step behind. They threaded through the cramped, bustling aisles where the illuminated signboards of the flanking shops flickered to life. Mr. He, the quantities for Panax Nota Ginseng Dragon's Blood Astragalus on the list. They're so large. Won't the price? Zhang Ming asked in a hushed tone, clutching the procurement list Xiao had given him. The sheer volume on the paper left him somewhat stunned. Money is not an issue. Xiao halted before a shop named Chengxin Hall. The key is quality and quantity. The coming changes will make these ordinary herbs terrifyingly valuable. The last half of his sentence was spoken so softly, it seemed a murmur to himself. The shop owner, a lean, middle-aged man in gold-rimmed spectacles, was buried in his work, tapping away at a calculator to reconcile his accounts. Seeing customers arrive, he looked up and adjusted his glasses. What can I get for you too? Xiao handed over the list. For these, how much do you have in stock? And what about seeds and seedlings? The owner took the list, scanned it, and his eyes lit up immediately. A big order. A guaranteed big order. Yet the expression on his face quickly shifted to one of puzzlement. Young brother, this quantity. Are you opening a pharmacy or a pharmaceutical factory? 200 kilos of Panax Nota Ginseng, 50 kilos of dragon's blood, 300 kilos of astragalus. And the seeds, the amounts are also substantial. We're going into the herbal trade, and we also plan to grow our own. Xiao's tone was flat. Boss, do you have the stock? I do, but... The owner hesitated, then lowered his voice. To be honest with you, the herb market has been a bit strange lately. Several groups of people have been bulk buying basic herbs, especially Panax Nota Ginseng, astragalus, and Angelica sinensis. The prices haven't risen much, but the inventory is moving fast. For the quantity you want, my current stock might only cover half. Upon hearing this, Xiao's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. What did he mean by several groups of people buying in bulk? Could it be that besides himself, someone else was hoarding in advance? Was it a coincidence, or did someone else know something? 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, but his expression remained unchanged. Can you source more? He asked. It'll take 2 or 3 days transferring from warehouses in the surrounding counties. The owner rubbed his hands together. If you're not in a hurry. I am in a hurry. Xiao cut him off directly. He'll take all the stock you have today. For the rest, transfer it as fast as you can. I want to see it within 3 days. I can pay a 30% deposit up front. He took 2 stacks of cash from his backpack and placed them on the counter. This was part of the procurement funds he had just withdrawn from the bank. Seeing the money, the owner's eyes gleamed even brighter. All right, young brother, you're decisive. He'll arrange for the goods to be prepared right away. The seeds and seedlings are in the backyard warehouse. Let me show you the quality. The transaction went smoothly. Xiao paid the deposit in cash and arranged to pick up the first batch the next morning. The owner enthusiastically left his phone number, promising to do his utmost to source the goods. After leaving Chengxin Hall, Xiao didn't head to the next shop immediately. He stood at the market entrance and lit a cigarette. He didn't usually smoke, but right now he needed a little stimulation to help his mind work. Smoke curled around him. His gaze was sharp as a blade at that moment. More than one group is buying. Could it be that the other party also possesses precognitive abilities, or perhaps they have access to information channels unknown to me? Seeing his grave expression, Zhang Ming couldn't help but ask, Mr. He, is there a problem? It's nothing. Xiao shook his head. Come on, let's go to the next place. He decided to accelerate the procurement. Over the next 2 hours, Xiao with Zhang Ming in tow visited 4 more large-scale herbal wholesalers. He placed orders at each one, but kept the total volume within a range that wouldn't arouse suspicion. Cash flowed out like water, replaced by a stack of delivery notes and supply agreements. By evening, 70% of the regular herbs on the procurement list had been secured, and most of the seeds and seedlings were also taken care of. There are still a few special ingredients left. Xiao looked at the last few lines on the list. They were all items like century-old wild ginseng top-grade Ganoderma spore powder and Snow Mountain cordyceps. These were scarce on the open market and required specialized channels. I know a place, Zhang Ming suddenly spoke up. There's a Jisher studio in the old alley in the southern part of the city. The owner is Mr. Qin, an old herbalist. He often has good stuff that you can't find on the market, but it's expensive, and he only deals with regular customers. Xiao was a bit surprised and looked at Zhang Meng. You know him? I went there a few times to get medicine for my mother. Zhang Meng's voice dropped a little. Mr. Qin isn't a bad person, just a bit eccentric. Lead the way. The old alley in the southern part of the city was hidden behind the bustling commercial district. The bluestone paved path was lined with low, old bungalows with faded lanterns hanging under the eaves. This place felt like a different world from the modern herbal market. The sign for Jisher Studio was small, its wooden plaque cracked, and the characters faded. The shop door was slightly ajar, emitting a dim yellow light and a thick, potent aroma of herbs. After standing at the door for a few seconds, Xiao pushed it open. The shop wasn't large. 3 walls were lined with cabinets reaching the ceiling, their countless small drawers bearing yellowed handwritten labels. Behind the counter, an old man in a gray jacket with graying hair was carefully weighing something on a small steelyard scale under the light of a desk lamp. Hearing the door, the old man didn't look up. We're closed. Mr. Qin, it's me, Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng stepped forward. Only then did the old man look up, squinting to see. Oh, little Zhang. How is your mother's condition? His voice was hoarse, carrying the slow pace characteristic of the elderly. Thanks to you using the prescription you gave, she's more stable. Zhang Meng spoke respectfully. Today I brought a friend who wants to see if you have any good ginseng and Ganoderma spore powder. Mr. Qin's gaze shifted to Xiao, sizing him up from head to toe. A glint of sharpness flashed in his cloudy eyes. A new face. What grade do you want? The best. Xiao didn't waste words and got straight to the point. Century-old wild ginseng top grade, Ganoderma spore powder, and Snow Mountain cordyceps. Money is not an issue. Hearing this, Mr. Qin put down his scale and slowly walked out from behind the counter, hands clasped behind his back. Young man, you have quite the big talk. These things I do have them, but... He paused, staring into Xiao's eyes. You have to tell me, what are you buying them for? Regular health maintenance wouldn't require such potent herbs, and giving them as gifts wouldn't need top-tier goods like these. Xiao met his gaze, his mind racing. This old man wasn't simple. Those eyes, seemingly cloudy, held a sharpness born of vast experience with people. To save lives, Xiao uttered 2 words. But it's not for an ordinary illness. Mr. Qin raised an eyebrow. Oh, it's a sickness that is coming. An environmental malady that will change many people's physical state. I need these herbs as a base to prepare some preventive and curative formulas. The words were cryptic, but they precisely touched upon a certain truth. Mr. Qin was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled a smile with some depth. Young man, this isn't the first time I've heard words like yours recently. Xiao's heart jolted. About 2 days ago, 2 other people came to me asking for the same top-grade herbs, speaking just as mysteriously. Mr. Qin turned and walked towards the inner room. Wait here. With those words, Mr. Qin disappeared into the back room. Moments later, he emerged with 3 antique wooden boxes and placed them on the counter. In front of Xiao, Mr. Qin opened the first box. Inside lay a ginseng root, complete with all its fibrous roots, dense with stem scars, its skin an aged yellow, faintly showing an oily luster. This ginseng is about 120 years old, harvested from the old forests of Jiuding Mountain, and well preserved, Mr. Qin said. Next, he opened the second box, revealing a packet of dark brown fine powder. Under the light, it shimmered with a faint golden sheen, its fragrance a mix of delicate sweetness and a hint of bitterness. Ganoderma spore powder with a cell wall breakage rate of over 95. The raw material is red rasher, over 50 years old. The third box was the smallest, containing a dozen or so cordyceps, their bodies plump, their grass heads short and thick, and their color a golden yellow. Snow Mountain cordyceps, the genuine article. There's not much, just this. Xiao examined them carefully. The quality was indeed top tier. Based on his past life experience, after these herbs were soaked in the spiritual rain, their medicinal properties would undergo a qualitative change enough to serve as core materials for future cultivation. If refined properly, he was confident that in a short period using these herbs, he could break through to a major realm. At this thought, Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement inside. What's the price? He asked calmly. Not a cent more, not a cent less, this figure. Mr. Qin named a price that would startle an ordinary person. However, no matter how high the price, Xiao didn't care. The currency in circulation now would be worthless in the future. But the things in these 3 boxes before him would indeed be priceless. Xiao didn't even haggle. He directly took out the corresponding cash from his backpack. Seeing so much cash, a flicker of surprise passed through Mr. Qin's eyes, but he didn't ask any further questions, just nodded. Decisive. As he wrapped up the herbs, he spoke as if casually. Those 2 people before, one old and one young. The old one looked like a scholar, the young one. His eyes were very cold, like knives. They bought about the same things as you, and they specifically asked if I had any herbs that were beneficial to the spirit soul. Spirit soul. Xiao's heart gave a violent leap. In the system of spiritual energy revival, the spirit soul was a concept even more profound than the physical body, involving the realms of spirit, will, and soul. An ordinary person wouldn't even have this concept, let alone mention it specifically when buying herbs. Those two people were definitely not ordinary. Did they leave their contact information? Xiao tried to keep his voice steady. Mr. Qin shook his head. No. They paid and left in a hurry. He finished packing the herbs and handed them to Xiao. Young man, it seems like the world is about to change. Even these old bones of mine can feel it. Xiao took the herbs and gave Mr. Qin a deep look. Take care of yourself. If possible, stock up on some food and medicine and try not to go out much lately. Hearing this, Mr. Qin was taken aback for a moment, then slowly nodded. Thank you for the advice. Walking out of Jisher's studio, the alley was already pitch black, with only a few scattered streetlights casting a dim yellow glow. Clutching the wooden boxes of herbs, Xiao's mind echoed with Mr. Qin's words. An old man and a young man inquiring about spirit soul herbs. Mr. Should we go back to the warehouse now? Zhang Ming asked. Xiao nodded. Just then his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw the caller ID. Xiao's gaze sharpened slightly as he pressed the answer button. The project has been approved. His father's voice was calm. Special case fast-tracked. The National Development and Reform Commission took the lead, jointly convening a joint review meeting with the Departments of Natural Resources, Forestry, and Agriculture and Rural Affairs. They approved the project in principle. The official approval document should reach the city by tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. That fast? Xiao was a bit surprised. He knew his father would push it through, but he hadn't expected it to be this efficient. It seemed his father had truly pulled out all the stops. Dad, I need to set up a company to participate in or even directly control the Jiuding Mountain project. As Xiao spoke these words, his Adam's apple bobbed, and his fingers unconsciously traced the edge of his phone. He had already braced himself for his father's doubt or reprimand. The voice on the other end of the line fell silent for several seconds. Then his zinking, steady voice came through, betraying no emotion. Have you thought of a name? This. Xiao was taken aback. Tomorrow afternoon, Jingqin continued. The business license will be delivered to you. Upon hearing this, Xiao's heart gave a sudden leap. His father's response completely caught him off guard. Yet a warmth spread through his heart. Nothing could compare to the trust and support of one's family. Soon the call ended, and Xiao returned to the warehouse with Zhang Ming. In the warehouse on the west side of the city, the fluorescent lights cast a stark white glow. A dense, almost tangible smell of medicinal herbs filled every corner. Zhang Ming silently stacked the last sack of Nodo ginseng on the waterproof mat in the corner and wiped the sweat from his brow. Xiao didn't help with the moving. Instead, he stood in the center of the warehouse, his eyes slightly closed, as if sensing something. The medicinal aroma permeating the air under his now unusually acute perception was broken down into countless subtle layers. Bitter, astringent, sweet, pungent. And beneath this complex bouquet, he caught a thread of extremely faint yet genuine vitality fluctuations. However, this vitality was very weak, far less distinct than the ink-cold energy emanating from the few bone-eroding flowers in the cave on Jiuding Mountain. The regional differences in spiritual energy concentration are already starting to affect the basic properties of matter. Xiao realized inwardly. Earlier at the medicinal herb market, the clamor had drowned out this subtle sensation. But in this relatively enclosed and quiet warehouse, his perception was amplified. He walked slowly to the sacks of wild chrysanthemum, reached into one, and grabbed a handful. The dried petals curled slightly in his palm. Compared to those at the market, the color of these petals seemed a shade brighter. It wasn't a distinct visual change, but more of a perceived sense of freshness. Mister, all the goods are unloaded. As you instructed, the moisture-prone items are inside and the seeds are boxed separately with desiccant. Zhang Ming walked over to report. Xiao nodded and placed the wild chrysanthemum back into the sack. Good job. He glanced at the time. It was just past 7 in the evening. Hungry? Let's grab a bite first, then you can decide if you want to come with me somewhere. Go out. Zhang Ming was taken aback. Where to? Jiuding Mountain, Qiyun Valley. Xiao offered a faint smile. He'll be staying there tonight. Staying overnight. Zhang Ming quickly caught on, asking no further questions. He'll go prepare. Xiao watched Zhang Ming's brisk, efficient retreating figure and nodded inwardly with approval. At 9:30 in the evening, the pickup truck drove out of the warehouse again. As the night deepened, the city lights were gradually left behind, the road stretching into the dark western suburbs and mountains. In the mountainous area at night, the spiritual energy seemed more active than during the day. The strands of cold, free-floating energy in the world felt easier to grasp in the darkness. More importantly, as the vehicle drove deeper into the hills, Xiao once again clearly sensed the thick, warm aura of the earth vein deep beneath the ground, pulsating slowly like the heartbeat of a giant. It was of the same origin as the earth vein blood essence rough stone. he once held, but grander and more. This was the true value of Jiuding Mountain. It wasn't just passively receiving energy after the spiritual energy resurgence, it inherently contained a terrifyingly vast spiritual vein. The pickup stopped at the familiar fork in the road. The two men gathered their necessary gear. This time they had brought sleeping bags, a tent, water, and some simple tools. The mountain path was treacherous at night, but with the traces cleared during the day, and Xiao's enhanced night vision, the trek went relatively smoothly. Zhang Ming led the way with a flashlight, Xiao following behind. Neither spoke, only the sounds of their footsteps and breathing mingled with the mountain wind. Entering Qiyun Valley again felt different. The daytime clamor was completely gone. The valley was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat. Moonlight spilled down, coating the stream and rocks in a layer of cold silver. The faint, pleasant sense of aliveness in the air was more pronounced than during the day. Zhang Ming quickly cleared a flatter patch of ground, laid out a moisture-proof mat, and set up a compact two-person tent. After a simple settling in, Xiao closed his eyes to rest, silently circulating the basic qi refining art. Time slipped by unnoticed until it was nearly midnight. Zhang Ming also silently practiced the method Xiao had taught him during the day. The valley was utterly silent save for the wind, the water, and the faint chirping of insects in the far distance. The cooling sensation from the spirit calming jade thumb ring seeped in, helping to filter out unnecessary stray thoughts and drowsiness. The warm current slowly cycled within his body, forming an extremely faint resonance with the thin but genuine spiritual energy from the outside world and the profound earth vein aura from the ground beneath. This resonance accelerated his cultivation speed, which was precisely why he chose to stay here overnight. In this depth of stillness, time seemed to lose its meaning. The first ray of dawn filtered through the thin mist above Qiyun Valley. Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. It was a link sent by Su Fengyi, accompanied by a message. This morning's Ning Province Industry Briefing, bottom right of the third page. Xiao clicked the link. It was an electronic copy of the Ning Province Bioindustry Development Dynamics Briefing. In an inconspicuous corner of the third page, there was a short news item of about 100 words. Yundian City actively explores new models of ecological protection and industrial development. It is reported that the city plans to rely on the ecological resources of its western mountainous area to plan and construct a comprehensive demonstration base integrating imitation wild cultivation of authentic medicinal herbs, resource conservation, and scientific research monitoring. The project has now entered the project establishment phase. This project is seen as a beneficial attempt to promote regional rural revitalization and the upgrading of the traditional Chinese medicine industry. The wording was official, the article short. Xiao immediately replied, "Got it. Thanks. That was fast." His words were a response to both the briefing's content and Su Fengyi's quick information. As he was thinking, his phone rang again. This time it was an unfamiliar local number. He frowned and answered, "Hello. Who's this?" His brow furrowing slightly. As he was thinking, his phone rang again. This time it was an unfamiliar local number. He frowned and answered, "Hello. Who's this?" "Hey, it's just that graduation is here. A lot of our classmates are staying in Yundian or nearby cities, so we thought we'd get together, catch up, and look out for each other in the future." Li Hao chuckled. It's set for tonight. In his past life, they seemed to have lost contact after graduation, and there was no news after the apocalypse. "Li Hao, what's up?" Xiao's tone was calm. "Hey, it's just that graduation is here. A lot of our classmates are staying in Yundian or nearby cities, so we thought we'd get together, catch up, and look out for each other in the future." Li Hao chuckled. It's set for tonight at the Lanting Pavilion, a pretty famous private kitchen restaurant here in Yundian. You gotta come. Don't say that. Li Hao quickly interrupted. This gathering will have a good turnout. Even our class beauty, Su Fengyi, agreed to come back from Longqing. You gotta give us face. His time was tight now, he had no leisure for socializing. Sorry, I've been a bit busy lately. I might not. Don't say that. Li Hao quickly interrupted. This gathering will have a good turnout. Even our class beauty, Su Fengyi, agreed to come back from Longqing. You gotta give us face. Oh, and Sun Tianrong, Big Shot Sun, is coming too. He's doing great now, started his own security company, things are booming. Maybe there'll be chances to cooperate in the future. Su Fengyi was coming too. Sun Tianrong was also there. Xiao, you still there? Li Hao pressed when he heard the silence on the other end. After a moment's thought, Xiao shook his head inwardly. Sorry, maybe another time. The call ended. Xiao put down his phone, his gaze fixed on the distant sky, his eyes unwavering. For now it wasn't suitable for him to meet Su Fengyi in a crowded, watchful setting. Her appearance and that seemingly casual piece of information might be tied to a behemoth far away in Longqing. Before his own wings were fully grown and the other party's intentions were clear, keeping his distance and observing from the shadows was the best course of action. As for Sun Tianrong, Xiao's lips curled into an icy, razor-sharp arc. In his past life, the Sun family had indeed relied on their early security company to gather a band of thugs. Leveraging their family's influence and the legal loopholes of the nascent apocalypse, they swiftly entrenched themselves in Jiuding City, becoming local bullies and living a life of pure ease. In this life, their good days were about to end. A class reunion. It was merely an occasion for Sun Tianrong to flaunt his wealth and recruit followers. Meet him. He Xiao feared he might lose control and snap his neck on the spot. Revenge could wait. He needed an opportunity that would utterly crush them, leaving them no chance to ever recover. Shaking off these futile thoughts, He Xiao refocused on his cultivation. The spiritual energy atop Jiuding Mountain at dawn seemed even denser than the night before, carrying a freshness like morning dew. With each breath, it seeped into his limbs and bones. But just as he was sinking into a deep meditative state, a strange low hum felt not by the ears, but directly in the depths of his soul swept through the entire Qiun Valley without warning. He Xiao's eyes snapped open. Immediately after, the solid ground beneath his feet transmitted an extremely faint, yet unmistakable tremor, as if something terrifyingly massive had awakened deep within the earth's veins. A breath of air. Though there was no wind in the valley, every leaf from the grass by the freshly cleared platform to the branches of distant ancient trees simultaneously tilted slightly skyward, as if bowing in worship or welcoming something. Mr. Zhang Meng was also startled, emerging from his tent with a look of alarm. He couldn't sense spiritual energy, but the ground's trembling and the eerie sight of 10,000 plants rising were enough to send chills down anyone's spine. He Xiao didn't answer. He shot to his feet, his gaze fixed on the eastern horizon, the direction of the future main peak of Jiuding Mountain. At that moment, the rising sun had just cleared the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson. But now, beneath that golden-red canopy above the undulating silhouette of Jiuding Mountain, a series of dreamlike iridescent clouds were materializing out of thin air. At first, it was just a faint purple haze, like a light veil draped over the peaks. But in the blink of an eye, the purple merged with the sun's golden rays, and the sky's azure blue, exploding into an indescribable kaleidoscope of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet, and countless other magnificent colors. These lights were not static. They flowed, rolled, and intertwined, as if alive. Sometimes they coalesced into the phantom of a majestic palace, sometimes they scattered into countless flying light feathers, and sometimes they cascaded like a waterfall from the highest heavens into the mountains. Strange runes thick as dragons and composed purely of light flickered in and out of existence within the clouds, flashing and vanishing, radiating an ancient, vast, and supreme Tao resonance. The entire world was filled with an ineffable sense of peace and sanctity, mingled with a hint of primal majesty. The previously thin spiritual energy in the air suddenly thickened. He Xiao could even clearly see countless tiny shimmering particles of spiritual energy emerging from every corner of the mountain and from where the clouds descended, floating upwards. The spirit-calming jade thumb ring he wore transmitted waves of cool and pleasant sensation, like a long dry land finally receiving rain. The faint warm current in his dantian began to circulate and expand at an unprecedented speed, frantically absorbing the pure energy pouring in from outside. So, this is the true aura of a sacred mountain. He Xiao murmured, his heart filled with awe. In his past life, he was just a struggling survivor at the bottom of the apocalypse. He had heard that the earliest sacred mountains and blessed lands would manifest prodigies before their full awakening, stirring the winds and clouds across the land. But he had never witnessed it with his own eyes. Now, seeing it firsthand, he knew how pale words were in describing it. This was merely the prelude before full-scale awakening, the first deep resonance between the slumbering earth veins and the impending surge of vast spiritual energy. One could only imagine how earth-shattering and wondrous the transformation of Jiuding Mountain would be when the half-month-long spiritual rain truly fell. Mister, what is that? Zhang Meng's voice was dry. The scene before him completely defied his understanding. A myriad of clouds and hidden runes. It was like a myth stepping into reality. He Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him. He turned to look at Zhang Meng, a near-fanatical light gleaming in his eyes. He decided to reveal a bit to Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng, this is why we chose this place. Remember today. Remember this site. This world is about to change, and we are standing at the very forefront of that change. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away in Jiuding City, on the top floor of the old five-story building housing the ancient Martial Arts Association, President Chen Sihai, 2 vice presidents over 60, and the steward Li Jinshan were gathered in a quiet room. The air was filled with the scent of sandalwood, but the faces of the men were somber, laced with a barely suppressed excitement. There is no mistake. A vice president with a youthful complexion and a vigorous spirit stroked his long beard, his voice strained with emotion. While meditating, I clearly sensed that the energy drifting in the world is at least 30% denser than half a month ago. Moreover, its nature seems to be undergoing a subtle change, making it easier to attract and absorb through blood energy. Another vice president with a ruddy complexion like a baby's nodded in agreement. Several core disciples who have been stuck at bottlenecks for years have shown signs of breakthrough in recent days. Some have even experienced a surge in blood energy overnight. This is no coincidence. Li Jinshan stood respectfully beside Chen Sihai and added, President, my informants in various medicinal markets and black markets report that recently more than one faction has been secretly purchasing large quantities of specific herbs, especially those recorded in ancient texts related to strengthening the foundation and boosting blood energy. Their actions are discreet, but the volume is enormous. At that moment, Chen Sihai closed his eyes and concentrated. His fingers unconsciously rolled a string of warm jade beads on his wrist. His internal energy was far deeper and purer than anyone else present, and his perception of this subtle change in the world was the keenest. Ancient texts record that when heaven and earth change, prodigies will appear, spiritual energy will surge, and all things will vie for glory. He slowly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within them. Could it be that the great era of abundant spiritual energy, and every man a dragon, as described in our ancestors' legends, is truly coming? His tone carried an unprecedented solemnity and a faint trace of hopeful anticipation. Ancient martial arts had been passed down for millennia. Countless brilliant predecessors had painstakingly sought to break through the limits of the human body and glimpse higher realms, but most were trapped in this age of withered spiritual energy, leaving only regrets. Could it be that in their generation a turning point was finally arriving? At that moment, an invisible wave like a ripple swept through the city, instantly penetrating walls and washing over everyone in the quiet room. Chen Sihai shot to his feet, the jade beads in his hand shattering with a sharp crack. The two vice presidents and Li Jinshan also changed expression drastically. They all felt a momentary palpitation, as if some supreme being had cast its gaze upon this land. Chen Sihai barked, his form flashing like lightning, to the west-facing window. With a loud crash, he pushed open the old but heavy window. The others immediately followed. Then they all froze, their pupils constricting to pinpricks, their faces etched with indescribable shock. On the western horizon, in the direction of Jiuding Mountain, a myriad of radiant clouds and auspicious energies surged forth. Magnificent flowing ribbons of light and faint Tao-infused phantom runes. Even from tens of kilometers away, they could sense the boundless vitality and majesty that made their blood sing and boil. Is that Jiuding Mountain? Li Jinshan cried out, his voice cracking. One vice president's beard trembled. Such a prodigy. It's rarely seen, even in ancient texts. This is the awakening of a spiritual mountain, the omen of a blessed cave opening. Chen Sihai stared fixedly at the mountain's silhouette, shrouded in sacred light, his chest heaving violently. After a long moment, he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, filled with resolute determination. Summon all core disciples immediately. Use all the association's resources and connections to investigate. Find out exactly what is happening on Jiuding Mountain. And he spun around, his gaze like a torch sweeping over the group. Immediately contact the association headquarters. Do everything possible to acquire the land at Jiuding Mountain. The City Hall building, He Zenking's office. The morning light poured in through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, casting neat patches of light on the floor. A mountain of documents piled up on the desk, but at this moment, He Zhengqing had no heart to look at them. At this moment, he stood frozen in front of the window, his thermos cup tilted, warm tea dripping down the side of the cup. Plop, 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 it fell onto the carpet, soaking a dark circle. However, He Zhengqing was completely unaware. His eyes were fixed on the west, towards Jiuding Mountain, the rolling silhouettes of mountains shrouded in magnificent rosy light. Even from dozens of kilometers away, the scene remained clear. The red, orange, yellow, and green beams of light flowed and changed like the garments of deities, with ancient runes appearing and disappearing, exuding a haunting aura. This was certainly not something that could be explained by any known natural or artificial light. In an instant, his mind went blank, and then it spun wildly like an overloaded engine. The gymnasium. Cutting corners. Deliberate murder. His son's very long and real nightmare. Jiuding Mountain. That project which his son claimed was more important than life and needed to be secured quickly. And the deep sorrow, pain, and ruthlessness in his son's eyes that did not belong to his age. So it was all true. He Zhengqing felt his throat go dry, his voice hoarse to the point where only he could hear it. All the fragmented clues, all the absurd words at this moment were forcibly strung together, aligning with the overwhelming celestial phenomenon before him, piecing together a chilling, yet undeniable fact. His son, He Xiao, had foreseen some kind of upheaval. And this upheaval was probably related to the otherworldly phenomenon unfolding before his eyes. Xiao, what kind of future did you see? He Zhengqing muttered to himself, his heart feeling as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand, throbbing painfully. If the nightmare of the gym collapsing and the family being torn apart was true, If this mythical scene before him also heralded some kind of change, then his son's urgency, even going so far as to use his power to secure Jiuding Mountain, implied a far more terrifying meaning and urgency than he had previously thought. This was not an ordinary commercial project, it was likely a fortress seeking survival in the midst of upheaval. At this moment, He Zhengqing felt as if he had figured something out. Looks like I need to hurry. He abruptly turned around, his sudden movement knocking his coat off the chair, which he did not bother to pick up. He rushed to his desk and grabbed the red internal phone. Secretary Chun. The call connected, and He Zhengqing's voice was rigid. The company I asked you to handle yesterday, the license. Now. Immediately. I don't care what methods you use. Within 2 hours, I want to see all its registration procedures completed and the full set of legal documents on my desk. Secretary Chun on the other end was clearly startled by this unprecedented urgent order. Hesitating, Chief, this. Even if we expedite it, it will take at least 2 hours for the business and tax departments. No, even if. It must be done. He Zhengqing nearly roared. Tell them, this is an urgent supporting project for the comprehensive research on city safety development. It's a political task. Every step will be handled as a special case, and I will take all responsibility. I want to see the documents in 2 hours. Understood. Go and handle it immediately. Secretary Chen did not dare to ask further, and immediately after hanging up, He Zhengqing did not stop and quickly dialed the private number of Director Zhao from the City Natural Resources Bureau. Old Zhao, you saw the project approval for the Jiuding Mountain Ecological Agriculture and Traditional Chinese Medicine Demonstration Base, right? He Zhengqing cut straight to the point. Now I need you to immediately conduct a site boundary survey in the name of the project preparation team for the core area of the project, Qiyun Valley, and the surrounding area, and issue a temporary land use permit. I want to see the permit before the end of the workday. Chief, this is not in accordance with the procedures. Hearing He Zhengqing's arrangement, Director Zhao was completely stunned. The approval just came down, and the specific land range and compensation plan haven't even been. The procedures can be supplemented later. Just issue the permit first. He Zhengqing interrupted him directly, his tone low. Old Zhao, open your window and look at the sky in the west. Look at Jiuding Mountain. Do you think the changes happening there can follow the usual procedures slowly? What? The other end of the phone fell silent for a few seconds. Faintly, the sound of a window being pushed open could be heard, followed by a suppressed gasp. Clearly, Director Zhao had also seen the shocking phenomenon. Understood. Director Zhao's voice changed, filled with astonishment and gravity. I will immediately arrange the most reliable people to bring equipment up the mountain for the boundary survey, issuing the permit in the name of urgent temporary land use for preliminary geological and environmental investigation of the project. Good. He Zhengqing hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. After a moment, he stood up and walked back to the window, looking west again. The rosy light at the horizon seemed even more splendid than before, with the flowing beams almost reaching the edge of the city. He knew that what he was doing today had far exceeded the permissions and speed that a second-ranking official at the city hall should have under normal procedures, almost brutally mobilizing all available administrative forces. This would leave behind incriminating evidence and invite criticism, especially in the eyes of people like Sun Jibang. But he could not care less. His son's words, it concerns whether our family can survive in the future, whether we can live with dignity, echoed like thunder in his ears. Coupled with the myth-like scene before him, he dared not gamble, nor could he afford to gamble. Time perhaps truly was running out. While He Zhengqing was using all his energy to seize the opportunity for his son, the entire Union City, along with the surrounding areas, had been completely thrown into chaos due to the celestial phenomenon of Jiuding Mountain. The first to notice were mostly early risers, night shift programmers, and drivers rushing for the morning shift. Unintentionally looking up, seeing the indescribable splendid light in the western sky, their first reaction was to rub their eyes, doubting whether they were hallucinating. But soon more windows were pushed open, and more people flooded into the streets and rooftops, holding their phones up, exclaiming in waves at the mountain shrouded in sacred rosy light. My God, what is that? Aurora. Impossible. There are no auroras at our latitude. An alien spaceship. Quick look. There's writing in the light. It looks like ancient runes. Take a picture. Quick, take a picture and post it on social media. Social media exploded in an instant. Photos and short videos from various angles spread like a virus. Mysterious aurora appears in the western sky of Union City, Jiuding Mountain, mythical phenomenon, alien civilization arrival. Similar hashtags quickly skyrocketed on local and even national social media trending topics. Official media initially remained silent, but could not withstand the overwhelming public opinion, and the meteorological department quickly issued a short notice stating, we have detected a rare optical phenomenon that may be related to unusual solar activity and special atmospheric refraction, with specific circumstances pending further analysis and research. However, this pale and powerless scientific explanation could not suppress the public's curiosity and speculation at all. Within a short time, various rumors began to spread wildly online. Insider news. An ancient immortal's cave has been discovered in Jiuding Mountain. This is the manifestation of a forbidden formation. Nonsense. It's clearly the military testing the latest atmospheric energy weapon over there. My second uncle's neighbor's nephew is in the archaeology team, and they said they found an energy node from a prehistoric civilization. Stop arguing. This is the revival of spiritual energy. It's written in novels. The transformation of heaven and earth, the tidal wave of spiritual energy. The upstairs is in the late stages of Chinibu confirmed. Meanwhile, offline, various mysticism enthusiasts, outdoor adventure groups, and even speculative businessmen began to stir, inquiring about the way to Jiuding Mountain. Some residents near the western suburbs even claimed to have heard vague, strange sounds resembling chanting or dragon roars coming from the mountain, feeling that the air had become exceptionally fresh, and even long-standing ailments seemed to have eased. People's hearts were restless and dark currents surged. Ordinary citizens were shocked, speculating, and panicking. Meanwhile, some who were hidden beneath the surface or held high positions saw even more. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon in He Zhenking's office, Secretary Chun hurried in, placing a new file bag on the desk with sweat on his forehead. Chief, it's done. Pango Biotechnology Limited Liability Company, with He Xiao as the legal representative. The business scope. Completely according to your provided list. All procedures are legal and compliant. He Zhongqing opened the file bag, quickly scanned the business license, official seal, and account opening permit, nodding thank you for your hard work. At almost the same time, his personal phone rang. It was Director Zhao from the Natural Resources Bureau. Chief, the boundary survey is complete, and the temporary land use permit has been stamped. The area is Qiyun Valley and the surrounding slopes, covering a total of about 0.8 square kilometers. How shall I send the documents? Send me the scanned copy via email. The original. Deliver to this address. He Zhongqing provided the address of the warehouse in the west of the city. After doing all this, he felt as if he had exhausted all his strength and slowly sat back down. His gaze turned to the west again. The rosy light had long since vanished, but the horizon seemed to retain an indelible, splendid afterimage. He Zhongqing knew that some things once started could never be returned to. He picked up his phone, found He Xiao's contact, and drafted a message. The license is ready, and it will be sent to the warehouse shortly. The project documents have been completed in Qiyun Valley and the surrounding 0.8 square kilometers are nominally under Pangu ecology. He clicked send. At 4 in the afternoon in the city hall of Jiuding. The small conference room was thick with smoke and the air was stuffed. Around the oval long table sat 7 or 8 people, including He Zhongqing and several governing officials, as well as heads of emergency management, natural resources, and police. At the head of the table, Chief Executive Zhao Jiangwo furrowed his brows, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. At this moment, a video shot on a mobile phone was being projected on the wall. The picture shook violently, but one could still clearly see the swirling glow above Jiuding Mountain and the fleeting ruins. In the last few seconds of the video, the cameraman's hand shook uncontrollably, but faint screams and discussions could be heard off-screen. This is the abnormal weather phenomenon observed in the Jiuding Mountain area from 7:38 a.m. to 8:12. Director of the Emergency Bureau Li Bin stood up, pointing at the data column beside the screen with a laser pointer. The Meteorological Bureau and the Earthquake Bureau jointly monitored, and during this period there was no thunderstorm, no geomagnetic anomaly, and no geological activity in this area. We can preliminarily rule out the possibility of a natural phenomenon. What about public sentiment online? Chief Executive Zhao Jiangwo asked in a deep voice. It's spiraling out of control. The Deputy Director of the Publicity Department said with a bitter smile, we coordinated with the platform to limit the flow immediately, but there were too many witnesses at the time. Videos and photos spread across various social groups and forums. Currently, there are several main theories circulating. One is a geological wonder, the second is a military secret experiment, and the third is a set of feudal superstitions. Feudal superstitions? One of the deputy officials frowned, such as spiritual energy revival and the opening of ancient secret realms. The deputy director shook his head. It's mainly circulating among the youth and the metaphysical community, but it's spreading quickly. We have already contacted the Internet Information Office to increase the cleanup efforts. Zhao Jiangwo said, nothing, turning his gaze to He Zhongqing. The Ecological Agriculture Project at Jiuding Mountain is your initiative. The situation is special now. What do you think? All eyes were suddenly on him. He Zhongqing put down the steel pen in his hand, leaned slightly forward, and spoke steadily. Executive comrades, I believe that the more we face such a time, the more we must remain steady. The abnormal weather phenomena at Jiuding Mountain warrant scientific investigation, but objectively, they have already attracted public attention and speculation. He paused before continuing. Our project is already based on the ecological resources of Jiuding Mountain, aiming to protect and sustainably utilize medicinal materials as a demonstration project. Now I suggest we take advantage of this momentum and clearly position the project as a comprehensive base for scientific observation and ecological protection. On one hand, we can invite universities and research institutions to set up for long-term monitoring of the ecological and geological changes at Jiuding Mountain, and on the other hand, we can establish a core research area based on the project to manage the influx of unauthorized personnel. Manage? How? The police bureau chief interjected. More and more people are rushing to Jiuding Mountain. Our police force is already insufficient. We can't just seal off the mountain, can we? No need to seal off the mountain. He Jiangqing was prepared. Under the guise of construction and research protection for the project, we can set up checkpoints on several main access roads to register and provide simple explanations. The key area is the core zone, such as the Jiuding Valley area, which must be designated as the core experimental area for the project, strictly prohibiting unauthorized personnel from entering. This way we can maintain order while leaving room for possible national investigations in the future. Jiuding Valley. The police bureau chief murmured in confusion. Ahem, it's the name of a valley mentioned in the project proposal, the head of the Natural Resources Bureau added. At the head of the table, Zhao Zhengwo pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. The idea is feasible. Old He will take the lead on this matter with cooperation from the emergency police and natural resources departments. Remember a few principles. First, scientifically define the situation. Do not spread or encourage superstitious rumors. Second, manage carefully to avoid mass incidents. Third, maintain close observation and report any new developments immediately. He swept his gaze across the room, emphasizing his words. The higher-ups have already inquired about this matter. It must be handled well. Soon the meeting concluded, and He Jiangqing was the last to leave the conference room. The window at the end of the corridor was open, revealing the blurred outline of Jiuding Mountain to the west. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled the grayish smoke. Secretary Chen Wenhua approached quietly and whispered, "Chief, the license and the complete set of project approval documents are ready. Additionally, I just received a call from the office of a retired senior leader from the province inquiring about Jiuding Mountain." The tone was very polite, but the meaning was clear. He wants to arrange for 2 younger generations to join the project team for learning and training. Which retired senior leader? He Zinking's fingers holding the cigarette paused almost imperceptibly. His surname is Su, and he used to be in charge of science education, culture, and health. Chen Wenhua lowered his voice even further. He has a grandson who just returned from abroad last year and formed a so-called Supernatural Phenomena Research Society, which is somewhat well known in the circle. Upon hearing this, He Jiangqing fell silent for a few seconds, extinguishing the cigarette, but on the aluminum frame of the windowsill. Tell them that the project welcomes participation from aspiring young people from all walks of life, but arrangements must be unified and subject to management. As for the specifics, let them contact the project company directly. He turned to walk back to his office, his steps steady. Also have the driver prepare the car. I'm going to Jiuding Mountain. Now, Chen Wenhua was taken aback. Now, in Jiuding Valley. The glow had long dissipated, but the towering figure of Zhang Meng still bore the shock that had not yet worn off. Mr. He gazed at He Xiao, who was sitting cross-legged, finally summoning the courage to speak, but his voice was dry. What was that earlier? It was an omen. He Xiao slowly opened his eyes, directly interrupting him, his voice calm, but a burning light flickered deep within. It signifies that Jiuding Mountain has begun to awaken. He stood up, walked to the edge of the platform, and grabbed a handful of soil. The dark soil slipped through his fingers, carrying a moist warmth and an extraordinary vitality. At his dantian, the warm airflow seemed to respond to some sort of call, accelerating its circulation, greedily absorbing the abundant spiritual energy drifting in the air. The Ningxin Jade Ring provided a refreshing coolness, helping him stabilize his slightly agitated blood due to the influx of spiritual energy. Just then a sound broke through. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated. He Xiao glanced at the information displayed on the screen and was stunned for a few seconds. His father's actions were incredibly swift, faster and more decisive than he had imagined. Pengu Ecology. This was the company name he casually mentioned, and his father actually used it. Moreover, the phrase nominally returned was quite intriguing. Under the current legal framework, it is nearly impossible for individuals to own ownership of mountain land and forest land, but acquiring long-term contracting and operating rights through an ecological agriculture project offers great maneuvering space. Especially at this subtle moment when abnormal phenomena are frequent and higher-level attention is starting to tilt, a compliant and legitimate project approval is the best safeguard. Pack your things and descend the mountain. He Xiao turned around, his speech quickening. Zhang Meng asked no further questions and immediately got to work. At 5 in the afternoon in the West City warehouse, the sound of an engine could be heard on the road. He Xiao stepped out of the warehouse and saw a car driving over the last stretch of gravel road, stopping outside the warehouse door. Getting out of the car were his father, He Jiangqing, and Secretary Chen Wenhua. He Zhengxing wore a dark jacket calm on the surface, but there was an unmistakable weariness in his eyes. Dad, He Xiao stepped forward. He Zhengxing scanned his son, and then looked towards the distant valley. The glow had faded, but the outlines of the mountains appeared deeper in the dimming light. He nodded at He Xiao, took a thick folder from Chun Wenhua, and handed it to He Xiao. Here, what you wanted. He Xiao accepted it, and pulled out the documents. At the top was a brand new business license, Pangu Ecological Agriculture Development Co., Ltd., with He Xiao as the legal representative covering various fields, including medicinal material cultivation, ecological tourism, and scientific research collaboration. The registration date was today. Below was a thick stack of project approval documents, land use permits, environmental assessment reports. Each page stamped with a bright red official seal, all signed and approved by various levels of governing departments from the city to the province. Finally, there was a freshly printed document, the ink still seemingly wet, titled Approval for the Establishment of the Jiuding Mountain Ecological and Geological Abnormal Phenomena Observation and Research Base, co-signed by the Jiuding City Government and Ningjiang University, with a joint official seal attached. Nominally, this is a scientific observation point in cooperation with the Jiuding City Government and Ningjiang University, and your company is the specific executor. He Zhengxing spoke plainly, but each word was clear. The Qiyun Valley and surrounding 0.8 square kilometers constitute the core experimental area of the project. Without permission, no one can enter. He glanced at He Xiao. This permission authority lies in your hands. At this moment, He Xiao flipped through the documents, his heart shaken. These approvals would normally take at least several months, or even years to finalize. His father had completed everything in just one day. The energy exerted and the pressure endured were unimaginable. Additionally, He Zhengxing pulled out a folded note from his pocket and handed it to He Xiao. These two individuals may contact you in the next few days. One is the grandson of an old leader from the province, and the other is a friend from his circle. They claim to be doing academic research, but in reality, they want to get close to the abnormalities of Jiuding Mountain. He Xiao took the note, which only had a name and phone number on it. Su Wenyuan. How should I handle this? He Xiao couldn't help but ask. You are the project leader. Handle it according to the rules. He Zhengxing looked at him with deep eyes. Give face where it's due and uphold the bottom line. Remember, countless eyes are watching this place now. With the documents in your hands are both a safeguard and a responsibility. After saying this, He Zhengxing patted his son's shoulder and turned to board the official car. The sound of the engine faded away. He Xiao stood at the mouth of the valley. He looked up at the continuous outline of Jiuding Mountain. The last bit of light on the horizon was sinking down, and the shadow of the mountain became increasingly thick. The window of opportunity for self-concealment and development, he murmured to himself, is closing quickly. Deep in his eyes there was no surprise, only a chilling clarity. In his past life, he had witnessed too many similar scenes. Whenever there were abnormal phenomena in the world, countless eyes would inevitably be drawn. In the top-floor meditation chamber of the Yundian Ancient Martial Arts Association, the sandalwood incense still curled upward, but its fragrance had lost all trace of the earlier exhilaration and shock that had accompanied the morning's strange phenomenon. Chen Sihai sat in the seat of honor, his expression as still as deep water. The glossy, oiled purple sandalwood prayer beads in his hand clicked faster and faster, emitting a fine, urgent friction sound. Flanking him below, the two vice presidents wore grim expressions. At this moment, Li Jinshan stood respectfully behind Chen Sihai, a thin sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. Explain clearly. Chen Sihai's voice was low but chillingly cold. What do you mean it's already been claimed? Isn't most of that land in Jiuding Mountain collective forest land and ecological red line? Who has such power to enclose the land right under our noses in a single day? At this, Li Zinshan's throat went dry. He steeled himself, stepped forward, and carefully placed the tablet he held onto the tea table before Chen Sihai. The screen displayed a freshly obtained scan document. President, Vice Presidents, we've pulled every connection we have, from the Natural Resources Bureau, the Forestry Bureau, to the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Bureau, even some old contacts at the provincial level. Li Zinshan's voice was bitter. It all points to the same document, the temporary land use permit for the Yundian City, Jiuding Mountain Ecological Agriculture and Modern Chinese Herbal Medicine Planting Demonstration-Based Project. He pointed to the key information on the document. The permitted area, the core zone, is exactly the valley and surrounding slopes we previously identified as the epicenter of the anomaly, covering about 0.8 square kilometers. The permitted use is preliminary geological and environmental survey for the project. The issuing authority is the Municipal Natural Resources Bureau, and the issuance time is 2:00 p.m. today, and the entity that obtained this permit. Li Jinshan paused, taking a deep breath. Is a company registered just yesterday named Pangu Ecological Technology Co., Ltd. Pangu Ecological. One of the vice presidents frowned. Never heard of it. What backalley company is this? And who's behind it? Li Jinshan swiped his finger across the tablet, pulling up another business registration document. The company's legal representative and sole shareholder is He Xiao. He Xiao. The people in the chamber were momentarily stunned, finding the name familiar. Chen Sihai's fingers abruptly stopped twisting the prayer beads, a sharp light bursting from his eyes. He Xiao. Which He Xiao? The young man who came to the association 2 days ago and traded that piece of raw vein blood essence for access to the library. That's him. Li Jinshan confirmed, his expression growing even stranger. And we dug deeper into He Xiao's background. He is the son of He Zhengqing, the second executive officer of our city's municipal government. He just graduated from Ningjiang University this year. He Zhengqing's son. Another vice president was taken aback. The one who's been investigating the gymnasium issue lately. At this, Chen Sihai's frown deepened. He Xiao. That mysterious young man with a frail qi and blood, yet possessing uncanny techniques, was actually the son of the second executive officer. This combination of identities was somewhat unexpected. How could a child of an official family possess skills that bordered on technique akin to the Tao? And how could he casually produce something as legendary as the vein blood essence? Unless Chen Sihai's mind flashed back to He Xiao's calm, yet unyielding attitude that day, the evasive conversation about his master, and his utter indifference to money and the association's recruitment. A hidden lineage. So that's it. Chen Sihai suddenly saw the light, as if a key obstruction had been cleared. He murmured to himself. No wonder he dismissed the association's recruitment. No wonder he needed to browse those basic texts in the library. Perhaps his family's teachings were incomplete for some reason, or the transmission was unique, requiring him to enter the world to complete or temper himself. And He Zhengqing is likely just his cover or support in the mundane world. This speculation perfectly explained all the contradictions surrounding He Xiao. A young man with a mysterious ancient lineage, using his identity as a second-generation official as a cover to move through the world. Sensing the potential upheaval in heaven and earth, he immediately used his worldly power to seize the initiative, locking down the soon-to-revive treasure land of Jiuding Mountain. Excellent tactics. What swift action. Chen Sihai couldn't help but exclaim, his tone carrying both the frustration of being beaten to the punch and a grudging respect for the decisiveness and efficiency of He Xiao, or the force behind him. While their association was still reeling from the anomaly and discussing how to pull strings, this man had already used a perfectly legal and policy-supported name, like an ecological agriculture project, to cut through the red tape and enclose the most critical plot. Moreover, he used a newly established company with himself as the legal person, making no attempt to hide or worry. This kind of confidence was far beyond what the son of an ordinary deputy executive officer could possess. There had to be higher-level planning and support behind it. President, what do we do now? Li Jinshan asked urgently. That land is the core of the anomaly. Ancient texts record that when such a spiritual mountain and blessed land first opens, the core area often sees spiritual springs emerge, miraculous flowers bloom, and may even hide remnants of ancient inheritances. If He Xiao completely seizes it, one vice president's face darkened. Should we apply some pressure? After all, he's just a greenhorn. Even if he has some backing, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. This is Yundian. Our association has roots here for generations. Our network isn't just for show. Let him understand that some things can't be swallowed by one person alone. Another vice president shook his head. That's not wise. Don't forget, behind him could be a hidden lineage, and his father, He Zhengqing, is currently riding a wave of influence investigating that gymnasium mess. The Sun family is already in a panic. A heated collision now would be foolish. Chen Sihai remained silent, twisting his prayer beads again, his gaze deep and thoughtful. At this moment, he too was weighing the options. A direct confrontation, even if it succeeded, offending a hidden lineage of unknown depth, was hardly a wise move. And He Xiao's displayed strength and temperament didn't suggest he was a soft target to be easily manipulated. Cooperation. The man had already seized the core plot, clearly intending to monopolize it. Would he be willing to share a piece? As for doing nothing, that was even more impossible. The opportunity at Jiuding Mountain was crucial for the association to secure a place in the coming great era, even for the revival of the ancient martial way. After a long pause, Chen Sihai slowly spoke, his voice regaining the steadiness and decisiveness of a president. Since we cannot be enemies, let us try to be friends. He looked at Li Jinshan. Jinshan, personally prepare a generous gift. Use the pretext of the association congratulating the launch of the Pangu ecological project. President, this. Li Jinshan was somewhat puzzled. Then, Chen Sihai's eyes glinted with sharpness. On my behalf, contact He Xiao. Say, Chen Sihai wishes to visit and discuss the possibility of cooperating on the cultivation of spiritual plants at Jiuding Mountain. Be polite in your words, but make it clear that our association is aware of the special value of that mountain land. He intended to proactively send a signal indicating that the association knew the secret of Jiuding Mountain and was interested in a share, but would adopt a low posture prioritizing cooperation. Additionally, Chun Sihai added, covertly use our connections to provide every convenience and remove obstacles for the subsequent approvals and supporting construction of this Pangu ecological project. We must let him see the association's sincerity and capability. President intends to first show goodwill, then seek cooperation. One vice president understood. Exactly, Chun Sihai nodded. This young man is no ordinary fish, the forces behind him may be even greater. Rather than vie for short-term gains, it's better to seek long-term benefits. Jiuding Mountain is vast, and the changes brought by spiritual energy revival will certainly not be contained in a single valley. As long as we open the door to cooperation, opportunities may come our way in the future. Having said this, he stood up and walked to the window, his gaze once again turning westward toward Jiuding Mountain. The sunset glow had long faded, and the mountain had grown still and deep in the twilight. Go. Do as I said. Chun Sihai waved his hand. Remember, be respectful in attitude and thorough in etiquette. We are not going to stir trouble, we are going to pay a courtesy call. Li Jinshan replied solemnly. Yes, President. He'll see to it immediately. The chamber fell silent again. Chun Sihai stood alone, gazing at the thickening night outside the window, his mind a tumult of thoughts. He shall. Pangu ecological. The creation of heaven and earth. What grand ambition, he murmured to himself. The waters of Yundian City are deeper and murkier than I imagined. At the same time, at Jiuding Mountain in the Chiyun Valley, Xiaohan was barefoot, treading on the dark, soft. This was a rudimentary method he had derived from his last night's study in the library, combined with his past life experiences. Zhang Meng evenly scattered the last handful of 3-7 seeds into the furrow, carefully covering them with a thin layer of soil. This was a rudimentary method he had derived from his last night's study in the library, combined with his past life experiences. Zhang Meng evenly scattered the last handful of 3-7 seeds into the furrow, carefully covering them with a thin layer of soil, using a rake, his movements precise. He was sweating on his forehead, looking at the few patches of newly opened medicinal fields, feeling a bit doubtful. Mister, can these seeds really grow? I mean, this place after all. Zhang Meng couldn't help but ask. It will, Xiaohan replied, curtly, yet his tone was exceptionally assured. He straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the small medicinal garden before shifting to the misty mountains in the distance, continuing, moreover, they will grow better than anywhere else. He did not explain the reason. Some things, even if said, Zhang Meng might not understand immediately. At that moment, he simply placed his palm gently on the damp soil, his mind stirring slightly, as the warm flow of energy from his dantian gradually seeped through his arm's meridians and into the earth. Though this flow of energy was weak, it resembled a drop of living water quietly guiding the magnificent, yet currently slumbering pulse of power deep within the earth beneath his feet. At this moment, his phone in his pocket rang. Xiaohan glanced over. It was an unfamiliar local number. He raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of foreboding, and walked to the stream's edge, calmly answering the call. Hello, is this Mr. Xiaohan? I apologize for the intrusion. Oh, I am Li Jinshan from the Ancient Martial Association. A polite, even somewhat respectful voice came from the other end. As expected, a faint smile curved at the corners of Xiaohan's mouth. Manager Li, is there something you need? His tone remained calm. Well, our president Chun Sihai has heard that your company successfully promoted the Jiuding Mountain project and greatly admires your vision and courage. Jiuding Mountain is blessed with natural beauty, potentially beneficial for the growth of certain rare medicinal materials. The association has some experience in ancient texts and medicinal identification. Therefore, the president wishes to personally visit you, Mr. He, to discuss the possibilities of future cooperation in spiritual plant cultivation. I wonder if that would be convenient for you. Li Zinshan's words were carefully measured, both flattering Xiaohan and highlighting the association's knowledge of the land's uniqueness, while also adopting a humble posture, presenting the meeting as a discussion of cooperation. Upon hearing this, fragments of memories about the ancient martial association in Yundian City flashed quickly through Xiaohan's mind. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, these martial artists who had already honed their blood and qi and mastered extraordinary powers thrived in this environment. With their intricate local networks far beyond average individual combat capabilities and their preliminary understanding of qi, they swiftly integrated resources and attracted awakened individuals, establishing powerful armed groups in the early chaotic days. The Ancient Martial Association in Yundian City had become one of the strongest factions locally in his past life, controlling vast territories and resources, with President Chun Sihai being one of the strongest who had broken the limits of the human body, renowned throughout. President Chun is being too courteous. After a moment's reflection, Xiaohan realized that since the other party had made their intentions clear, a direct rejection would not be appropriate. Moreover, the ancient martial association held considerable potential for utilization or cooperation for him. After all, he was in dire need of ancient texts. I will be at the warehouse in the west of the city around 6 this afternoon. If President Chen doesn't mind the simplicity, he is welcome to come by. He did not intend to directly agree to cooperate, merely providing an opportunity for a meeting. All right. 6 o'clock is it? I will definitely relay this to the president. Upon hearing this, Li Jinshan quickly agreed, his tone revealing a hint of relief. After hanging up the phone, Xiaohan's gaze turned contemplative. The ancient martial association's reaction was quicker and more humble than he had anticipated. It seemed that the strange phenomenon at Jiuding Mountain last night had provided them with significant stimulation and pressure. Well, some forces should not be provoked too early. If interests could be tied together to balance each other, it might yield the best results. At this moment, he glanced at Zhang Meng, who was still busy by the medicinal fields, and shouted, "Wrap things up. We're getting ready to leave. Guests will arrive shortly." At 6 o'clock sharp in the West City warehouse, the rolling shutter door was half open, letting out a stark white light from the fluorescent bulb inside. Xiaohan moved 2 old chairs to the relatively clean center of the space, sitting on one while leaving the other empty. Zhang Meng stood like a tower in the shadows of the warehouse. Though silent, his presence was impossible to ignore. Soon the sound of an engine approached, and a black sedan quietly stopped outside the warehouse. Only one person got out of the car: Li Jinshan. He was not wearing martial arts attire today, but had changed into a well-fitting dark jacket, holding an antique wooden gift box. Seeing that only Li Jinshan had arrived, a flicker of understanding crossed Xiaohan's eyes. President Chen valued his own status and was unclear about Xiaohan's background, so he first sent a confidant to probe the waters. A cautious approach. "Mr. I apologize for the disturbance." Li Jinshan entered the warehouse, adopting a very low posture, slightly bowing as he placed the gift box next to the empty chair. A little self-made tea for calming the mind from the association, a token of respect. "Manager Li, please have a seat." Xiaohan pointed to the empty chair, not looking at the gift box. Li Jinshan sat down, quickly scanning the interior of the warehouse. The stacked bags of medicinal materials, simple tools, and the imposing figure of a sturdy man in the shadows. Clearly, all these scenes indicated that Xiaohan was busily preparing for something. At this moment, Li Jinshan carefully opened his mouth. "President Chen greatly admires the Jiuding Mountain treasure land that Mr. He is interested in. I would like to know what specific plans you have for the development of that mountain with Pangu ecology. The association has some resources in this relevant field. Perhaps we can offer a little assistance." A test was underway. Xiaohan leaned back slightly, his fingers gently tapping on the chair's back. "There's no planning to speak of. I just want to plant some herbs to test the soil and water. As for cooperation, Manager Li, let's not speak in riddles. Jiuding Mountain is about to be different. The association should be clear on this. I have taken the initiative. Naturally, I have my reasons for doing so. If the association wishes to come in, they can, but they must show sincerity and the corresponding price." He spoke plainly without any circumlocution. The underlying message was clear: "I know you want a piece of the pie, but I am in charge here. If you want to come in, you must follow my rules and prove your worth." Upon hearing this, Li Jinshan felt a chill in his heart. Xiaohan's assertiveness and directness exceeded his expectations. This young man seemed completely unconcerned about the association's power and face in Yundian City. Considering this, he remembered the president's advice to be friends, not foes, and temporarily suppressed his displeasure. His smile remained unchanged. He replied, "Mr. You speak plainly. The association certainly has sincerity. I cannot say anything else, but in this piece of land in Yundian City, whether it is project approval, material transport, or dealing with unnecessary troubles, the association still carries some weight. As for the price..." He paused, lowering his voice a few notches. "The association has passed down various records over the centuries regarding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, rare flowers and herbs, and the secrets of the human body. If Mr. He is interested, the president is willing to open some non-core classics for your reference. Additionally, there are some disciples in the association who are sensitive to qi and possess decent skills. If Mr. He needs help managing the mountains or guarding against nocturnal disturbances. An exchange of interests, each side getting what they needed. The association offered worldly conveniences, knowledge, and manpower in exchange for access to Jiuding Mountain and future recognition." Upon hearing this, Xiaohan felt a stir in his heart. Li Jinshan's conditions were within his expectations, yet beyond them. At least for his current self, they already seemed quite sincere. The worldly influence of the ancient martial association could indeed save him a lot of trouble in the initial stages. Of course, this was only a small part of their sincerity. The knowledge from those ancient texts was what he needed most right now. Not only could it allow him to systematically understand the cultivation system of this world, but it could also enable him to maintain an advantage over others even after the resurgence of spiritual energy. All right. After a moment of silence, Xiaohan finally spoke. The specific details can be discussed gradually. The premise is that Qiyun Valley is the core. Without permission, no one from the association is allowed to enter recklessly. Cooperation should start from the periphery. As he spoke, he set the boundaries, but also left room for collaboration. Upon hearing this, Li Jinshan felt a sense of relief, knowing this was already the best outcome he could obtain at present. He quickly nodded. Of course. Everything will be at Mr. He's discretion. For specific matters, Mr. He can instruct me any time. After chatting briefly, they agreed for Li Jinshan to be the liaison for future communication regarding specific cooperation. Li Jinshan, being perceptive, did not linger and politely took his leave before heading out. After seeing off Li Jinshan, the warehouse fell silent once more. Xiaohan sat on the chair lost in thought. His encounter with the ancient martial association marked the first step in integrating local forces. But this was just the beginning. The association was not a monolithic entity. How to manage it in the future would still require effort. He rubbed his temples and picked up his phone, habitually scrolling through the news. Suddenly a notification caught his attention. Multiple incidents of pet dogs attacking people have occurred around Jiuding Mountain. Our experts remind caution regarding changes in animal behavior. Upon clicking to read, the content was rather brief, attributing it to seasonal changes or improper raising. However, Xiaohan's heart sank slightly. He immediately switched to a frequently visited outdoor and paranormal phenomena forum. As expected, in a less noticeable section, there were quite a few similar posts with IPs from across the country. Coordinates in Xiangxi. My family's old yellow dog has suddenly been barking at the back mountain all night, its eyes a bit red, and it barely eats when fed. In the mountainous area of Sichuan, my neighbor's cat has become particularly fierce these past few days, injuring at night in a warehouse on the west side of the city. The darkness of the night was thick as ink. He Xiao sat at a makeshift old wooden table. On the table lay an ancient book with yellowed pages bound with thread. The corners of this ancient book were heavily worn, clearly having been flipped through by many people. The cover was inscribed with handwritten brush characters, the ink slightly blurred with age, yet the characters were simple and forceful. It was titled Wu Yuan Kaoi. This book was one of the sincere gifts sent by Li Jinshan from the Ancient Martial Arts Association in the evening. Along with it were several similar handwritten copies or photocopies of ancient texts, mostly discussing ancient cultivation theories, identification of strange objects, and the study of human meridians. He Xiao stretched out his left hand, his thumb unconsciously rubbing the Ning Shun jade ring on his finger. The cold touch seeped into his skin, quickly calming his mind. He turned the pages of the book. The paper was thin and brittle, making a faint rustling sound as it turned particularly clear in the quiet warehouse. The characters in the book were in vertical traditional script interspersed with illustrations depicting human meridians and acupoints or the forms of certain peculiar plants. The writing style was a mix of classical and modern, imbued with a distinct ancient perspective and a hint of mysticism. The first few pages mostly contained common discussions on guidance and breathing techniques, quite similar to the basic qi refining technique he had encountered in his past life and what he saw in the association's library, though from a slightly different angle. He quickly flipped through the pages, his gaze scanning for valuable information, until he reached a chapter titled Qi Jin, Fen Yi Jing Jie Go Xian. His finger paused. The martial path is long and profound. However, the world undergoes changes and spiritual energy fluctuates. In this era, spiritual energy is depleted like rivers running dry, hence there are many practitioners, yet few attain the Tao. Yet the wisdom of the sages has found an alternative path, not relying on spiritual energy as the foundation, but instead delving deep into the potential of the human body, tempering blood and energy, honing muscles and bones, and understanding the subtleties of power changes, thus distinguishing the four realms of Ming and Huaxiantian. Upon reading this passage, He Xiao's pupils constricted and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. He focused, reading word for word. The book elaborated on the meanings and characteristics of the four major realms. Ming realm, the initial glimpse of the path. With strong muscles and blood, the initial generation of energy can flow through the limbs, granting one extraordinary strength in their actions. Many ordinary practitioners who have diligently cultivated their external skills fall into this category. Divided into four small stages: initial entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and peak. And realm, subtle energy. The blood and energy further condense, allowing one to sense and initially control the finer qi within the body with energy that is contained yet potent. It can penetrate the body to harm, achieving effects akin to striking a bull from a distance. Martial artists in this realm are no longer ordinary, with keen perceptions that can detect danger and malice to some extent. This realm is also divided into four small stages. Hua realm, transforming energy into essence. The blood and energy become like mercury, further purifying internal energy, showing externally as a thin layer of protective essence that is difficult to harm with ordinary blades, while enhancing the power of punches and kicks. Mastery over one's own strength reaches an extremely high level capable of both hardness and softness with unpredictable changes. Lifespan also extends slightly. Martial artists in this realm can be called masters in the secular world, establishing sects and holding esteemed positions. Xiantian returning to simplicity. Bridging the connection between heaven and earth internal energy could be called true qi, endlessly flowing with the body, undergoing a deep transformation, initially shedding the influence of postnatal turbidity, resulting in pure energy that can produce faint resonance with the external natural world. This realm is profoundly mysterious, with ancient texts recording its details vaguely, often based on legends, and rarely seen in recent times. The book also specifically mentions that in the spiritually abundant ancient or legendary era, the cultivation system might differ, allowing direct infusion of spiritual energy into the body for refinement, with realm distinctions and powers incomparable to this era. Ming and Hua Xiantian is the path discovered by martial artists in the era of depleted spiritual energy, a way to surpass heaven with human strength. He Xiao's gaze was fixed on the descriptions of the Yin realm, Hua realm, and Xiantian. His mind felt as if struck by lightning, suddenly becoming clear. In his past life, after the revival of spiritual energy, humanity explored anew amidst ruins and bloodshed, combining scientific observations with countless practices, quickly establishing a new cultivation system from the 9th tier to the 1st tier, simple, direct, and linked to the concentration of spiritual energy. 9th tier, the core gathering realm, fundamentally involves successfully sensing and drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, initially transforming the body. Based on this record, aside from disregarding the Ming realm, the peak martial artist of the Yin realm, with their refined blood and energy, keen perception, and subtle energy, is quite similar to the low segment of the 9th tier, where spiritual energy is infused into the body. The peak martial artist of the Hua realm, with their protective essence transforming energy into strength, can be equated to the mid-segment of the 9th tier in the core gathering realm. The Xiantian realm, with true qi flowing endlessly and a transformation of the body, can be compared to the high segment of the 9th tier that penetrates the 100 bones. So that's how it is. At this moment, He Xiao murmured softly, a torrent of emotions surging within him. In his past life, he struggled for 10 years, mostly encountering narratives passed among survivors based on the new system after the revival of spiritual energy. Regarding the specific realms and strengths of the ancient martial world before the revival of spiritual energy, he knew very little from his position at the bottom. He only knew that those practitioners were quite powerful before the apocalypse, yet he never expected that they had already tapped into such terrifying depths of human potential during the era of depleted magic. A trickle of cold sweat seeped down He Xiao's back. He slowly leaned against the chair, his gaze shifting from the pages to the dim ceiling of the warehouse. With the advantage of his rebirth, leveraging the basic qi refining technique, and his keen sense of spiritual energy, he had taken the lead to step into the low segment of the 9th tier, which is the so-called peak of the Yin realm, thinking he would at least have some advantage in Yundian City. But now it seems he was still too naive. Shun Sihai, the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association in Yundian City, gave him an unfathomable feeling. His blood and energy refined like mercury, and his gaze sharp and penetrating clearly indicated a mastery of an energy, or even peak mastery. With a realm comparable to his own, he might even surpass him in the application of energy and practical experience due to decades of hard training. And there were 2 vice presidents in the association reputed to be masters of an energy. And this is just the Ancient Martial Arts Association in Yundian City. What about those hidden families and ancient lineages concealed in renowned mountains beyond the secular world? Did they already have masters of the Hua realm, or even old monsters who have touched the threshold of Xiantian? For those martial artists who have explored in darkness for countless years, the revival of spiritual energy is likely not a disaster, but an unprecedented opportunity. His meager skills, this slight advantage, probably wouldn't stand up against those forces with true depth. I underestimated the world. The sense of urgency was stronger than ever. The Qiyun Valley at Jiuding Mountain is a treasure, but also the center of a vortex. Now, relying on his father's connections and his precognitive abilities, he temporarily held the surface control. But this is like a child walking through a bustling market with gold. The Ancient Martial Arts Association could come to negotiate cooperation humbly today, but if they find out his background is not as deep as they imagined, will they still be so courteous tomorrow? Strength. He must quickly acquire absolute strength. Not only personal realm, but also power and resources. At least for now, the memories of his past life and his foresight remain his greatest advantages. The basic qi refining technique may be fundamental, but it is a legitimate method that points directly to the essence of spiritual energy, with prospects far beyond the martial arts' inner strength. As long as he secures enough time and resources, he will be able to build momentum. He once again looked at Wu Yuan Cao on the table, his gaze sharpening like a knife. The value of this book exceeded expectations. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. Zhang Meng. He suddenly spoke, his voice echoing in the silent warehouse. The sturdy man who had been standing like a statue in the shadows immediately moved, quickly walking to He Xiao's side. Mister. Come here. He Xiao gestured to a vacant space beside the table. Zhang Meng approached as instructed. He Xiao scrutinized him. In just a few days, Zhang Meng's complexion had noticeably improved, his eyes less dulled and more concentrated. More importantly, He Xiao could vaguely sense that Zhang Meng's already extraordinary blood and energy, under the guidance of the rudimentary breathing method and movements he taught, seemed to be even more active and refined. Although it was still early for him to produce qi sensation or energy, the foundation was being solidified. How has your practice of what I taught you been going? It feels quite good. Zhang Meng replied honestly. I always feel warm and my strength seems to have increased a bit. I don't feel tired doing work. Hearing that, He Xiao nodded. Zhang Meng indeed had great talent, strong and robust with a simple and focused nature, making him good material for martial arts training. Before the revival of spiritual energy, if he could have studied under a renowned master and trained hard for years, he might not have been unable to enter the Yin realm. But now he had a better option. Starting tomorrow during morning and evening training, I will teach you something new. He Xiao said slowly. It's some methods to circulate that warm energy within your body. He intended to begin teaching Zhang Meng the most fundamental and safest parts of the basic qi refining. Technique that pertained to drawing in and circulating energy tailored to Zhang Meng's physique. He wanted to personally forge his core team, and Zhang Meng was the first cornerstone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng trembled slightly, nodding earnestly. I understand, mister. I won't say a word. He Xiao said no more and waved his hand. Zhang Meng understood and quietly retreated back into the shadows, continuing to keep watch. The warehouse fell silent again. He Xiao's gaze returned to Wu Yuan Cao, but his thoughts drifted further away. The medicinal fields in Qiyun Valley needed tending, and more herb seeds had to be planted before the spiritual rain. He would likely need to lay everything out clearly with his father and elder brother, He Jin soon. And this Jiuding Mountain. It must be defended. It was truly a myriad of issues fraught with crises. He picked up the book and turned to the next page. Under the light, the outline of his side profile was distinct, his gaze profound. The road ahead is still long. But since he has been granted a second life and seized this tremendous opportunity, regardless of whether the path is filled with ancient martial powers or hidden families, whether it leads to overwhelming power or future dominance, he would crush them all. At this moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a new, unfamiliar number with its origin showing as launching. He Xiao looked at the digits flashing on the screen, his expression slightly tense. He took a deep breath and answered. Hello, may I ask if this is He Xiao, mister? A young man's voice came from the other end, slightly magnetic, yet laced with a barely perceptible superiority. It is. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Wenyuan. I heard from my grandfather that you are working on a rather interesting project in Yundian, regarding Jiuding Mountain. I wonder if it would be convenient for me to visit you tomorrow, to exchange ideas. Su Wenyuan's voice carried a smile, polite, yet imbued with an air of insistence. The morning light was faint and the night passed quickly. After receiving that call last night, He Xiao took Zhang Meng back to Qiyun Valley. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the center of the platform, his eyes slightly closed as the mental techniques of the basic qi refinement art slowly circulated within him. Last night, he had optimized the basic qi refinement art by combining it with ancient texts from the Ancient Martial Association. Now the spiritual energy flowed through his meridians more smoothly, with an efficiency improvement of nearly 30%. The slight warmth in his dantian felt swollen like a pigeon egg, moving with each breath. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed deep within his pupils. Mister. Zhang Meng's voice came from the edge of the platform. The burly man, resembling an iron tower, returned holding 2 fat wild rabbits he had just caught while patrolling the mountains. After a night, Zhang Meng's vitality had surged significantly, and the muscle definition on his exposed arms was clearer, subtly glowing with a healthy bronze hue. We have guests today. He Xiao stood up, brushing off the grass clippings on his clothes, clean up, and brew a pot of tea. Hearing this, Zhang Meng nodded, not asking further. He had become accustomed to He Xiao's maturity, which surpassed his age. Whether the visitor was Li from the Ancient Martial Association or someone else, he just needed to do what he was supposed to. At 9 in the morning, footsteps could be heard from outside the valley. He Xiao stood at the edge of the platform, watching 2 figures walk toward him along a newly opened path. The young man in front appeared to be around 25 or 26, dressed in a well-tailored casual suit, his hair neatly combed. He had a handsome face, but there was an unmistakable air of superiority in his eyes palpable, even from several dozen meters away. This person was Su Wenyuan. Following him was an old man who made He Xiao's pupils narrow slightly. The old man looked to be in his 60s, thin, and wearing a faded gray Taoist robe with cloth shoes on his feet. He walked lightly, as if stepping on clouds, his robe sleeves swaying gently in the wind, giving off an indescribable ethereal quality. But what shocked He Xiao the most was the profound yet subtle aura surrounding the old man. This was not the blood energy fluctuation of an ancient martial artist, it was closer to the Tao rhythm of true cultivators he had encountered in his past life. Though faint, He Xiao would never mistake it. This old man was likely a true hidden sect inheritor. Su Wenyuan approached the platform, scanning the simple tent, the piles of tools and the herbs being dried, a barely perceptible sneer playing at the corners of his mouth. But when his gaze landed on He Xiao, that disdain morphed into scrutiny tinged with curiosity. Is this Mr. He Xiao? I am Su Wenyuan, the one who scheduled a meeting over the phone yesterday. This is Taoist Xiaozhua. Taoist Xiaozhua nodded slightly, his calm gaze resting on He Xiao's face. That gaze was not piercing, but seemed able to penetrate the skin to see what lay beneath. Mr. Su, Taoist Xiaozhua, welcome. He Xiao responded smoothly to these two individuals. His father. He gestured for them to take a seat, indicating two simple wooden stools and the freshly brewed wild tea in the center of the platform, saying the hospitality here is lacking due to the mountainous location. Soon the three of them sat down. Zhang Meng stood silently 3 meters behind He Xiao like a silent. Su Wenyuan picked up a rough pottery tea bowl, glanced at the tea with little fragrance, and barely perceptibly frowned, yet still took a polite sip. Mr. He, you have quite the refined taste. The scenery of Jiuding Mountain is indeed special, especially after the strange phenomenon yesterday. It has become the #1 attraction in Yundian City. Just a coincidence. Mr. Su has traveled a long way from Longsheng. It shouldn't just be to enjoy the scenery, right? Su Wenyuan set down the tea bowl, leaning slightly forward, a perfectly timed smile on his face. Then I will speak plainly. Mr. He, I am quite interested in your Pangu ecology. I have some resources and connections. Perhaps we can collaborate to turn this place into a true high-end ecological health resort with great prospects. Mr. Su. He Xiao coldly interrupted him, a smirk forming in his heart at the words. At the same time, his gaze shifted to the silent Taoist Xiaozhua. If it's about business cooperation, you should go find the government of Yundian City. Since you brought the Taoist into the mountains, I assume there is something more urgent to discuss. As He Xiao's words fell, the words Su Wenyuan had intended to say got stuck in his throat, and the smile on his face stiffened. He hadn't expected He Xiao to be so direct. At this moment, Taoist Xiaozhua finally spoke. His voice was old and gentle, yet clear as if carrying a unique rhythm. Mr. He, you have a keen eye? The old Taoist is indeed not here for worldly wealth. He slowly raised his hand, his bony fingers pointing to the ground beneath them. I want to see to what extent the earth veins of Jiuding Mountain have revived. I also want to ask you, which school do you belong to? Which lineage's qi induction method are you using? At that moment, He Xiao felt the air around him seem to freeze for an instant, and an invisible pressure emanated from the old man. It was not a killing intent, but a kind of oppressive force that inspired instinctive reverence. Zhang Meng instinctively stepped forward, his muscles tensing. He felt that this old Taoist was extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, He Xiao's heart jumped heavily in his chest. Qi induction method. The term he used was not martial art, but qi induction method. This was precisely the ancient cultivation terminology mentioned in last night's martial source examination. This Taoist Xiaozhua has definitely been exposed to a complete lineage of cultivation. He is not someone a martial artist fumbling with blood energy like the ancient martial association could compare to. In an instant, thoughts raced through He Xiao's mind. He had intentionally created the persona of a hidden inheritor in the ancient martial association, not expecting to encounter a true hidden person now. At this moment, he had only one thought: he must not show fear, and he certainly could not expose the fact that he was merely a pseudo-hidden inheritor. The identity of a hidden inheritor was one of his core assets apart from his own strength. Even if it was fake. He Xiao met Taoist Xiaozhua's gaze, his face revealing just the right amount of vigilance. Taoist, you have a keen eye. However, my sect has rules that we cannot mention our lineage outside. As for the qi induction method, it's just some family health techniques. He spoke deliberately, ambiguously acknowledging the reality of the qi induction, while downplaying it as mere health techniques and invoking sect rules to block further inquiry. Upon hearing this, Taoist Xiaozhua deeply regarded He Xiao, a flicker of imperceptible brilliance flashing in his murky old eyes. There is no need for you to be nervous, young friend. The old Taoist means no harm. It's just that as the world is about to change, few can sense the revival of the earth veins and plan ahead. I want to confirm, are you a night watcher, or an awakener of another lineage? Another new term. Awakener. He Xiao's heart shook, but he showed no sign on his face. As for the old man's straightforward mention of the world about to change and the revival of the earth veins, it seemed that forces like theirs had already begun to lay plans ahead. For a moment, Xiao contemplated many things. After a brief silence, he slowly replied, Taoist, I don't fully understand what you mean. I just feel that the environment here is unique and suitable for some research on cultivating medicinal materials. As for the world about to change, are you referring to the phenomenon yesterday? He was playing dumb. He needed to maintain the persona of a hidden inheritor who had a deficient or strict tradition while extracting more information from the other party. At this moment, Su Wenyuan, who had been listening nearby, couldn't help but interject, Mr. One should not speak falsehoods in front of a true master. Daoist Zhou is a genuine expert, and since you can occupy the core of Jiuding Mountain's earth veins, you must know something. Our Night Watcher organization has been monitoring the world's phenomena for 1,000 years. Now that spiritual energy is about to revive, we should share information and respond together. Night Watcher organization. 1,000-year inheritance. In that instant, Xiao felt enlightened. So this was the case. There has always been a secret organization monitoring supernatural phenomena in this world. However, in his past life, he had been too low in status to qualify for contact. Night Watcher. Xiao mulled over this term. At the same time, his gaze swept back and forth between Daoist Zhou and Su Wenyuan. So Mr. Zhu's mention of business cooperation is actually an attempt to probe Jiuding Mountain for this organization. Caught in the act, Su Wenyuan was not embarrassed. That is one way to understand it. Mr. We mean no hostility. On the contrary, if you truly possess some inheritance, we are very willing to offer protection and resource exchange. After all, chaos is about to come, and one person alone cannot withstand it. Xiao did not respond immediately. He picked up the tea bowl and slowly sipped the now slightly cold wild tea. The bitterness of the tea spread across his tongue. At this moment, he was rapidly weighing the pros and cons. The Night Watcher organization was clearly a colossal entity. The connections they could directly influence in the provincial leadership showed their considerable secular influence. Moreover, the genuine Dao rhythm radiating from Daoist Zhou indicated that this organization held a complete cultivation inheritance. From the current standpoint, their attitude was still polite, primarily focused on recruitment and collaboration. But if he outright refused, or if they discovered he was merely a fake hidden inheritor, the consequences could be dire. I need time to consider. At this moment, Xiao put down the tea bowl and provided a steady response. Additionally, this piece of land at Jiuding Mountain is legally acquired by me for project use. No matter how the world changes, this place is still my territory. I hope both of you can understand this. He spoke calmly, but with an undeniable resolution. Upon hearing this, Daoist Zhou's face revealed a slight smile for the first time. That smile contained appreciation as well as a deeper scrutiny. Young friend has a strong will, a good thing. Suddenly Daoist Zhou stood up, his robe fluttering slightly in the morning breeze. The old Daoist only came to familiarize himself with your face today. We will visit again in 3 days. At that time, I hope young friend can provide a clear answer. He paused for a moment, adding, moreover, the aura on you, although weak, is unusually pure. It seems to share a common source, yet diverges in path from the methods we practice. Interesting, truly interesting. This last remark from Daoist Zhou made Xiao's heart tighten. What does this old Daoist mean? Has he seen through me? At this moment, Daoist Zhou said no more, gestured to Su Wenyuan, and turned to walk back the way they came. Beside him, Su Wenyuan cast a deep glance at Xiao, leaving behind a meaningful look before quickly following. The platform fell silent. Zhang Ming walked to Xiao's side, whispering, Mr. That old Daoist is very strong. I even dared not look at him for too long. Yes, he's very strong. Xiao exhaled slowly, a layer of fine sweat breaking out in his palms. Moreover, they know much more than I had imagined. He had initially thought he was a reincarnator holding information for the next decade and could stay ahead at every turn. Unexpectedly, the waters of this world were much deeper than he had thought. True hidden families, the Night Watcher organization monitoring the world for 1,000 years, complete ancient cultivation inheritances. Suddenly, he turned to look deep into Qiyun Valley, where the pulsation of the earth veins was becoming clearer. Zhongming. Yes. For the next 3 days, I want to enter seclusion. If anyone comes, tell them I'm not here. Xiao strode toward the makeshift wooden hut. He needed time to reorganize his plans, to negotiate enough leverage and respect for himself and Jiuding Mountain in front of the true hidden sect inheritance. Outside the valley, Daoist Zhou and Su Wenyuan sat back in the car. Daoist, what do you think? Su Wenyuan started the engine, his tone respectful. Daoist Zhou closed his eyes to rest, and after a long while he slowly spoke, this young man is extraordinary. Oh, the aura on him, although weak, is frighteningly pure. It is definitely not something that ordinary health techniques can cultivate. Moreover, Daoist Zhou opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing in his gaze. His qi induction method is different from any lineage I know, yet subtly carries the shadow of ancient orthodoxy. Strange, very strange. Su Wenyuan frowned. So, is he an enemy or a friend. For now he is not an enemy. Taoist Xiaohan closed his eyes again. In 3 days the truth will reveal itself. If he truly is an awakener of some hidden lineage, then Jiuding Mountain perhaps should not be something we alone can handle. The car drove away from the mountain road, heading toward the city center. 3 days later at dawn, the mist in Xiaohan Valley was thicker than usual, milky white vapor drifting languidly through the valley. At that moment, Xiao had already stepped out of the wooden cabin, standing by the platform with his eyes closed, sensing. After nearly 3 days of seclusion with minimal sleep, he had fine-tuned the basic qi refining art in 7 places, boosting his spiritual energy absorption efficiency by another 10%. The faint warmth in his dantian had now swelled to the size of an egg. As it circulated through his meridians, he could clearly feel a warm current following a specific path. The tranquil spirit jade thumb ring on his left hand, nurtured by his meager spiritual energy over these past few days, had grown glossier in surface luster, and its cooling effect had stabilized considerably. He was at the low-grade 9th stage, nearly perfected. He opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the valley. Zhang Meng was by the medicinal herb field, examining the newly sprouted Nodo ginseng seedlings. Those seeds in the unique environment of Xiaohan Valley had sprouted with abnormal speed, breaking through the soil in just 3 days. The medicinal herb nursery was progressing as planned. But Xiao felt the string in his heart tighten even more. Xiaohan Daoist and Su Wenyuan would be coming again today. This time their probing would likely be far less courteous. Mr. Zhang Ming approached, carrying a bamboo basket filled with freshly picked wild vegetables and a few wild fruits. Breakfast. Xiao nodded, took a greenish-red wild fruit, and bit into it. The flesh was sweet and sour, and upon entering his stomach it released faint wisps of spiritual energy. Indeed, even the ordinary plants here were beginning to be affected. At 9:15 in the morning, the thick fog had not yet fully dissipated, for figures appeared at the entrance of Xiaohan Valley, trudging along the slippery mountain path. 2 more than last time. Xiao's gaze sharpened slightly. Was the Night Watchman organization escalating things? Zhang Ming set out the tea set, he said calmly. It might get lively today. At the entrance, leading the group, was Xiaohan Daoist, his gray Daoist robe, not a speck of dust on it. Su Wenyuan followed closely, today dressed in a dark, form-fitting outfit for ease of movement, with something hard seemingly hanging at his waist. Behind them were 2 middle-aged men with sturdy builds. One had a square face with bulging temples, walking with steady steps that made no sound. The other had a cold face and sharp eagle-like eyes, carrying a long, slender black cloth bundle on his back. Xiao stood at the center of the platform, his gaze sweeping over each of the 4 figures. Xiaohan Daoist's aura remained as deep as the ocean, unfathomable. Su Wenyuan had vigorous blood, and she clearly trained in martial arts, likely around the peak of Mingjin or the initial stage of Anjin. As for the 2 new middle-aged men, the square-faced one had a blood and qi density comparable to Li Zhunshan of the Ancient Martial Arts Association, indicating he was an Anjin expert. The one carrying the cloth bundle had a more concealed aura, but Xiao sensed a faint trace of danger from him. This person might have touched the threshold of Huajin. Young friend, 3 days unseen, you look even better. Xiaohan Daoist spoke first, his voice gentle, but his gaze fell on Xiao with scrutiny. You flatter me, Daoist. Xiao nodded slightly and made a gesture of invitation. You've come a long way, please sit. The 5 of them sat down. Zhang Ming stood silently 3 meters behind, and to the side of Xiao, his eyes fixed on the 2 new middle-aged men. His beastly instinct told him these 2 were also dangerous. Su Wenyuan didn't touch the tea and cut straight to the chase. Mister. 3 days have passed. What have you decided? You should have seen the sincerity of our Night Watchman organization. As he spoke, he gestured to the 2 behind him. Allow me to introduce them. These are the deacons of our organization in the South China branch. Zhao Tieshan, specializing in external hard qigong. Chun Ying, adept at pursuit and assassination. Both are top-tier Anjin experts. Top-tier Anjin. Xiao's heart tightened. In the Yundian City Ancient Martial Arts Association, few could reach this level. The Night Watchman organization could casually dispatch 2 such experts. Their strength was indeed profound. So Mr. Su bringing 2 deacons today. Xiao picked up his tea bowl, his tone calm. Is it to pressure me with force? Hearing this, Su Wenyuan smiled a smile carrying the unique pride of youth. Mr. You exaggerate. It's just that if we're to discuss cooperation, both sides should know each other's measure. We've shown our strength, shouldn't Mr. He'd show us something. The moment his words fell, Zhao Tieshan stepped forward. This burly man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, exerted force with his feet, leaving 2 shallow footprints on the platform's solid stone floor. The muscles in his right arm bulged, veins protruding like earthworms, and he threw a punch at a half-man-high bluestone by the platform. Boom! A dull echo resounded through the valley. On that bluestone, weighing at least 300 jin, a fist imprint about an inch deep appeared with cracks spreading like a spider web from the center. Zhang Meng's eyes narrowed. The force of that punch was immense. Seeing this, Su Wenyuan's smile grew wider. Forgive my rudeness, mister. Deacon Zhao practices the mountain-splitting fist with fierce and powerful strikes, ranking well within the organization. I wonder what exquisite techniques your heritage possesses. A provocation, a blatant provocation. Xiaohan Daoist kept his eyelids lowered as if dozing, but He Xiao could feel that the other's qi had locked onto him. At that moment, He Xiao set down his tea bowl and slowly stood up. He didn't look at the cracked bluestone, but walked to the center of the platform and faced Zhao Tieshan. Deacon Zhao impressive fist. He paused and his voice suddenly turned cold. In my Qiyun Valley damaging my rocks, have you asked this master's permission? You. Zhao Taihan's face darkened. He Xiao merely glanced at him indifferently. Show something, you say. Before his words faded, He Xiao moved. Not toward Zhao Tieshan, but with a shift of his feet his form slid like a ghost 3 steps to the left, and his right hand seemingly casually slapped a pine tree as thick as a bowl. The palm strike was light and airy as if without force. But the moment his palm touched the trunk, crack. A series of fine crisp sounds came from within the pine. The entire tree shook violently. The bark surface remained unbroken, but the fibrous structure of the tree core had been shattered inch by a penetrating bone-chilling force. 3 seconds later the pine slowly fell crashing to the ground with a boom, raising a cloud of dust. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Zhao Taihan's face, which had been about to flare with anger, froze. His earlier punch, though fierce, relied on brute external force, damaging only the surface. He Xiao's palm, executed with ease, had completely transmitted the force into the tree's interior, destroying the structure without harming the bark. This was a sign of having reached an extremely high level of control over force. Su Wenyuan's smile had vanished, his expression turning grave. At this moment Xiaohan Daoist, who had kept his eyes closed, finally opened them. He stared at the fallen pine for a few seconds, then looked at He Xiao, a rare hint of surprise appearing on his aged face. Penetrating force to the micro level. This is a hallmark of peak Anjin, Xiaohan Daoist said slowly. Young friend, he to have achieved such mastery at such a young age. He Xiao withdrew his palm and stood firm, his breath as calm as if nothing had happened. This was the effect he wanted. Intimidation. A mere trifle not worth mentioning. He Xiao turned to Su Wenyuan, his tone steady. Mister, Su, can we talk properly now? Su Wenyuan's face changed several times, clearly taken aback. But he was from a reclusive family after all, and quickly composed himself, taking a deep breath. Mister, he certainly hides his strength well. He shifted his gaze to Chun-Ing, who had remained silent. Deacon Chun, what do you think of Mr. He's move? At this, Chun-Ing, carrying the cloth bundle, finally raised his head. His eyes were narrow with a cold light deep in his pupils. Merely a clever trick. Chun-Ying's voice was hoarse with a metallic grating quality. The force penetrates, but the burst lacks cohesion, and the follow-through is weak. He didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. This fancy move wouldn't hold up in actual combat. He Xiao's gaze turned slightly cold. He had indeed used a trick to dominate the scene. This Chun-Ing had sharp eyes. However, a smile spread across his face. It was a smile forged over a decade in his past life amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A smile tinged with the smell of blood. Is that so? He Xiao's voice was soft. At the same time, something he had been holding back slowly released from him. It was not spiritual energy, but killing intent. In his past life, he had slain mutated beasts, evil spirits, looters taking advantage of chaos, and even allies who stabbed him in the back. A decade of apocalypse had left his hands stained with blood beyond cleansing. The murderous aura accumulated from those killings, usually suppressed deep within his soul, was now deliberately drawn out strand by strand. At that moment, the temperature on the platform seemed to drop a few degrees. Zhang Ming instinctively stepped back half a pace, the hairs on his back standing on end. Though he couldn't see it, his instincts told him something terrifying within. He Xiao had awakened. Zhao Taihan's face drastically changed, his fists clenching involuntarily. Su Wenyuan's breath hitched, as if an invisible icy hand had gripped his throat. And Chun-Ing, this perpetually cold peak dark force expert, his pupils sharply constricted to pinpricks. His right hand resting on his knee trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't the oppressive pressure of a martial artist's aura, but something more primal, more essential. The scent of death. It was as if what stood before them wasn't a young man, but a primordial ferocious beast crawling out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Xiaohan the Taoist abruptly stood up, his robe fluttering without wind. Solidified killing intent. Just how many have you killed? The old Taoist's voice carried an uncontrollable tremor for the first time. He Xiao slowly retracted his aura, his face returning to calm, as if the previous moment had been an illusion. Now he looked at the pale-faced Su Wenyuan, his tone still level. Can we talk properly? Su Wenyuan's Adam's apple bobbed. He opened his mouth, but found he couldn't make a sound for a moment. Chun-Ing stared intently at He Xiao, his hand already moving towards the cloth bundle on his back. But Xiaohan the Taoist raised a hand to stop him. Enough. The old Taoist gave He Xiao a deep look. Young friend, this old Taoist misjudged you. I didn't expect you not only have a hidden lineage, but have also been tempered by true fire. He sat back down, his tone turning serious. Since our young friend has revealed his strength, let us discuss cooperation as equals. Xiao also sat back down, picked up his now cold tea, and took a gentle sip. The tea was bitter in his throat, then left a sweet aftertaste. He knew he had won this gamble. Using his mere 9th grade lower stage cultivation combined with the killing intent accumulated from his past life, he had successfully intimidated these true hidden masters. However, it seemed the crisis was just beginning. Xiao noticed that the look in Xiaohan the Taoist's eyes had shifted from initial scrutiny to a deeper kind of probing. It was the look of a wily old fox who had spotted an intriguing prey. Please speak your mind, Taoist. Xiao put down his teacup and said calmly. Xiaohan the Taoist pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. The world is about to change. The full resurgence of spiritual energy will occur within the next 10 days or half a month. As a node for the Earth Veins revival, Jiuding Mountain will surely become a blessed land. Our Night Watchman organization wishes to establish an observation post here and station a few disciples permanently. In exchange, he looked at Xiao. We can offer 3 things. First, a complete copy of the basic guidance art, at least 30% more refined than the Qi cultivation method you currently practice. Second, 3 days before the full spiritual energy resurgence, we will inform you of the exact time and scale. Third, within the organization's authority, we will provide you with 1 instance of refuge. Upon hearing this, Xiao did not agree immediately. The conditions offered by Xiaohan the Taoist were quite generous. Although the second condition was useless to him, the complete basic guidance art could save him the immense effort required to optimize the basic Qi refining technique. After a brief deliberation, he raised a finger and spoke slowly. Those disciples must abide by my rules. Without permission, they cannot enter the core area of Qiyun Valley, and they cannot interfere with any of my decisions. Xiaohan the Taoist nodded, agreed. I want to see the first third of the basic guidance art right now to confirm. Fine. Xiaohan the Taoist took an ancient book from his bosom and handed it to Xiao. Since we are cooperating, showing only a third shows no sincerity. Take it. Xiao took the ancient book. He flipped through it quickly. It was indeed the basic guidance art, far more systematic than his self-optimized basic Qi refining technique, with unique insights into meridian development and spiritual energy application. Truly a complete cultivation heritage. Its value was immense. The third condition, Xiao closed the ancient book and looked at Xiaohan the Taoist. The scope and duration of the refuge must be clarified. Xiaohan the Taoist smiled. Young friend, he is indeed cautious. How about this until you break through to the transforming force realm? As long as you don't actively provoke the organization, no one in the organization can make a move against you. Is this promise enough? Upon hearing this, Xiao was slightly stunned. The other party making this promise clearly believed he couldn't break through to transforming force in a short time. For him, that was merely the middle stage of the 9th grade nascent Qi realm. Deal. Xiao extended his hand. Xiaohan the Taoist also extended his hand, and they clapped hands to seal the oath. Su Wenyuan watched from the side, his expression complex. He hadn't expected that the person he thought could be easily subdued had forced the organization into making such concessions. Since that's settled, Xiaohan the Taoist stood up. I will send 3 disciples here in 3 days. Furthermore, he paused, giving Xiao a deep look. Young friend, your killing intent is too heavy. Though it can intimidate petty villains, it can also easily invite inner demons. Take care of yourself. Having said that, the old Taoist turned and left. Su Wenyuan and the others followed. Before leaving, Chun Ying looked back at Xiao, his gaze still cold, but with a newfound wariness deep within. Soon the 4 figures disappeared into the mist. On the platform, Xiao let out a long breath. The clothes on his back were already soaked with cold sweat. The confrontation just now, though it seemed he had the upper hand, was actually extremely perilous. If the other party had disregarded face and forced the issue with his current strength, he absolutely couldn't have stopped Xiaohan the Taoist. Mister, here you all right? Zhang Ming asked worriedly. I'm fine. Xiao shook his head, looked at the ancient book in his hand, a blazing light flashing in his eyes. The basic guidance art. With this, he could optimize his cultivation method before the spiritual rain arrived, and even attempt to break through to the 9th grade middle stage. He turned and walked towards the wooden house. Time was running out. Outside the valley, on the path down the mountain. Taoist, do you really believe what the ancient martial arts association said about that kid being from a hidden lineage? Su Wenyuan couldn't help asking. His cultivation method is clearly flawed, and that killing intent. He's like a butcher. Before coming to Jiuding Mountain yesterday, they had already gathered information on Xiao from Chun Sihai of the Union City Ancient Martial Arts Association. Xiaohan the Taoist didn't stop walking, saying calmly, it is precisely because there are problems that it is interesting. You mean? His Qi cultivation method is unlike any current lineage, yet he can cultivate such pure spiritual energy. His killing intent is solidified as if real, something that couldn't be accumulated by killing just a few ordinary people. A deep light shone in Xiaohan the Taoist's eyes. This boy harbors a great secret. Then why didn't we? No. Xiaohan the Taoist shook his head. The spiritual energy resurgence is imminent. It is always better to have a friend than an enemy. And besides, he looked back in the direction of Jiuding Valley, murmuring, I have a feeling he might bring us unexpected surprises. The mist thickened, completely swallowing the four figures. In the valley, Xiao sat cross-legged, the basic guidance art spread out before him. His new round of cultivation had begun. In the night of Jiuding Valley, it was so quiet that one could hear the sound of dew forming. The moonlight spread like silver gauze across the valley, and the stream reflected the shimmering glimmers. The lively sounds of birds and insects during the day had long faded, leaving only the rustle of the wind through the treetops, and beneath the ground a deepening heartbeat-like thud, growing clearer and resonating like a giant's pulse. The awakening of the earth's veins was accelerating. Inside the simple wooden cabin, Xiao sat cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed, breathing long and deep. On his left thumb, the calming jade ring was emitting a gentle milky white glow, with cool air flowing along the meridians into a sea of consciousness, keeping his mind in a state of absolute clarity. In front of him, 3 items were lined up. On the far left was a hand-copied book bound in thread, detailed explanation of meridians and commentary on qi and blood, one of the ancient texts sent by Li Zhenshan from the Ancient Martial Arts Association in Yundian City. The pages were densely filled with annotations with red pen circles marking the understanding of acupoints, in ancient martial theory, blue pen indicating the energy pathways from the previous life's basic qi refining method, and black pen noting his own questions and deductions. In the middle was the basic guidance technique given to him by Master Xiaohan today. Its completeness and intricacy far exceeded Xiao's imagination. On the far right was a spread of rough draft paper filled with twisted lines and runes representing Xiao's results from 3 days of seclusion, an optimized version of the basic qi refining method. At this moment, there were 7 points circled in red on this optimized version, representing discrepancies between different systems, which were the tough bones Xiao had to chew through tonight. Ooh. Xiao exhaled deeply, the breath condensing into white mist in the air, lingering for a full 5 seconds before dissipating. He opened his eyes, which were filled with an almost burning focus. Time is running out, he murmured. Only 8 days remained until the arrival of the spirit rain. The intervention of the Night People's Organization had disrupted his originally low-key development plan. Although the conditions offered by the other party were generous, Xiao never believed in free lunches. This basic guidance technique was both a gift and a test. They probably wanted to see how far he could go. Su Wenyuan's unwilling gaze when he left Chen Ying's cold scrutiny all reminded Xiao that temporary peace must be built on equal strength. Once he revealed a flaw, the night watchman would not be polite. I must break through to the midstage of the 9th rank. Xiao clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Only by becoming stronger can I protect Jiuding Mountain and everything I care about in the chaotic world that will come after the spirit rain. He closed his eyes again, his mind sinking into his body. In his dantian, a warm pigeon-excised mass of energy was slowly rotating, each rotation pulling strands of spiritual energy along the predetermined meridian route. This was the operational trajectory of the optimized version of the basic qi refining method, refined to the current limits of understanding. But it was still not enough. Xiao took a deep breath and dived into the detailed explanation of meridians. The Ancient Martial Arts Association's accumulation over hundreds of years provided rigorous precision on the locations, uses, and connections of 365 primary acupoints and 1080 extraordinary acupoints. The discussion within about the 12 regular meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians, although framed from the perspective of qi and blood, opened a new door for Xiao. In his past life, the basic qi refining method focused only on the ren and du meridians and several major acupoints, but the application of many minor meridians still fell short. After that, he studied the basic guidance technique. The greatest characteristic of this technique was its stability. It did not seek speed or ferocity, emphasizing a gradual approach and strengthening the foundation. The techniques regarding purifying spiritual energy, nurturing the mind, and resonating acupoints were so exquisite that they left Xiao in awe. But problems also followed. This technique had an enormous demand for spiritual energy, making it nearly impossible to practice in the age of declining cultivation. Master Xiaohan, giving him this ancient text, likely also held the intention of seeing how far you can go. As his thoughts turned, Xiao's gaze shifted away from the basic guidance technique. Slowly he began to recall the 10 years of his past life. In an instant, countless fragmented images and sensations surged up without warning. Those instinctive reactions of his body while struggling on the edge of life and death, glimpses of energy usage he caught, while watching other awakeners fight. Fragments of phrases occasionally read from broken martial arts jade slips found in the ruins. Detailed explanation of Meridian's basic guidance technique, and 10 years of memories from his past life. 3 streams of information collided, entangled, and conflicted in Xiao's mind. In an instant, Xiao's brow tightened sharply, and fine sweat beaded on his forehead. The conflicts between different systems began to backfire. Ancient martial theory believed that qi and blood should flow like the Yangtze River unceasingly, hence many acupoint usages were rush open and break. However, the basic guidance technique advocated for gentle infiltration like a spring brook, nourishing all things, emphasizing warmth, nurturing, and moistening. Past life memories of those broken methods were filled with crude and wild approaches. Squeeze, suck, and explode. As Xiao attempted to integrate these 3 ideas into the basic qi refining method for another improvement, a violent clash erupted. Ugh! In the next moment, Xiao let out a muffled groan, his body trembling slightly. The warm energy mass in his dantian began to sway unstably, and the originally orderly flowing spiritual energy was now like headless flies crashing chaotically within the meridians. A tearing pain radiated from several weak meridian walls. This was a precursor to losing control. At that moment, the calming jade ring on Xiao's left thumb suddenly shone brighter. A refreshing spring-like coolness surged upward through the meridians, rushing straight into his mind. Xiao's chaotic thoughts were like being doused with ice water, instantly becoming clear. I mustn't rush. I mustn't be greedy. At this moment, the awakened Xiao gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and forcefully separated the 3 streams of information. First, clarify the pathways. Find the commonalities. Thus time passed gradually. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the wooden cabin, casting mottled light onto the ground. In the distance, the cries of unknown night birds echoed, both mournful and long. Gradually, Xiao's breathing stabilized. At this moment, he had found the breakthrough point. The theory of qi and blood in ancient martial arts is essentially the cultivation of essence. The theory of spiritual energy in the basic guidance technique is essentially the cultivation of qi. And in the experience of my past life, the talents of those awakeners were more like manifestations of the divine. At this moment, a glint sparkled in Xiao's eyes. Essence, qi, spirit, the 3 treasures of the human body. I previously only cultivated qi, neglecting the nourishment of essence and spirit, thus making my foundation weak and progress slow. And the earth's qi of Jiuding Mountain is thick and long, perfectly suited for nurturing essence. The refreshing quality of the calming jade ring can settle the spirit. If I further purify the spiritual energy using methods from the basic guidance technique, combining the 3. In an instant, a bold idea took shape in Xiao's mind. He would use the basic qi refining method as the framework, the ancient martial theory of qi and blood as the flesh, the basic guidance technique as the meridians, and the experiences of his past life as the soul, to reconstruct a new technique. The adjustment began with the absorption of spiritual energy. Xiao shifted his focus, no longer stubbornly fixating on the primary acupoints like Baihui Laogong and Yongquan. Following the principles of ancient martial arts, he incorporated the 72 auxiliary acupoints of the foot, 3 yin meridians, and hand, 3 yang meridians, into his qidrawing system. This method was slower but more stable, and it resonated better with the earth's vein energy. Next, he altered the circulation route of his spiritual energy. He designated the conception and governor vessels as the main trunk, but added the belt and thoroughfare vessels into the cycle, forming a structure of small heavenly cycle within grand heavenly cycle. This required an absurdly high level of control, but once achieved, his spiritual energy recovery rate would triple. Finally, he incorporated a divine sense nourishment step. After each training session, he would feed 1/10 of his spiritual energy back into the jade thumb ring, and in return borrow its cooling sensation to nurture his mind and refine his control over spiritual energy. In an instant, Xiao's thoughts grew clearer. Slowly, he closed his eyes again and began carefully adjusting the flow of spiritual energy within his body. The process was initially slow and difficult. At least for the 72 newly incorporated auxiliary acupoints, it required gradual infiltration and expansion with spiritual energy. Each activated acupoint was accompanied by a faint sting and numbness. And this new circulation route was as complex as a labyrinth, where a single misstep could send the spiritual energy astray. At this moment, Xiao had to divert most of his mental focus like a traffic officer directing traffic to guide the spiritual energy slowly through the network of meridians. Sweat had already soaked his clothes, but he did not stop, because as he adjusted his technique, he sensed a difference. The earth vein pulsations from the ground beneath his feet gradually synchronized with his breathing. With each inhalation, a strand of profound spiritual energy seeped in through his Yongquan acupoints. With each exhalation, a wisp of turbid qi was expelled. The cooling sensation from the tranquil spirit jade thumb ring was no longer passively received. Guided by his will, it actively flowed toward the meridians that were scorching from the acupoint activation, acting like the finest restorative medicine. Most astonishingly, when he channeled a strand of spiritual energy back into the ring, it vibrated faintly. Within the returned cooling sensation was an extremely weak, yet terrifyingly pure trace of moon essence energy. Is this moon essence? Sensing this unusual energy, Xiao was both surprised and delighted. Moon essence was of nature cool in property and best for nourishing the spirit. After the spiritual energy resurgence, this was a top-grade ingredient for refining tranquil spirit pills. The direct absorption greatly benefited the soul. At this moment, he looked up at the window to see a full moon hanging high in the sky. So that's it. This ring not only calms the spirit, but also absorbs moon essence on its own during moonlit nights. Xiao realized with sudden clarity. Opportunity. This was an opportunity. Xiao's spirits soared and his technique deduction accelerated abruptly. At midnight, the moon reached its zenith. Inside the wooden hut, a faint white halo began to emanate from Xiao's body. His breathing grew softer and slower until it was nearly inaudible. In his dantian, the pigeon egg-sized energy mass had swollen to the size of a fist, spinning ever faster. Not enough yet, Xiao thought to himself. One final step remains. Breaching the pass of the first meridian. According to his new technique design, the first meridian to be breached was not the traditional conception or governor vessels, but the Han Xiaoyang triple burner meridian. In ancient martial theory, this meridian governs the circulation of qi. In the basic guidance art, it was key to spiritual energy transformation. In his past life memories, many elemental type awakened had their abilities strengthened through this meridian. Most importantly, the starting point of this meridian, the Guanchong acupoint, was located at the tip of the left ring finger, right next to the thumb, wearing the tranquil spirit jade thumb ring. Using the moon essence from the jade ring as a guide, the earth vein's spiritual energy as a foundation, and my own spiritual energy as fuel. Breach, Xiao shouted inwardly. Boom. In that instant, the energy mass in his dantian violently exploded. No, not an explosion, but a dissolution. The fist-sized energy mass, like snow melting in the sun, transformed into a warm torrent that surged powerfully along the predetermined route toward the Han Xiaoyang triple burner meridian. Ugh! Xiao grunted, his entire left arm instantly losing sensation. It wasn't numbness, but a swelling pain as the meridian walls were stretched to their limit by a violent force. Guanchong acupoint breached. Yemen acupoint breached. Zhongzhou acupoint breached. Yangqi acupoint breached. Weiguan acupoint breached. Zhigo acupoint breached. Huizong acupoint breached. Shenyangluo acupoint breached. Sidu acupoint breached. Tianjing acupoint breached. 23 acupoints were swept through by the torrent of spiritual energy within the span of 3 breaths. The moment the final wisp of spiritual energy surged into the Sizhukong acupoint and gently settled there, Xiao's entire body trembled violently. Hum! A resonance audible only to himself and originating from the depths of his soul echoed within his body. In the next instant, all the pain, swelling, and numbness receded like a tide. Replacing it was an unprecedented sensation of clarity. The entire Han Xiaoyang triple burner meridian felt as if it had been reforged, transforming from a dry, narrow stream into a broad, unobstructed river. Spiritual energy flowed through it as smoothly and naturally as breathing. Meanwhile, in his dantian, the energy mass had vanished, replaced by a slowly rotating egg-sized vortex. With each rotation, the vortex automatically drew in external spiritual energy, circulated it through the now open meridian, and returned it to the dantian in an endless self-sustaining cycle. 9th grade middle stage. Qi circulates through meridians achieved. At this moment, Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a faint golden light flashed and vanished. He raised his left hand, his will stirring slightly. SSS. A pale white energy blade 1 inch in length flickered from his fingertip. Though faint, it was condensed and unyielding, standing out clearly in the moonlight. External energy manifestation. This was the signature ability of the 9th grade middle stage. It signified that his control over spiritual energy had reached the preliminary stage of condensing qi into form. Xiao looked at the energy blade at his fingertip, and a smile finally spread across his face. A smile of relief. In his past life, reaching this realm required at least 3 months of arduous cultivation, but now only a few days had passed since his rebirth. But it's still not fast enough. Xiao murmured to himself, dispersing the energy blade. He sank his mind. In his dantian, the newly formed vortex rotated slowly. With each turn, it automatically drew in the sparse external spiritual energy, circulated it through the newly opened Han Xiaoyang triple burner meridian, and returned it to the dantian. This cycle is still not perfect. A true small heavenly cycle should operate automatically endlessly without requiring conscious guidance. But his current vortex required him to divert mental energy to fine-tune its trajectory every 3 rotations, or it would deviate. The foundation is still too shallow. He Xiao frowned. Then he opened the first page of the basic guidance art. Between heaven and earth exists a vital force known as spirit energy. It is the mother of all beings and the root of creation. The art of guidance does not seize the power of creation from heaven and earth, but rather follows nature, drawing spirit energy into the body, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, and refining spirit back to emptiness. He Xiao read each word aloud once more. Breath sets the rhythm, and the heart's intent serves as the guide. Upon reading this line, He Xiao murmured it repeatedly, closed his eyes, and began to attempt it. He no longer deliberately controlled the qi vortex in his dantian. Instead, he emptied his mind, leaving only a faint wisp of awareness. His breath slowed, becoming deep and dense. Each inhalation and exhalation precisely matched the time it took for the qi vortex to complete one rotation. At first it was quite uncomfortable. Without the forceful guidance, the vortex began to decelerate, even showing signs of dissipating. He Xiao suppressed the urge to intervene, maintaining only that vague, almost imperceptible focus. 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 30 breaths. Just as the vortex was about to completely dissolve, something extraordinary happened. The pulse of the earth beneath his feet suddenly resonated with his breathing rhythm. Thump, inhale. Thump, exhale. With each pulse of the earth's veins, a surge of deep and gentle spiritual energy flowed in through his Yongquan acupoint, climbed along the kidney meridian of the foot, and converged into his dantian. The qi vortex in his dantian, nourished by the earthly spiritual energy, not only refrained from scattering, but began to adjust its own speed and trajectory. Seeing this, He Xiao's heart trembled violently, yet he dared not allow a single distraction, merely sustaining that ethereal state. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick had passed, when he again turned his inner sight to sense his dantian, the qi vortex had stabilized to the size of a fist, spinning at an even pace, with a perfectly circular path. What was even more marvelous, it now required no deliberate guidance from He Xiao to sustain itself. It spun, absorbed, refined, and cycled, forming a perfect closed loop. The minor circulation was complete. So this is it. So this is it. He Xiao opened his eyes, his gaze filled with enlightenment. The earthly spiritual energy is inherently thick and enduring, making it the most suitable foundation for cultivation. Forcing my own will to drive it earlier was like rowing against the current. Now, by conforming to the rhythm of the earth's veins and borrowing its force, I am on the right path. He rose and stretched his limbs, which responded with a series of crisp pops. This single session of cultivation, lasting no more than an incense stick's burn, yielded results surpassing an entire night. The qi vortex in his dantian had doubled in size, and his meridians showed faint signs of expansion. This was the difference between orthodox lineage and the rogue path. The technique he was attempting to reconstruct as things stood truly seemed no different from a rogue method. It appears I need to study even more orthodox ancient texts. At the same time, a sense of urgency surged within He Xiao. If the Night Watch organization could casually produce such an exquisite work as the basic guidance art, how terrifying must their core inheritance be, and the hidden depths of those other true, secluded families. I must be faster. He clenched his fists. The Night Watch wants to probe my limits with this technique. Then let me show you what it means to grow at a pace that surpasses all expectations. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the other ancient texts delivered by Li Jinshan. He opened a threadbound ancient book titled Xian Yuan Condensing Qi True Explanation. The paper was brittle and yellowed, the ink strokes rustic and archaic, clearly a relic of considerable age. The content was profoundly mysterious. If the records were true, the cultivation realms could be divided into 4 major stages: qi nurturing, qi condensation, qi transformation, and qi return, perfectly corresponding to the ancient martial artist realms of Ming and Hua and Xiantian. Interesting. Do all paths lead to the same destination? Perhaps I can further integrate this into my self-forged unorthodox technique. He Xiao continued, flipping through the pages. The Xian Yuan Condensation True Solution detailed 3 methods of qi condensation. Supreme Method: ninefold condensation to true essence. Circulate spiritual energy through the meridians 9 times, purifying it layer by layer before finally gathering it in the dantian to solidify. This method built the most stable foundation, but it was time-consuming, requiring 3 years for an ordinary person to achieve minor success. Intermediate Method: 5 elements qi refinement. Borrow the aid of the 5 elemental spiritual objects, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to draw in spiritual energy of corresponding attributes, using the principle of mutual generation to accelerate condensation. This method was fast, but it demanded extremely high-quality spiritual objects, and an imbalance in the 5 elements would lead to endless troubles. Inferior method: blood refinement, qi condensation. Use one's own blood and vitality as fuel to forcibly compress spiritual energy. This was the fastest method achievable in a single month, but it depleted one's origin and shortened lifespan, marking it as a demonic path. He Xiao's gaze swept back and forth among the 3 methods. The supreme method was too slow. Wait 3 years. The spirit rain would arrive in just a week. The inferior method was too damaging. In this life, he sought the grand path to the heavens, not a shortcut that was like drinking poison to quench thirst. That left only the intermediate method. 5 elements: spiritual objects. He Xiao frowned in thought. What did he have on hand right now? A piece of black meteorite aligned with metal. A calming jade thumb ring. Water. Jade belonged to earth, but the ring was cool to the touch, perhaps carrying a water attribute. No, none of these are pure 5 elements spiritual objects. He Xiao shook his head. Moreover, their quantity is too meager, utterly insufficient to sustain cultivation. He continued reading and spotted a line of small annotations at the corner of a page. One may borrow the earth energy from a vein node using earth qi as the foundation. Earth generates metal, metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, and fire generates earth, thus simulating the 5 element cycle. However, the effect is only 30%. Earth vein node. He Xiao's eyes lit up. Wasn't he currently standing at Qiyun Valley, the very core of the Jiuding Mountain's earth vein? Perhaps I can try this. Another bold idea took shape in his mind. He immediately rose, walked outside the wooden hut, and selected a spot in the center of the platform. This was where the earth vein pulsed most fiercely. He sat down cross-legged and formed a strange hand seal with his hands. The qi condensation seal recorded in the Xian Yuan condensation true solution. What He Xiao intended to do was to rely on the earth energy, using himself as the catalyst. Within a mere 10 minutes, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Forming the seal had nearly drained all the spiritual energy from his body. Yet his eyes were filled with excitement. It works. At this earth vein node, the 5 elements formation diagram seemed complete. He closed his eyes again and began to circulate the 5 elements qi refinement method from the Xian Yuan condensation true solution. Time passed minute by minute. The sun climbed from the east, cresting the mountaintop. Zhang Meng came by twice in the interim. Seeing He Xiao surrounded by a faint 5-colored light, his face as still as a carved stone statue, he dared. It was as if 5 small energy vortexes were threading through his meridians, threatening to clash and explode at the slightest misstep. But he had to maintain the balance. He Xiao poured his entire consciousness into this delicate manipulation. Time passed minute by minute. The sun climbed from the east, cresting the mountaintop. Zhang Meng came by twice in the interim. Seeing He Xiao surrounded by a faint 5-colored light, his face as still as a carved stone statue, he dared not disturb him and silently kept watch from a distance. In the early morning, within He Xiao's body, the 5 energy vortexes finally achieved perfect equilibrium. They began to form a larger cycle centered on his dantian, a perpetual, unending motion. And at the heart of the cycle, the vortex in his dantian began to transform. The once loose vortex, scoured and compressed by the 5 elements spiritual energy, started to contract and solidify. Its volume shrank while its density increased. From the size of a fist, it compressed to the size of an egg, then to the size of a walnut. Suddenly his eyes snapped open and a flash of 5-colored light flickered in his pupils. He spread his right hand, focusing his intent slightly. This time what emerged from his fingertips was no longer a milky white qi blade, but a solid amber-like pale golden qi blade with a metallic sheen at its edges. Its length, 3 inches. He Xiao let out a long breath. Though it was a pale golden qi blade, its quality was at least 50% superior to his previous spiritual energy. At this rate, before the spirit rain arrives, I might even break through to the high stage of the 9th grade Naphtha realm. He Xiao clenched his fist. And it will be a high stage of the 9th grade with extraordinary combat power.